But let me just recap for all those tuning in at the moment. 6 people have unfortunately died in a stampede at Vishnu Niwasam at Tirupati during the distribution of tokens. A special darshan for devotees for a period of 10 days was actually meant to start tomorrow, and therefore a massive rush of devotees had gathered to secure tokens. That resulted in a stampede. One of the devotees we've established is from Tamil Nadu. 16 people were injured. Some are critically injured, as Sam Daniel has just reported during this incident. They have been taken to hospital. They are undergoing treatment as we speak. But as the visuals show, there was heavy police presence in the area. Several people were being shifted to ambulances. Witnesses say as many as 60 people fell on each other while collecting tokens at the counter. And as Sam is reporting, this was pertaining to one particular counter out of the 90 counters there. The massive rush led to the stampede. At least 6 devotees died and dozens were injured in a stampede at Lord Venkateshwara Swami Temple at Tirumala Hills on Wednesday night. The incident took place as hundreds of them jostled for tickets near the ancient temple. The Chief Minister is expected to visit Tirupati today. He orders officials to provide relief measures. The Prime Minister condoles the loss of lives due to the stampede. He says he's pained by how the stampede occurred. The Andhra Pradesh government is providing all assistance, is something he's added. Delhi Chief Minister Atashi has written to the Chief Election Commissioner raising serious concerns over alleged large-scale voter deletions and additions in the New Delhi Assembly constituency. She seeks an urgent meeting. The Joint Parliamentary Committee to study the 2 bills on simultaneous elections held its first meeting. While the BJP vowed to streamline the election process, the Congress asked if it would be economically viable and how many EVMs would be required for the polling in one go. Veteran journalist, poet and filmmaker Pratish Nandi died in Mumbai on Wednesday. He was 73 years old. It's 7 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Our big focus remains the stampede that occurred at Tirupati. 6 people have unfortunately tragically lost their lives in the stampede at Vishnu Niwasam at Tirupati during the distribution of tokens. As Sam Daniel has been reporting, a special darshan for devotees for a period of 10 days was meant to kick-start tomorrow. Ahead of this, there was a massive rush of devotees attempting to secure tokens, which resulted in this unfortunate stampede. 16 people were injured, some critically injured during the incident, and they've been taken to hospital for treatment. They are undergoing treatment as we speak at the moment, but as per the visuals you see on your screens, they showed heavy police presence in the area, several people being shifted to ambulances. Sam Daniel is with us live from Tirupati at the moment. Sam, witnesses have said on record that as many as 60 people fell on each other while collecting tokens at the counter. You mentioned that this stampede was pertaining to one particular counter out of the 90 counters?
That's right. That's what officials tell us, Parameshwar. We are at Aliperi on the way to the Tirumala temple uphill. We have just got the clearance and it's another 40 minutes from here. But as we speak, authorities have confirmed that 6 people have lost their lives in that stampede yesterday as they were waiting to collect the tokens for the Vaikuntha Dwara Sarvadarshanam that will start from tomorrow. 90 counters were open to distribute tokens, but there was this stampede at this one particular counter. Through the day, officials said there were unmanageable crowds. There were large number of police personnel and the temple authorities regulating the overflow of devotees. And at this particular counter, soon after the counter was opened, there was a surge of rush by the devotees to enter to go to the counter. And it's at that point there was a stampede. What you see here are visuals of scores of vehicles lined up with devotees to go to the Tirumala temple. And authorities say investigation is underway. whether there was any mismanagement, conspiracy or any negligence on the part of officials or the police. They are investigating. Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has directed authorities to regulate this system to make sure it's safe and also to give best possible treatment for the injured the people. Around 20 of them are being treated. Some of them, many officials say, their condition is critical. Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu is also expected to visit Tirumala later this morning, and meet those who are injured as well. And both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi have condoled the loss of lives and have wished those who are injured a speedy recovery. And the Vaikuntha Dwara Sarvadarshanam would begin tomorrow. It's a 10-day event, and the distribution of the tokens for this began around 5 in the morning. So certainly a worrying situation for devotees, and whether there would be any kind of change in the system now, we'll have to wait and see. But for the devotees, it's certainly a matter of great concern, a matter of safety for them, and they hope as they drive up, authorities would understand what went wrong and put in place a safe mechanism for this.
Sam, many have highlighted that it seems crowd management was the critical issue. Were there any visible signs of poor planning or inadequate safety protocols before the stampede? What have you picked up from based on eyewitness accounts?
From the visuals we could see, both from social media and what officials have shared, Parameshwar, through the day the crowd was unmanageable, and there were videos showing clear signs of devotees jostling for space, pushing, and intervention by the police regulating the crowd. So it was certainly clearly unmanageable, and when things go wrong, particularly triggered by confusion that all may not perhaps get the tokens, things really go out of hand. And it's exactly on this issue there are questions being asked whether enough precautions and safety arrangements were put in place by the police which could have averted this kind of a stampede. But the temple authorities clearly say that the trouble was only around this particular counter, not with the rest of the 89 counters. They had opened 19 counters for distribution of tokens, and there was this kind of a stampede situation only at one counter. So investigation is underway to find out what went wrong. But clearly authorities concede that through the day the crowd was unmanageable, overwhelming, and it went really to this extent at one particular counter.
Simon, is there any official explanation yet as to why the counter was opened so suddenly? What role were the authorities playing in managing the crowd before the stampede when they decided to open these counters?
All we can confirm now with the limited information we have access to, Parameshwar, is that the counters were manned by the temple authorities, and whether there was a delay in opening this counter, all those details at the moment we're not able to confirm. But officials have confirmed that soon after this particular counter opened, there was a rush, and it's at that point this particular stampede had taken place, killing 6 people, injuring around 20, some of them critically injured, being treated at the hospitals in Tirupati.
Sam, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest information you've accessed. Do stay on with us for further updates. But let's just listen in to what eyewitnesses had to say when this massive stampede occurred.
It's very unfortunate because they are making very elaborate arrangements with full bandobas and medical equipments, and it is very unfortunate that happened. We are very free. We have got the tickets very freely, and there is no rush at all.
No problem getting tickets. Very easy to. God bless them.
स्टेट का कारण ओवर क्राउड, अनएक्सपेक्टेड क्राउड, ये अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट, 6 लोग मर गए। थोड़ा लोग तमिलनाडु है, आंध्रा भी है.
Right, Sam Daniel is still live with us from Tirupati, tracking all the finer details and developments on ground zero. Sam, as you have been reporting, Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has now called for lessons to be learned. But take us through the specific steps that are being considered by local officials at the moment. What is the Andhra Pradesh government doing currently for those injured?
These are reports coming from the temple. One possibility is to do away with the system of tokens, but I don't know how feasible it is, how much they can implement that kind of a system. But one lesson to be learned, officials say, is clearly crowd management. Whether things went wrong at this particular counter, whether there were inadequate number of police personnel and security officials from the temple to manage, that's the key question. They clearly point out that although they have 90 counters in operation to distribute tokens for devotees for this particular Vaikuntha Dwara Darshan, trouble began only at one counter, that too soon after the counter was opened. Whether there was a huge backlog of devotees waiting to collect the tokens, whether there was a sense of uncertainty that all may not get tokens, that's the investigation all about now. But what kind of changes are they contemplating? I think it may take some time for them to brainstorm and come up with a clear strategy or a clear mechanism now. It's in this context, Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has directed authorities to quickly find out what went wrong, learn lessons and fix it immediately so that there'll be a sense of confidence and a higher degree of safety for thousands of devotees who throng this very famous, popular temple at Tirumala, Parameshwar.
Also, Sam, some locals have alleged that ambulance drivers were missing, which caused a bit of a delay in shifting the injured to the hospital. Do we have any word on that? Were there any challenges in providing immediate medical care?
At the moment, we're not able to confirm those allegations, right, Parameshwar, but all the temple authorities say is ambulances were swiftly summoned and they were transported quickly to hospitals. But on the ground with so much of crowd, there are possibilities that the ambulances had difficulty in moving around or coming to the locations quickly. But we'll have to wait for official word from authorities on whether something went wrong in terms of delay by ambulances, either to reach the spot or the drivers bringing the vehicles to the location quickly.
Sam, thank you so much for joining us with the latest from Ground Zero. That's Sam Daniel reporting live from Tirupati. We will, of course, revert to him for regular updates. Meanwhile, let's turn our attention. In his first visit to Andhra Pradesh after the NDA government assumed charge following the assembly elections, Prime Minister Modi laid foundation stones and inaugurated development works worth over 2 lakh crore rupees in Visakhapatnam. Now, the Prime Minister's office says the development of Andhra Pradesh is their vision and serving the people of the state is their commitment. This is something that the Prime Minister also reiterated at a public meeting, adding that Andhra had set a target of becoming a $2.5 trillion economy by the year 2047.
तस्वीरें प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी विशाखापट्टनम पहुंचे हुए हैं।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi at a roadshow in Visakhapatnam on his first visit to Andhra Pradesh after the formation of the NDA government in the state. Over 2 lakh crore worth projects in sustainable development, renewable energy, infrastructure, industrial hubs that would generate over 1 lakh jobs were announced.
हमारा आंध्र प्रदेश पॉसिबिलिटीज और अपॉर्चुनिटीज का राज्य है। जब आंध्र की ये पॉसिबिलिटीज साकार होगी तो आंध्र भी विकसित बनेगा और तभी भारत भी विकसित राष्ट्र बनेगा। आंध्र के लोगों की सेवा ये हमारा संकल्प है।
Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu said Narendra Modi was popular not just in the state or country, but on the world stage.
I am not praising you. Every citizen of this country has to understand. Wherever you go, Narendra Modi ji is standing very tall compared to all global leaders. He is no more Indian leader. He is the global leader. Under your leadership, India will prosper. That's where we are all proud of you, sir. It is going to happen.
The political messaging that the double-engine Sarkar would bring the best possible benefits for the people of Andhra Pradesh. The Prime Minister will be in Odisha tomorrow to participate in the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas meet at Bhubaneswar, where Indian diaspora from more than 50 countries have gathered. With input from Visakhapatnam, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Well, let's get you the latest now on the Delhi elections and recapping yet another day of the BJP attacking the Aam Aadmi Party over what they call the Sheesh Mahal. The expenditure on the Chief Minister's residence under Arvind Kejriwal is something that the BJP has highlighted, and well, the AAP alleges that they've weaponized it politically, but dramatic scenes played out outside the Delhi Chief Minister's official residence when Aam Aadmi Party leaders reached there to show the truth about BJP's Sheesh Mahal charge. Meanwhile, a boost to the Aam Aadmi Party with the Trinamool Congress announcing that they would support them, the second opposition party after the Samajwadi Party, leaving the Congress a little more isolated. And let's turn our attention now to the differences within the opposition India bloc, which many say have come out in the open, indicating doubts about its survival. Parties like Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress and Akhilesh Yadav's Samajwadi Party have taken positions divergent from the Congress on issues that should be discussed during the ongoing session of Parliament. While the Samajwadi Party has focused on the Sambhal riots, the TMC has highlighted violence against Hindus in Bangladesh, distancing itself from the Congress's single-minded pursuit of one issue. We have political reactions lined up for you. Listen in.
तो पहले से तय था इंडिया अलायंस जो है वो लोकसभा के लिए, और बिहार में जहाँ तक बात की जाए हम लोग तो शुरू से साथ थे यहाँ पे। अभी हम लोगों ने डिसाइड नहीं किया पार्टी ने कि हम लोग वहाँ चुनाव लड़ेंगे कि नहीं लड़ेंगे, और बाद में हम लोग देखेंगे कि किसको सपोर्ट करेंगे।
अभी 2-4 दिन का समय दीजिए, हम ये तय करेंगे कि इंडिया गठबंधन में रहते हुए कांग्रेस पार्टी भी हमारे लिए उसी प्रकार महत्वपूर्ण है जैसे आम आदमी पार्टी महत्वपूर्ण है। दोनों ही दल हमारे लिए एक अहमियत रखते हैं। चूंकि हमारी लड़ाई, हमारे विचारधारा की लड़ाई भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कुनीतियों से है, हमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराना है। अभी हम किसका साथ देंगे, किसका साथ नहीं देंगे, ये कह पाना बहुत जल्दबाजी होगी, तो हमें थोड़ा समय दीजिए। जल्द ही हमारे शीर्ष नेतृत्व, हमारे नेता आदरणीय उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे जी घोषणा करेंगे कि हम किसका साथ देने वाले हैं।
दिल्ली चुनाव बहुत अहम चुनाव है। मैं समझता हूँ शायद वहां केजरीवाल जीत जाएंगे। कांग्रेस भी फ्रे में है, कांग्रेस भी चुनाव लड़ेगी। अच्छा होता अगर कांग्रेस और आपका अगर गठबंधन होता, लेकिन शायद वो नहीं होते दिख रहा है। तो अभी मैं यहाँ बैठ के शायद दिल्ली में क्या हो रहा है उसके बारे में ज्यादा कहना मुश्किल होगा।
देखिए, इसके बारे में हमारा टॉप लीडरशिप ममता जी और जो नेशनल लीडर्स है वो फाइनली जो डिसीजन होगा अनाउंस करेंगे। इट्स टू अर्ली टू कमेंट। आप हमारा दोस्त पार्टी है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ममता जी को रेस्पेक्ट करता है और ममता जी अरविंद केजरीवाल को पसंद करता है, और हम लोग चाहते हैं दिल्ली में भाजपा हार जाए और फिर से जो स्थिति है, जो गवर्नमेंट है, वो फिर से पावर में आ जाए।
Well, in other news, the Joint Parliamentary Committee to scrutinize the two bills on simultaneous elections in the country held its first meeting. BJP MP PP Chaudhary heads that 39-member Joint Committee. But Priyanka Gandhi Vadra asked if simultaneous elections to Parliament and state assemblies would be economically viable and how many EVMs would be required for the polling in one go. Congress and other parties in the opposition have said that the proposal for simultaneous polls subverts the basic structure of the Constitution. As always, news and updates continue in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform. Please mind the gap. BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision.
Well, film producer and writer Pritish Nandi passed away on Wednesday. He was 73 years old. He was a journalist, a humanitarian. He also hosted a talk show on Doordarshan in the 1990s called The Pritish Nandi Show, where he interviewed celebrities. Actor Anupam Kher has shared an emotional note remembering Pritish and wrote, "Deeply, deeply saddened and shocked to know about the demise of one of my dearest friends, Pritish, amazing poet, writer, filmmaker, and a brave and unique editor and journalist." Mr. Kher says he was a support system and a great source of strength in his initial days in Mumbai, where they shared lots in common. And as part of Uday Foundation's blanket donation drive, 60,000 blankets are needed to help save lives this harsh winter. Blankets can be dropped off at this location on your screens. It's Uday Foundation, D233, Sarvodaya Enclave, New Delhi. The pin code is 110017. The relevant phone numbers are flashing on your screens.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
have been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform. Please mind the gap. BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for Mega Metro poll coverage.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are
You are watching the World 24/7 on the NDTV network. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking at the moment. Multiple wildfires were consuming acre after acre and building after building in the Los Angeles area, displacing tens of thousands of people and ravaging entire neighborhoods. Many were fleeing by car and on foot as flames engulfed homes and set entire hillsides ablaze. In the first high-level bilateral engagement with the Taliban regime, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri met Afghanistan Acting Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi in Dubai. Mr. Misri's meeting is an upgrade, signalling high-level official engagement from the Indian government. Donald Trump has asked the Supreme Court to block criminal proceedings in his hush money case in New York, with a sentencing hearing scheduled for Friday. According to a Bloomberg report, the Biden administration plans one additional round of restrictions on the export of artificial intelligence chips from the likes of NVIDIA. Donald Trump's interest in controlling Greenland could have ramifications for global shipping and China's Arctic calculations, as per experts. Beijing has boosted investment in Greenland in recent years, including mining operations. The United Kingdom is braced for an icy blast, with temperatures set to plummet as low as minus 16 degrees Celsius as a fresh amber snow warning has been issued. Well, a big focus. In an unusual move, President-elect in the US, Donald Trump, has asked the Supreme Court to call off Friday's sentencing in his hush money case in New York. Trump's lawyers turned to the nation's highest court after New York courts refused to postpone the sentencing by Judge Juan Merchan, who presided over Trump's trial and conviction last May on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. Trump has denied wrongdoing, and Trump's team sought an immediate stay of the scheduled sentencing, saying it would wrongly restrict him as he prepares to take office in a few days. While the judge has indicated he will not impose jail time, fines or probation, Trump's lawyers argued a felony conviction would actually still have intolerable side effects. Natasha Israni joins us live from New York at the moment with the latest lowdown. Natasha, what details can you disclose currently?
Well, we do know that we're likely to hear from the Supreme Court as early as tomorrow, which is Thursday here, because there is the pressure to come out with this result sooner rather than later, given that the sentencing was scheduled for Friday. Now, if the Supreme Court comes out in favor of Donald Trump, then the sentencing of Friday will be delayed. Now, a Supreme Court stay could effectively end the case altogether at the moment, because remember, once Donald Trump is sworn in on January 20th, he's immune from prosecution as a president. So this case really is testing the boundaries of presidential immunity, what it covers. Does it cover president-elects? Does it cover former presidents? It's really being watched carefully for people also watching democracy carefully here in the United States, because last year in July, when the Supreme came out and expanded presidential immunity, there were also a lot of Supreme Court judges who dissented with that agreement, with that ruling, who dissented and warned of this giving too much power to presidents. So this case is being watched carefully, not just for Donald Trump, but also for the precedents that it's setting for immunity for presidents here in this country.
Natasha, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details. Staying with updates from the United States, multiple wildfires were consuming acre after acre and building after building in the Los Angeles area, displacing tens of thousands of people and ravaging entire neighborhoods. As strong winds and a dwindling water supply has actually caused firefighters' efforts to stop the destruction much harder. More than 1,000 structures have burned, making it the most destructive in the Los Angeles history. According to CAL FIRE, this is what the State Fire Emergency Department has said. And it is also among the top 20 most destructive fires ever in California, based on the number of structures that have already been destroyed. Just take a look at the dramatic visuals that are playing out on your screens. Many have made harrowing escapes from California by car, on foot. The toll of the quick-moving fires was only beginning to take shape, but 5 people have died. This is what a spokeswoman for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has confirmed. More than 25,000 acres have burned, razing at least 1,000 buildings, as glowing embers floated through the sky, as you can see on your screens, like a swarm of disoriented lighting bugs, and thick black smoke turned day into night. As of Wednesday afternoon, I must inform you, 1.5 million customers were out of power, according to Power Outage. That's the US tracker. My colleague Vishnu Niwasam joins us with the lowdown on how bad the situation actually is in LA.
For the last 24 hours, the greater Los Angeles area has seen record fires in terms of the intensity in this area. 5 fires at least in close proximity to the center of Los Angeles itself. We've got fires at Palisades, at Eaton, at Hearst, and there's a fire at Woodley as well, and there are other smaller fires as well. At the moment, there are upwards or close to 70,000 people who have been ordered to evacuate their homes. Fortunately, the loss of life at this stage has been relatively small. 5 people have lost their lives, but there is a sense that damage which has occurred as a result of these fires is very, very extensive, possibly in the billions of dollars. It's very windy, and that's a central problem over here. Behind me is downtown Los Angeles and larger parts of Los Angeles, and what you see is not a cloudy day. In fact, it's smoke from the fires that I've been talking about. And to tell me a little bit more about what I'm looking at, Vishnu Menon, my namesake, he's into private equity, quite a legend in his own right over here. We are in the Hollywood area in Beverly Hills. Tell me a little bit about, let's walk this way, shall we, and just to give our viewers an idea of the spread of the fires and what you were describing to me. Just give me an idea of what it is that we're seeing.
Sure. So you're looking over the Los Angeles basin. You're probably looking from east to west, about a 25-mile span from downtown to the ocean.
Yeah.
And from north to south, another 25 miles down the Palos Verdes Peninsula from the Pacific Ocean. The fires from the east are blowing out south of us over downtown, which is creating that very overcast horizon towards the southeast from here. The Palisades fires are to our west, and they're luckily blowing out towards sea. Which is why the smoke from them doesn't reach us, but on our far horizon, you can see licks of flames and dark smoke coming up from those hills.
California firefighters are facing an intense battle against fast-moving wildfires ripping through Los Angeles. Homes are destroyed, roads are choked with evacuees, and emergency crews are stretched to the breaking point as the crisis deepens. Sparked by a combination of dry conditions and powerful winds, the wildfire has forced tens of thousands to flee their home as authorities claim there is no possibility of bringing the fire under control. In the frantic haste to get to safety, roadways became impassable when scores of people abandoned their vehicles and fled on foot. In the Altadena area, flames are swallowing entire neighborhoods, leaving nothing but rubble in their wake. And now, hundreds of thousands of residents across Los Angeles County are in the dark as power outages continue to spread. A separate inferno tore through Pacific Palisades, scorching 3,000 acres and sending up a dramatic plume of smoke visible across Los Angeles. The Eden fire has destroyed 1,000 acres, and the Hearst fire has affected about 500 acres. As the firestorm continues to rage with no containment and no end in sight, officials fear the worst is yet to come. Samia Afsar, NDTV World.
Well, the frequency and size of wildfires have increased worldwide over recent decades, and new research actually found exposure to wildfire smoke is more harmful than previously thought. We'll keep tracking the latest as far as LA is concerned. For now, let me also bring you up to date. Donald Trump has escalated his expansionist rhetoric, saying he wouldn't rule out using military coercion to take control of Greenland or the Panama Canal. Trump has issued threats against several US partners. He floated using economic force to annex Canada, though officials in Canada have staunchly pushed back. He also proposed renaming the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. He pushed it a little by also posting a map, an own version of his, that staked claim to Canada. Well, take a look at the recent developments that Trump has made.
This is not the new map of the United States. This is another instance of Donald Trump hinting that Canada could be taken into US territory. Sending shockwaves across the globe, the map shows the whole of Canada as part of the US. The US-Canada boundary is the world's longest between two countries. It was established in treaties dating back to the founding of the US in the late 1700s. Trump claimed the US spends billions of dollars protecting Canada, while criticizing imports of Canadian cars, lumber, and dairy products.
As you said you were considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland, are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No, economic force. Because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like, and it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada.
Canadian leaders have so far showed a united front against Trump's rhetoric, with outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau saying there's no chance Canada would become part of the US. Opposition leader Pierre Poilievre took to X, saying that Canada will never be the 51st US state.
You know something? To the president, I'll make him a counteroffer. How about if we buy Alaska and we'll throw in Minnesota and Minneapolis at the same time?
The rhetoric in the Trump camp doesn't stop with US President-elect. One of his closest advisors, Elon Musk, has trained his sights on Europe, setting off alarm bells across the continent. He's endorsed the far-right party Alternative for Germany, demanded the release of jailed UK anti-Islam extremist Tommy Robinson, and called UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer an evil tyrant. Musk's online behavior has become a cause of concern for many, from politicians to analysts.
He's clearly started to use that platform a bit like, an old-style newspaper mogul would in days of old. Increasingly started to assemble a group of different right-wing influencers, many of them with large followings, and presenting their evidence as a basis for his interventions into European politics, whether it's Germany.
These recent statements from the Trump team have ruffled many feathers and created a lot of anxiety. Trump seems to also have his eyes on Greenland and the Panama Canal. All eyes now on the 78-year-old to what steps he would take to fulfill his extraordinary promises. With Vishal Vivek, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Meanwhile, the US Justice Department has said that it intends to release Special Counsel Jack Smith's findings on Donald Trump's efforts to undo the results of the 2020 presidential election, but will keep under wraps for now. The rest of the report focused on the president-elect's hoarding of classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago estate. The revelation was made in a filing to a federal appeals court that was considering a defense request to block the release of the 2-volume report, while charges remain pending against 2 Trump co-defendants in the Florida case accusing the Republican former president and current president-elect of illegally holding classified documents. And according to a new Bloomberg report, President Joe Biden's administration plans one additional round of restrictions on the export of artificial intelligence chips from the likes of NVIDIA just days before leaving office. This is what a final push in his effort to keep advanced technologies out of the hands of China and Russia actually looks like. The US wants to curb the sale of AI chips used in data centers on both a country and company basis, with the goal of concentrating AI development in friendly nations and getting businesses around the world to actually align with American standards. From the US, let's get you a quick update from Canada now, where Finance Minister Dominic LeBlanc has actually decided not to run for leadership of the Liberal Party, saying he needs to focus on countering the threat of tariffs from Donald Trump's administration. LeBlanc said he's grateful for the expressions of support from Liberal lawmakers as well as members from across the country, but won't be a candidate in this upcoming race. In other crucial news, a high-level meeting between the Afghan Taliban leadership and senior Indian officials was organized in Dubai. From India, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri attended the meeting, while from Afghanistan, the acting Foreign Minister of the Taliban government, Amir Khan Muttaqi, was present. Now, you must note that it was not just a meet and greet sort of a meeting, as it covered a range of issues, which includes India's security concerns in Afghanistan, the need for India to consider engaging in development projects in the near future, Delhi's humanitarian assistance, including support for rehabilitation of Afghan refugees from Pakistan, the use of Iran's Chabahar port for accessing the conflict-ridden country, as well as cricketing ties between the two countries. All this made it to the agenda. And with that, let's turn our attention now to the United Kingdom, which is braced for an icy blast, with temperatures set to plummet as low as minus 16 degrees Celsius, as a fresh amber snow warning has been issued. Snow and sleet began to hit southern England, as the amber alert came into force, with the Met Office saying further warnings are likely to be issued as the week goes on. But the Met Office has also warned of travel disruption caused by the snow, and also said that some vehicles and passengers could become stranded. So a fair warning for you there. By the way, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and Kemi Badenoch clashed over whether there should be a national inquiry into child sexual abuse by grooming gangs. The Prime Minister says there are mixed views among victims about further inquiries, and what we need now is action rather than another inquiry. But a world-first sanctions regime which specifically targets people smugglers will be introduced by the government this year. This is what the UK is expected to announce. The Foreign Secretary will confirm the measure in a speech today, saying it is part of Labour's plan to reduce channel crossings by targeting criminal networks organising these specific journeys. But as analysts have highlighted, it is not clear what the sanctions could look like, but the government said that it would starve smuggling gangs of illicit finance fueling their operations. But if it works like other sanctioned regimes, this could mean that asset freezes on those suspected of people smuggling, with breaches of the measures punishable by up to 7 years in prison.
This morning I met some of the victims and survivors of this scandal, and they were clear with me that they want action now. not the delay of a further inquiry. The J inquiry, the last national inquiry, was 7 years, which would take us with a further inquiry to 2031. I think action is what's required. Mr. Speaker, this is an important issue, and we have to focus on the victims and survivors, and it isn't helpful. This sort of lies and misinformation and slinging of mud doesn't help them one bit. Doesn't help one bit.
In other news, the big question is, will Lebanon finally elect a president after a 2-year vacuum? Well, Lebanon's parliament is set to convene today to attempt to elect a head of state for the 13th time during a presidential vacuum that's lasted over 2 years now. But this time, analysts say they might succeed. The primary contenders for the presidency include the Lebanese Army's commander, Joseph Aoun, who is widely seen as the preferred candidate of the United States and Saudi Arabia. The candidate previously supported by Hezbollah, Suleiman Frangi, on Wednesday announced he was pulling out of the race and endorsed Aoun instead. As always, news and updates continue in a moment right after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
And it's right there, बाहर rewards, मैं everywhere, कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Well, the 18th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas in Bhubaneswar kick-started with around 6,000 non-resident Indians, including business leaders, economists, philosophers from 75 countries. They've gathered to celebrate and strengthen its relationship with the global Indian community. Here's a sneak peek for you.
As part of the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas program outlined, there's one very important and a very interesting program that the External Affairs Ministry runs, which is No India program. And with me are 3 out of the 40 participants of the KIP program that the External Affairs Ministry runs. Thank you so much for all of you to join me in this conversation. And let me start first of all by asking you, where are you from and why were you so interested in applying for KIP?
So I'm from South Africa, and why I applied to the KIP is I'm proudly South African, but I've always wanted to learn more about my Indian heritage. And I found out about this program and took the opportunity to apply, and I had to write a motivational letter, and I'm so grateful to be here, so blessed. It's just rich with culture, and I think for us, not knowing Hindi, not knowing our mother tongue, getting to learn, see, like step onto our Indian soil, it's something you can't explain. It's just incredible.
Wonderful feeling, incredible feeling. How do you express this, and what has been your thoughts ever since you've come?
I think, as she said, it's just like getting to know the culture, embracing all of it, and again, coming to India has been a dream of mine. So, thanks to Know India program, it has been successful.
And what motivated you to apply for this?
I just love my culture. I love my Indian culture, and I just wanted to come and have the feel of India itself. Yeah.
And would you then, recommend this to your friends, family, other people?
Yes, of course.
100%.
What about you? What motivated you to apply for this? And are you also from South Africa?
No, I'm from Mauritius Island in the south of the Indian Ocean. Yes. And what motivated me is that I wanted to know more about the Indian culture. That is, our ancestors came from India, and I wanted to explore the culture here in India, the food, the people, everything about India.
And so what all have you learned so far? What all have you been exposed to so far?
So far, we've been exposed to a lot of historical sites. We've been to the Gandhi Museum, which was, I think, knowing that Gandhi was also in South Africa, for us, that was very close. It was very eye-opening to see what he went through and his journey.
Well, thank you for investing your time and watching this edition of The World 24/7. As always, we'll keep tracking the latest updates for you. Do stay tuned.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
ये सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform. Please mind the gap. BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track?
Hello everyone, welcome to Breakfast Show. I'm Radhika Ramaswamy joining you from Mumbai. Divya is joining us from Delhi. Divya, a tragic stampede incident in Tirupati leading to deaths. Battleground Delhi also heating up as elections just a few weeks away, and fresh ground zero updates on LA wildfire. All this and more coming up on the show.
That's right. We have a whole lot lined up for you over the next 1 hour, including, like Radhika mentioned, that tragedy that's unfolded during the token distribution on Thursday night at 8 o'clock for offering prayers at Tirupati. So we have all that covered, and of course the LA wildfires. Vishnu joining us all the way from LA to get us a ground report, and of course in that three-cornered battle in Delhi, who will emerge as the winner is the big question. We have BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa decoding what is BJP's strategy for Delhi this time around. Let's first get you the headlines. At least 6 devotees have died and dozens have been injured in a stampede that took place at the Tirupati. This is the incident that took place when hundreds of people had been jostling for tickets near the temple. The Chief Minister will be visiting Tirupati today, and it is the Prime Minister who says that he's extremely pained by that incident that's unfolded at Tirupati.
Very unfortunate incident indeed. In fact, the Prime Minister condoles the loss of lives at Tirupati's stampede incident. Pained by Tirupati stampede is what he has said. Andhra Pradesh government providing all assistance.
And 4 days to go as far as the Mahakumbh is concerned. The Chief Minister will be visiting Prayagraj today.
Delhi Chief Minister Atishi on Wednesday wrote to the Chief Election Commissioner raising serious concerns over alleged large-scale voter deletions and additions in the New Delhi Assembly constituency. She seeks an urgent meeting.
And veteran journalist, poet and filmmaker Pritish Nandi has died in Mumbai on Wednesday. He has died at the age of 73.
Right, in fact, 6 people died in a stampede at Vishnu Niwasam at Tirupati during the distribution of tokens, a special darshan for devotees for 10 days starting Friday. Divya, very tragic incident indeed. In fact, Uma is joining us to break this entire incident for us and to give a perspective on what exactly transpired there. Over to you, Uma. Right, Radhika, that massive rush of devotees, like you were mentioning, attempting basically to secure tokens that resulted in the stampede. And of course, 16 people were injured, which was showing that heavy police presence was in the area. This is something that really happens every morning, perhaps, but there was a huge rush because of the festival that's coming up on Friday. And we have Uma joining us to get us more on this. Uma, there are systems in place at this particular point where tokens are distributed every day as early as 5 o'clock in the morning. This incident unfolded at 8 o'clock in the evening, but this rush was there because of the Friday festival, and which is why, from what we're hearing from the people present there, that there weren't enough measures in place by the police.
So a huge tragedy unfolded late evening yesterday. Thousands of people had been gathering, in fact, all day long in order to be able to get the Sarvadarshanam ticket. Sarvadarshanam is a free ticket that you get, and what was special is that tomorrow is Vaikuntha Ekadasi, and there is a northern side darshan. It is called the Vaikuntha Dwara Sarvadarshanam, which is in the northern side. You get the temple entry and the darshanam of the Lord, and that is considered very, very auspicious, and that's the reason why huge numbers of people had gathered from morning onwards yesterday, and by evening, in fact, the numbers had swelled to several thousand in each of those counters that was to distribute the Vaikuntha Dwara Sarvadarshanam tickets. As many as 1,20,000 such tickets were to be distributed over the next 3 days, and for 10, 11 and 12. In fact, the darshanam was to go on from the 10th of January to the 19th of January. It was in anticipation of these huge numbers that would be coming in for the Vaikuntha Dwara Darshanam that the TTD had made arrangements that there would be as many as 94 counters that would be distributing the tokens. And the incident that happened, in fact, was almost right opposite the Tirupati railway station, where you have the Vishnu Niwasam, one of the pilgrim centers, pilgrim stay centers, lodges, in fact, where also this Sarvadarshanam tokens are distributed. Near that is a place called the MGM school, where also the stampede, in fact, took place. What we are being told is that in order to bring out a woman who was not feeling well at that time, that's when they opened the gates, and all at once the huge surge of crowds that came out from there resulted in the stampede, and as many as 6 people got killed. One of them was identified as Mallika, who had come in from Salem in Tamil Nadu, and 4 other women have also died in the stampede. As many as 40 people, in fact, have been taken to hospital as well. Let's listen into one of the eyewitnesses who was at the hospital, and we will also listen into the reactions of the Maurya, who is the municipal commissioner in Tirupati, and also of the TTD chairperson, Mr. B.R. Naidu, who has said that there's a very unfortunate incident never happened in the history of TTD, and certainly he believes that certain degree of intelligence failure, police mismanagement may have happened here. Of course, that is pending the investigation that's been ordered to find out what really went wrong.
It's peaceful except one MGM school where there was Padmavati Park, and there was stampede there because all of a sudden they've opened the park at 9 p.m. and all of them, because there were around 4,000 to 5,000 people inside, they have come at once. So due to which there was a stampede. Otherwise all counters were peaceful. They have left into the queue little early. So everything was peaceful except a few injuries and few deaths, whatever happened in Ruia and Swims. But it is really unfortunate that there were children, there were women, there were old people.
इंसिडेंट का कारण ओवर क्राउड, अनएक्सपेक्टेड क्राउड, ये अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट, 6 लोग मर गए। कहाँ के लोग हैं सर? थोड़ा लोग तमिलनाडु है, आंध्रा भी है।
It's very unfortunate because they are making very elaborate arrangements with full bandobast and medical equipments, and it is very unfortunate that happened. We are very free. We have got the tickets very freely, and there is no rush at all.
No problem getting tickets. Very easy to. God bless them.
So Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu is expected to arrive in Tirupati before noon. I have with me my colleague Sam Daniel, who has in fact travelled to Tirupati for this to find out what's happening in the care of the patients and also the arrangements that have been made for the Vaikuntha Ekadasi, the Dwara Darshanam as well. Sam, you are at Tirupati now where this tragedy unfolded. Of course, the TTD board members have already apologized to the TTD pilgrims as well, all the pilgrims on devotees of Balaji, saying that such an unfortunate incident has taken place. What is the situation on the ground? Are people now in a panic because you have been to Tirupati multiple times and you do know that this is the most visited pilgrim center anywhere in the world. So what kind of arrangements were made and what really went wrong?
Uma, we are at the Ruia Hospital at Tirupati, where several injured are being treated and the remains of those who lost their lives have been kept at the mortuary. And in fact, a short while ago, I spoke to a family who lost their mother actually. In fact, let's go and talk to them. They say this happened at a school where the counter was there to give tickets, and it's here the crowd turned uncontrollable and it led to a stampede. And this gentleman, Venkatesh from Visakhapatnam, has lost his wife. In fact, his son and the wife had come to collect the tokens. I'm so sorry about your loss. I'm so sorry. What exactly happened?
వాళ్ళు అసలు 12 గంటలకి అనౌన్స్మెంట్ చేయాలి, 12 గంటలు వదులుతానని మా ఆవిడని ముందు పెట్టాను. మేము కొద్దిగా వెనక్కుంటే వాళ్ళు మైకిలో చెప్తారు 12 గంటలకు వదులుతాం మీరు వెనక వెళ్ళిపోండి. ఈలోగా 8 గంటలకు వదిలేశారు. ఒకసారి పులవమని మా ఆవిడ ముందు కాదు పులవమని పడిపోయారు. మా ఆవిడ పడిపోయింది నాకు తెలియదు, కానీ ముందుకి మా ఆవిడ లైన్లో ఉందని చెప్పేసి మేము లైన్ కట్టుకున్నాం టికెట్ కోసం. మాకు టికెట్లు దొరికాయి వైకుంఠ.
If you can translate, if you can give a gist of it.
టికెట్లు దొరికాయి, కానీ మా ఆవిడ ముందు ఉందని చెప్పేసి.
You got the tokens, is it?
మా ఆవిడ ముందని చెప్పేసి మా ఆవిడ వెళ్ళిపోయింది కదా, మేము వెళ్ళిపోయాం. మా టికెట్ దొరికింది.
And your wife, where was your wife?
వైఫ్ వెళ్ళిపోయింది అనుకోండి లైన్కి, టోకెన్ అనుకున్నాం.
Venkatesh is telling us, Sam, is that he and his family members were there waiting for the Sarvadarshanam tickets, and that's when she was in fact ahead in the line, and they had said that repeatedly they will be opening the gates, and his wife was in fact ahead in the queue and he was behind, and he had not realized that his wife had actually fallen along with several others, and that he had managed to get the tickets, and it is only after that he realized that his wife had fallen and had in fact been killed in this stampede that happened. Could you ask him whether there are adequate police presence there, Sam?
ఏది లేదు.
Whether enough number of police?
ఏం లేదు. నో పోలీస్ అసలు కంట్రోల్ ఏమీ లేదు. 12 గంటలకు వదిలిన వాళ్ళు అన్నారు 8 గంటలకు ఎందుకు వదిలేదు. ఈ లెవెల్ ఫ్లోటింగ్ పడిపోయారు, జనం అయిపోయారు. ఒకరు కాదు 4-5 చనిపోయారు అదే స్పాట్లోనే, 5 మెంబర్స్ అదే స్పాట్.
ఓకే. And you come every year?
ప్రతి సంవత్సరం వస్తాను, మాల వేస్తాను, ఎంకరపా మాలేసి వస్తాను నేను. మరి ఇంకా దేవుడికి దండం పెట్టేశాను. ఇంకా మీ జీవితంలో ఎంకన్న బాబు ఇంకా రాము మేము.
I'm so sorry again, Mr. Venkatesh. Prayers for you and your family. And a tragic family. You have your wife's photograph?
ఈ వీడియో వల్ల అసలు తెలియదు. ఈ వీడియో వచ్చింది, ఈ వీడియో వల్ల మేము బయటికి మా ఆవిడ ఇక్కడ చనిపోయింది తెలిసింది, లేకపోతే తెలియదు. హాస్పిటల్కి వచ్చాను తొలికి వస్తే ఇక్కడ లేదు, లోపలికి లేదు, మళ్ళీ అక్కడ పంపించారు, అక్కడ లేదు. అక్కడైనా బయటకు వచ్చాం, ఈ వీడియో వచ్చింది. ఈ వీడియో వచ్చిన వల్ల ఈ వీడియో చూసి వచ్చింది మాట. ఈ వీడియో చూసి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చామాట, లేకపోతే చనిపోయింది. కనీసం ఇలా ఇష్యూ జరిగింది, ఈ బట్టలు వేసుకుంది, ఈ ప్యాంట్ వేసుకుంది, షర్ట్ వేసుకుంది, ఈ చీర కట్టుకుంది, ఈ మాటలకి అయిపోయింది, ఈ వీడియోకి అయిపోయింది.
What is your wife's name?
శాంతి, కే శాంతి.
You have a photograph? How old is she?
వయసు 35.
Okay. So what Mr. Venkatesh is telling us is that his wife Shanti and he had come along with his family members to Tirupati, and he says the police management was very poor, and his wife was in fact ahead in the queue, and he and his other family members were behind. They had not realized that she had in fact fallen and was injured or had been severely injured in the stampede, and he had in fact even managed to get the darshanam tickets, and it is only subsequently when he found his wife missing that he went to the hospital. Even there he was not able to find her, but it is through a viral video that he very unfortunately discovered that his wife had in fact died in the stampede, and he is heartbroken that he was not being provided any information in time, and it is only through a viral video that he found out that his wife had in fact been caught in the stampede and had been killed in the stampede as well. Is Sam there with us again?
Thank you, Uma. Thank you, Uma, for the interpretation. And there's a pile of gloom
whether there was any
in
delay
this hospital area where families are still waiting.
Any delay in the ambulances reaching the injured?
Let me ask him again. Sir, was there a delay in ambulance? Was there a delay in the ambulance coming there?
అంటే తొక్కిసారి జరిపిన 20 minutes తర్వాత అంబులెన్స్ వచ్చింది. పోలీసు కూడా లేరు. అయిపోయి మొత్తం తొక్కిలా జరిపింది, పడిపోయారు, మేదం పడిపోయిన తర్వాత పోలీసులు వచ్చి కంట్రోల్ చేస్తున్నారు. అప్పటిదాకా పోలీసులు ఎవరు లేరు.
I'm so sorry you lost your mother. I'm so sorry. The bereaved son indicating that there was a delay of at least 20 minutes for the ambulance to come, Uma. I'm sure you heard it. You can give a translation of what this young gentleman said.
Thank you, Sam. You will keep tracking for us what is happening in Tirupati and the kind of care that the patients are getting and the relatives are getting, because the TTD chairperson and other authorities have indicated that the condition of some of those patients may still be precarious, and they are trying to provide the best possible care in the circumstances. What I must point out is that while all these incidents were happening, the TTD chairperson has pointed out that there were as many as 94 counters that had been set up for the distribution of the Vaikuntha Ekadasi tickets itself, the tokens that are distributed. The whole idea of giving the physical tokens is that even though a lot of the tokens or the tickets are distributed online through online registration, they wanted it to be a much more equitable system for the people who cannot access the online systems and people who directly come to Tirupati, so that they also get an opportunity for the Vaikuntha Dwara Sarvadarshanam. That's the reason why they have in fact given the opportunity for the tokens to be distributed there. The token distribution in fact starts about 24 hours before the Dwara Darshanam itself, and that's how these people had lined up in huge numbers. We also have with us guests who are joining us on this program. The kind of incident that has happened at Tirupati, this is something which is quite unprecedented. All of us know that there are big numbers of people who come to Tirupati every single day. But in this particular case, even though there were 94 counters set up, the accident has ensued. Where do you see the fault lines here? Already the police investigation has begun on what really went wrong, but we do not yet know the details. Would you be able to elaborate on what exactly went wrong here?
Uma, good morning. Are you asking me?
So there's an audio problem. I'm unable to hear it clearly.
Can you hear my voice? Uma, good morning. Can you hear my voice?
There is an audio problem. It was not bit clear.
Go ahead. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
So the guest who is speaking right now.
Yeah, where 6 people have lost their lives.
Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, it is a very tragic and unfortunate incident that had happened yesterday in Tirupati, where 6 people have lost their lives because of the stampede that had happened at the Vaikuntha Dwara Sarvadarshanam ticket counters. The Honorable Chief Minister had immediately reacted. He had sent a team of ministers immediately to Tirupati to ensure that people who have injured get the best of the medical treatment. And the Honorable Chief Minister himself is going to land in Tirupati in a few hours. From now, the entire machinery in Tirupati is taking care of all those who have got injured yesterday. And the second thing is, if you look at the incident that happened at one of the ticket issuing counters yesterday, people were actually made to wait in a park, and at around 8 o'clock,
We are also joined by Mr. Konda Rajiv Gandhi, YSRCP spokesperson. Mr. Konda Rajiv Gandhi, what do you think has been the lapse here because of which such an accident has taken place? Because every year we do know that during the Vaikuntha Dwara Sarvadarshanam or during Brahmotsavams, there are always big crowds that assemble for getting the Sarvadarshanam tickets as well. What is the inputs that you are getting from the ground about where the lapse or the gap may have happened?
Well, definitely in any debate, I normally say good morning, but today I'm very sorry. It's a sorrowful morning to each and every one, especially to all the devotees of Lord Sri Venkateswara Swami. As you said, before saying it is an unfortunate incident and a tragic stampede incident, I would like to say this as a negligence. Not only that, there is a lapse in administration. There is no proper policing, proper administration from TTD authorities. As you said, this is a calendared program which comes every year. This is not a sudden program. This is not a sudden other thing which has happened without knowing the realities or the ground realities for the administrative authorities. They are completely aware about this rush. They are completely aware about the Vaikuntha Ekadasi, and they failed in making proper and necessary administrative authorities. We are coming to know the ground realities through your NDTV just now. A husband of a deceased person just now spoken that there is no proper policing, there is no proper availability of ambulances. Even after death, there is no proper administration between the hospitals and the deceased relatives, and not even now they are not even being guided properly. So definitely the action, who is responsible for almost 6 deaths, and it may be also they may be increased. They can be increased also, because according to the situation of the ground realities, we are coming to know that the deaths also may be increased because there are many injured. There are many people who are severe. They got injured. So this is completely a failure of the TTD authorities and the government of Andhra Pradesh. So now we have to ask the Honorable Chief Minister, who is going to take responsible on this. Either they're going to suspend the TTD authorities, or the TTD board is going to resign, and the Honorable Chief Minister have to answer how much ex gratia is going to announce. We demand an ex gratia of 2 crores for each devotee and 50 lakhs ex gratia for the injured. Why? Because this is if you see the previous history of the Chandrababu Naidu ji, whenever previously there is a Godavari Pushkaralu in Andhra Pradesh, that is also a completely awarded program, but unfortunately almost 30 people died in that. And now again in Tirupati. What is this? Why this kind of lapse? Definitely the TTD authorities should keep much administration in this kind of incidents.
This across to Mr. Kumar Reddy, Ram Kumar Reddy. Mr. Ram Kumar Reddy, the YSRCP spokesperson, saying that the TTD authorities need to answer, need to be made accountable, and he is in fact pinning the blame on your government and the administration of Mr. Chandrababu Naidu. He is drawing a reference to the Pushkar Stampede that happened as well, and saying that this is a failure in the administration. How do you respond to this? What really went wrong? What are the inputs that you have got so far about what went wrong leading to this huge tragedy?
Uma, actually, see the incident which happened yesterday at one of the ticket counters, if you look at what actually happened, people were made to wait in a park near to the ticket counter, and one of the women who was waiting got unwell. She had suddenly fell sick. So to take her out of that park, they opened the gate, and that is when the stampede happened. The police there were trying to rescue the woman who got unwell, and they were trying to take her to the hospital, and they've opened the gate. And people felt that they've opened the gate for the ticket token counters. So there was a huge inflow of people there was a huge pushing at the gate, and that is where the stampede happened. But see, whatever happened is very tragic, but we also feel, the Honorable Chief Minister had immediately taken a teleconference yesterday, and he had asked the officials who were there, to enhance all the arrangements that are taking place. And today the Chief Minister himself is coming to Tirumala, and he's going to take stock of the situation. And the other thing is, Uma, we don't want to, this is not the time to play politics here. Yes, there is a tragic incident which had happened, and the officials there have to take responsibility, and there is going to be an inquiry that is going to be conducted, and stern action, strong action will be taken against all those officials, who are responsible for this. Yes, there would have been extra police officials, or the ambulances which have come there, all those things will be inquired. And the other thing to note here is, Uma, this issuing of tokens had started in 2022. Before 2022, there is this kind of a system was not there. Everything was online. So in 2022, during the previous government, they have started this system of issuing tokens. And from 2022, there have been instances of these kind of stampedes happening at the token counters. But yes, I agree that the entire system of issuing these tokens and the management of token centers, extra precautions have to be taken. And because with this kind of a crowd that is coming to have this Vaikuntha Dwara Sarvadarshanam, the officials there should have acted more cautiously, and should have been more careful. So we will not, no one will be spared in this. And I would like to assure my friend in the panel, Raji, that all those who have been injured will be taken care of, and the government will ensure that no other pilgrim had to lose their lives. And whoever had unfortunately died, yes, there will be ex gratia and there will be support from the government, and we will ensure that these kind of things don't happen in the future.
Yes, I'll take this to Mr. Rajiv Gandhi. You had a point to make.
Well, I was unable to hear the guest voice. Can you please convey me what he have said till now? I was unable to hear his voice. Hello?
Okay, Mr. Kumar Reddy has in fact spoken about the kind of arrangements that were made, and that yes, the best possible treatment is being given to the patients who are admitted at both Ruia Hospital as well as the SWIMS Hospital, and we of course hope that they will come through quickly and recover as soon as may be possible. And he has also mentioned that the Chief Minister will be coming down to Tirupati, and he will make the announcements about the...
Yeah, I got your point. Well, there is a saying that prevention is better than cure. So, what is the use of saying that their treatments were going well in the Ruia hospitals right now? See, why this incident happened. So you have to take what are the precautionary measures taken by the TTD before the in the arrangements of this Vaikuntha Dwara Sarvadarshanam tokens issuing the places. So there were no precautionary or preventive measures taken by the government or TTD authorities, and now they are saying that they are giving some kind of treatment. Okay, well, I pray the Almighty that all the injured should be safe and should be healthy. And because even as not only as a politician but also as a devotee of Lord Sri Venkateswara Swami, I would not like to draw this into a political corner, but definitely who will be the responsible? Well, I would see this incident not as a tragic or a stampede incident. It is an incident which is, I would like to call this incident as a murders done by the government with a weapon called negligence and irresponsible. Why shouldn't we? So who will bring back the lives of the devotees? If you observe the voice of the
Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, and something that we must allow Mr. Kumar Reddy to react to. I also want to ask Mr. Kumar Reddy, what kind of arrangements are now being done for the Vaikuntha Dwara Darshanam, and is the ticket distribution now going to continue for the 10th, 11th and 12th as well? Are you limiting the numbers, and is the deployment of security now going to be increased at all those counters?
See, all kind of strong measures will be initiated. The Honorable Chief Minister himself is going to take a review in a few hours from now. And not only at all the ticket issuing counters, even in Tirumala also, the entire situation will be reviewed, and stronger measures will be taken. And the second thing is, if this is not as I've said, this is not the time to play politics. I would also like to remind my friend Mr. Rajiv that in the same Ruia Hospital during COVID, almost 30 to 40 people have lost their lives because of lack of oxygen. Is it not the failure of the previous government? If you are only interested in playing politics, I can quote 10 instances.
Not the time for blame game, like you rightly mentioned, not the time really for blame game, but to ensure that the best possible treatment is reached out to the victims who are hospitalized, and also to those who have suffered this huge loss. I'm joined once again by my colleague Sam Daniel. Sam, you were at the Ruia Hospital. Are you being you must have met with some more families there. What is the situation at the hospital? Many of those families must be waiting with their injured, getting the treatment inside.
That's right, Uma. The injured are being treated here. The hospital is also expecting Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu to visit during the course of the day. And I have with me Chinnamma from Salem district of Tamil Nadu, who lost her sister-in-law Mallika. The family had come to collect the tokens and make it for the darshan. And அம்மா ரொம்ப சாரி, உங்களுடைய மல்லிகா இறந்துட்டாங்க. என்ன நடந்துச்சு நேற்று அந்த சம்பவத்தில்?
அதான் டோக்கன் வாங்க போனோங்க. டோக்கன் வாங்க போன இடத்துல உக்காந்துக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. எல்லாம் நாங்களும் உக்காந்தோம். இந்த பாப்பா இது மல்லிகை வந்து இட்லி 2 சாப்பிடுச்சு. எல்லாம் தும்னு எந்திரிச்சிக்கிட்டாங்க. தட்டத்தை என்கிட்ட கொடுத்துட்டு இடித்து தள்ளிவிட்டாங்க. விழுந்துருச்சு. விழுந்தவும் போட்டு மேய்ச்சிக்கிட்டு போயிட்டாங்க.
She says all were seated at that point in time, and suddenly someone got up and it became a kind of a chaos there. Everybody stood, and that led to a stampede. அந்த சமயத்தில் போலீஸ் பாதுகாப்புக்கு
பாதுகாப்பு இல்லை. பாதுகாப்பு போலீஸ் இல்லை, நின்றுக்கிட்டு தான் இருந்தாங்க. எங்கெல்லாம் எதுவுமே சொல்லலை. உட்கார வச்சது கூட அந்த பொம்பளைக்கு தூக்கி உட்கார வைக்கிற விதத்துலேயும் கூட்டிகிட்டு போங்கன்னு தான் சொல்கிறாங்களே ஒழிஞ்சு அவங்க என்ன ஏதுன்னு கண்டுக்கலை. போலீஸ் அந்த மல்லிகைல
அவங்களுக்கு உடம்பு சரியில்லாம போச்சா?
பின்ன தூக்கி உட்கார வச்சோம்னா இடுப்பு ஒடிஞ்சு மேய்ச்சி விட்டு போயிட்டாங்கல்ல. தண்ணி குடிப்பி விட்டு மூஞ்ச கழுவி விட்டு வச்சோம். உட்கார வைக்கிறோம், கூட்டிகிட்டு போங்கம்மாங்கிறாங்க. நடக்கவே முடியல, எப்படி கூட்டிகிட்டு போகிறது?
She makes 2 important points. One, there were police, but they did not actively regulate the crowd. Even after Mallika was run over, in the sense people stamped her and she suffered injuries, police did not really help her to move. And ambulance la udane vanducha makkala koottu.
Ambulance la illa, naangale ஆட்டோல வந்தோம். ஆம்புலன்ஸ் பிடிச்சி
ஆட்டோ வந்து ஆட்டோக்கார வந்துட்டு
நீங்க
வைஃப்.
ஐ அம் சோ சாரி, யூ ஆர் தி ஹஸ்பண்ட்.
சாரி. ஆட்டோவில் வந்து என்னட்டா நான் இழுத்துக்கிச்சு, நான் முடியாது இறக்கி விட்டு போட்டோம். நாங்கள் அப்புறம் ஆம்புலன்ஸ் வர சொல்லி வண்டி வர சொல்லி ஏற்றிட்டு வந்து இங்கே வந்தோம்.
முதல்ல ஆம்புலன்ஸ் வரலையா?
முதல்ல ஆம்புலன்ஸ் வரல, அப்புறம் தான் வந்துச்சு.
எங்கே வரைக்கும் ஆட்டோவில் கூப்பிட்டு போனீங்க?
அங்கே ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கு சொந்த ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் போகலான்னு போனோம். அங்கே போனோன்னா என்ன பண்ணிட்டான், டாக்டர் இல்லை வாங்கிட்டாங்க, நீ போங்க கொண்டு போக பண்ணிட்டாங்க. பெரும்பு ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் கொண்டு போட்டாங்க. வர வழியில் வரும்போதே இதை ஆயிடுச்சுங்க. உள்ளே போய் பார்த்தா முடிஞ்சு போச்சு அப்படின்னா நான்
பேர்
என் பேர் கிருஷ்ணன்.
I'm so sorry again, you lost your wife. He says there was no ambulance initially. They took an auto rickshaw and took her to another hospital, from where they arranged an ambulance and then took her to a hospital where they were able to where they could treat her for the bone injuries. So this is the husband who has lost his wife Mallika. Tragic stories unfold as 6 people lose their lives in the stampede. and around 20 suffered injuries, raising several questions in terms of safety, in terms of police control there, and in terms of quick first aid in terms of ambulance services.
Thank you, Sam, for those very, very tragic testimonies that are coming in, where the sister-in-law of Malika mentioning that after her sister-in-law Malika had suffered the stampede injuries, bone injuries, she was unable to move, and the police was not able to help them get an ambulance or move the patient away from there, and they had asked the family to move themselves, and they had to in fact take an auto rickshaw from that place to reach an hospital. But by that time it was too late. We have seen the videos in fact of Malika. There's an attempt in fact to try and resuscitate her, but that unfortunately could not happen. Time now for a short break. Before that, I thank my guests, Mr. Kumar Reddy, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi and Sam, who will continue to track for us this big story from Tirupati, this tragedy that's unfolded there, and the probe that's being ordered into that. All that we will continue to track through the day. Time now for a short break. We'll come back with a lot more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
And I swipe it there, पाऊँ rewards, मैं everywhere, कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID. Tap it here, and I swipe it there, पाऊँ rewards, मैं everywhere, कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action.
Tap it here, and I swipe it there, पाऊँ rewards, मैं everywhere, कहीं से सभी को कलेक्ट स्प्रेड करूंगा रे
In today's interconnected
and I swipe it there
capital, and of course it is Atashi who has gone ahead and again written about the situation as far as the voters are concerned. The Chief Minister there seeking an appointment with the Chief Election Commissioner for the second time this week on the issue of alleged large-scale fraud in electoral poll in the assembly elections coming up. Radhika. That's right. In fact, Atashi has raised concerns over alleged large-scale voter deletions and additions in the New Delhi constituency where Aam Aadmi Party leader Arvind Kejriwal is contesting the upcoming assembly election. So yes, concerns being raised by the Chief Minister there, and she's also sought appointment of Chief Election Commission. Let's go straight across to our reporter Tanushka. Before we go to Tanushka, in fact, let's get you more updates, more details on this particular letter that has been written by Chief Minister Atashi. In fact, she has sought an appointment with the Chief Election Commissioner. She's raised concerns over alleged large-scale voter deletions and additions in New Delhi Assembly constituency. In fact, just about 25 days remaining for elections, and Chief Minister Atashi there emphasizing a need for immediate action to ensure free and fair poll. That's right. So, of course, raising concerns over the alleged large-scale voter deletions and additions in the New Delhi Assembly constituency, putting forth the matter with a second letter. This is a second letter in a matter of a week to the CEC, the Chief Election Commissioner. She's requested for that urgent meeting in order to address the issue, citing its critical impact on the elections that are coming up in less than 25 days from now. Do remember, elections coming up on the 7th. On the 5th of February, and results will be out on the 8th. On this, Tanushka Atashi writing to CEC once again over electoral roll. Take us through the concerns she has raised in that particular letter.
Forward to, and I'm currently in the periphery of Bangla Sahib Gurdwara, and this is of course one of the iconic places here, and it's a cold winter morning. Calls for chai definitely from the hot seat of the New Delhi constituency here, as we can see. Let us see if we can get talking to some of the people here and understand really that what are the key issues that they might be voting upon. Sir, elections आ रहे हैं दिल्ली में, क्या है जिस पर आप मतलब सोच करके वोट करोगे?
मैडम मुद्दे तो बहुत सारे हैं, लेकिन अब
आपको लगता है जिन पे काम होना चाहिए?
मुद्दे बहुत सारे हैं मैडम, अब क्या बताएं अभी।
जैसे कि पानी का हो गया या
हाँ, पानी है, बिजली है, सड़कों का तो हाल बहुत ही बुरा है जी। सड़कों को देख के वोट दिया जाएगा, स्कूलों को देख के दिया जाएगा, बस यही है।
All right then, and let us also see if we can get talking to some of these chai walas here. हमें अपना नाम बताएं और बताइए आपकी जो दुकान है, हाँ, आप क्या मुद्दे मन में रखकर वोट देने वाले हैं? क्या मुद्दे मन में रखकर आप वोट देने वाले हैं?
समझा नहीं मैं।
इलेक्शंस आ रहे हैं, क्या मुद्दे मन में रख के वोट देने वाले हैं? कौन से ऐसे मुद्दे जो आपको लगते हैं जिन पे बात होनी चाहिए?
काम होने चाहिए बस।
करप्शन का कह रहे हो?
करप्शन और वहाँ जो भी है सिक्योरिटी हो पूरी, है ना, जैसे बाकी जो हेल्थ सिस्टम है उस वहाँ पे।
All right then, this is what we're gathering right now from the very local tea stall around Sahib area.
And staying with Delhi's election news, of course, that battle that's heating up is a three-cornered battle, and we're joined by BJP's candidate from the Rajouri Garden Assembly seat, Manjinder Singh Sirsa, joining us on NDTV today, decoding for us what does it really take to win these elections that are coming up on the 5th of February. That's right. Can the BJP take on Aam Aadmi Party in the elections coming up in Delhi on Feb 5? That's the big question. But let's go straight across to Manjinder Singh Sirsa, who is a candidate from one of the constituencies there. Mr. Sirsa, the question to you really is, even as battle is heating up between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party, we're seeing war of words. There's escalation as far as Sheesh Mahal controversy is concerned in the national capital. But how do you really see these elections? Do you think this time around BJP can topple Aam Aadmi Party?
Very good morning, Ji. Bilkul, definitely, we will be able to topple this government. For reason being that people of Delhi want a change. They don't want any excuses anymore. From last 12 years, Aam Aadmi Party is ruling this city, Delhi state, and in spite of all promises made by Aam Aadmi Party, nothing came on ground. May it be a clean drinking water, may it be a clean air, may it be a clean Yamuna Ji, may it be a clean roads. So everything Arvind Kejriwal said was another joke, another fraud he created with the people of Delhi. So they are really fed up of this. Main ghar nahi lunga, now he want a Sheesh Mahal. मैं सुरक्षा नहीं लूंगा, he want a Z+ security, that too from 2 states. मैं बड़ी गाड़ी में नहीं घूमूंगा, now he wants to travel in a private plane hired by Punjab government. मैं तो रिश्वत ना लेता हूँ, ना लेने देता हूँ. Now he has made tons of money in a liquor scam. Every minister of this cabinet was involved in one scam or the other scam. The government is known for scams. And the most important thing is that even Arvind Kejriwal will lose from New Delhi constituency. And now you might be thinking that I'm just as a political statement. No, this is not a political statement. One must remember one thing. Arvind Kejriwal is the only chief minister of this country. And there are so many chief ministers, when they came to power, the worst thing they would have done, at least one thing they would have done is that they would have bought some school, some college, some university, some medical college, some hospital for their own constituency. He is a single man, Arvind Kejriwal, which do not have any single new college, single new school, any university, any hospital in his own constituency.
People of Delhi, of course, have been voting for the Aam Aadmi Party again and again. They're happy with the Mohalla clinics. They're happy with, the kind of provision that the Aam Aadmi Party brings to the table. What does the BJP bring to the table this time around is a big question. You said Delhi will have more roads. Traffic is a major problem, and that, of course, leads to pollution. How do you plan to tackle these two very major issues as far as Delhi is concerned? What do you feel it takes to woo the voters in the national capital?
Definitely. There are two different things. One is about our promises we're going to make to people of Delhi. That will be in our manifesto and Modi ki guarantee. And whatever Modi says, it is fulfilled. Every citizen of this country knows very well. This, when our Honorable Prime Minister was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, you see the Sabarmati River. Today, people just went to see that river. Hundreds and thousands of people who are morning walk on that river. And this fraud man Arvind Kejriwal has cheated Delhi again and again by saying कि बस मुझे 5 साल और दे दो, अगले 5 साल में आपको यमुना जी साफ मिलेगी और आपको मैं इसमें डुबकी लगवाऊंगा. तो डेफिनेटली हम बहुत कुछ दिल्ली के लोगों को ऑफर भी करने वाले हैं, पर वो सारे का सारा हमारा मैनिफेस्टो का हिस्सा है. जब वो मैनिफेस्टो आपके सामने आएगा, 10 लाख से ज्यादा लोगों से ली हुई राय के बिहार पे वो मैनिफेस्टो बन रहा है, तो आपको उसकी भी जानकारी मिलेगी. बट एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम आई कैन से 2 वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स. वन, अरविंद केजरीवाल ने बार बार दिल्ली के लोगों के साथ झूठ बोला है. अभी कहा बहन बेटियों को 1000 रुपया देंगे लोकसभा में, हमने बिल पास कर दिया है, कानून बना दिया है, किसी को पैसा नहीं मिला. फिर इलेक्शन से पहले कहा हम 2100 रुपया देंगे, किसी को 2100 रुपया भी नहीं मिला. फिर कहा बिजली के बिल नहीं आएंगे, लाख रुपए बिजली के बिल आ रहे हैं. फिर कहा पानी के बिल नहीं है, लाख रुपए पानी के बिल आ रहे हैं. और फिर कहा अगला चुनाव आएगा तो मैं तुम्हारे बिल पानी के और बिजली के माफ कर दूंगा. इस तरह का फ्रॉडेंट जो सोच है, इस कारण दिल्ली के लोग, पीपल ऑफ दिल्ली वांट चेंज. People of Delhi want to topple this government. People of Delhi want to throw out Arvind Kejriwal and bring double engine ki sarkar, Modi ki sarkar, which they can have all that promises which Modi made, and it fulfills that.
Right. So double engine government is what the BJP has to say. Mr. Sirsa from the Rajouri Garden, this is the Rajouri area seat, who is in fact going to be taking on Dhanvati Chandela from the Rajouri Garden area, highlighting for us the issues plaguing the people of Delhi who perhaps are now wanting a change, according to the BJP. Moving on to more news now, the Supreme Court of India has scheduled a review of its previous ruling against the legalization of same-sex marriage. A 5-judge bench of the Supreme Court will consider the pleas seeking the review of its October 2023 verdict, Radhika.
That's right. The Supreme Court had earlier declined legal sanction to same-sex marriage. The petitioners demanding marriage equality rights have also demanded that the review pleas be heard in open court. Legal landscape of LGBTQ rights in India saw a beacon of hope in 2018, Divya, when Supreme Court decriminalized consensual gay sex. Let's go straight across to Nupur on this. Nupur, a contentious issue of same-sex marriage to come up again. Earlier, of course, the top court had declined to grant same-sex couples legal recognition for marriage, stating that the issue fell within legislative domain. Now, some ray of hope perhaps for the community with a review plea to be heard. Take us through what can be expected.
For now, there is not much to be expected, as today there will be an in-chambers hearing. If the court will consider if they want to hear the petitions in an open court or not, or if they want to entertain the curative petition that has been filed against the previous Supreme Court judgment. Previously, we may recall that in July also the Supreme Court was a different Supreme Court bench was scheduled to hear the same curative petition, and our current CGI, who was part of that bench, had recused from hearing the case. So now a fresh bench has been constituted, and now this bench will decide in chambers today if they want to hear the petitioners, the arguments in the case again afresh, and if they want to entertain the curative petition. Over to you.
All right. Thank you, Nupur, for getting us those details. So today, of course, the court in the chambers will decide whether they want to hear the curative petition. We'll keep coming back to you. Moving on now, Divya, in just days to go for Mahakumbh in UP, it's the CM of the state, Yogi Adityanath, who will be visiting Prayagraj today to take stock of the preparations that are in full swing for Mahakumbh. The city gearing up to welcome over 40 crore devotees from around the world. Yogi government has made extensive arrangements to accommodate massive influx of pilgrims.
That's right, and in order to ensure a very safe and secure completion, a 7-layer security scheme is implemented. That is being implemented to avoid any sort of untoward incident in the mass religious gathering. AI-enabled cameras are being used. We're talking about a total of 2,700 cameras. The Prime Minister, of course, describes that Mahakumbh as a Mahayagya of unity that will begin from the 13th of January, so just days to go, Radhika, and it will end on the 26th of February. And millions of devotees, like you mentioned, will be participating in the world's largest religious congregation at the Holy Triveni Sangam, where Yamuna, Ganga and the Saraswati rivers meet.
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की जो विजन है सुरक्षित कुंभ के संबंध में, उसी के तहत आज एक रिहर्सल, एक ड्रिल यहाँ पर प्लान की गई थी, जिसमें कि हमारी एनएसजी की टीम ने, एटीएस की टीम ने, हमारे बॉम्ब डिस्पोजल स्क्वाड की टीम ने, लोकल पुलिस के द्वारा, सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स के द्वारा यहाँ पर शामिल रहकर के इस ड्रिल को कराया गया, रिहर्स कराया गया। इसमें एक जो आकस्मिक सिचुएशन जो है उसको यहाँ पे रिहर्स किया गया है और पूरी तरह से सुनिश्चित किया जा रहा है कि जो कुंभ मेला आयोजित हो रहा है उसको पूर्ण सुरक्षित एटमॉस्फेयर में किया जाए।
To Mumbai now, Mumbai's oldest museum, Dr. Baudaji Lad Museum, has reopened after a 4-year closure for extensive restoration, Divya. In fact, the museum's new look has drawn comparisons to Russia's Hermitage Museum, reflecting its enhanced grandeur.
That's right. So, of course, on Wednesday, it was the Chief Minister of the state, Devendra Fadnavis, who inaugurated that refurbished cultural landmark, and about 3 crore rupees, in fact, has been spent in order to refurbish that it's the Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, who says this is not the oldest museum in Maharashtra, but this is the third oldest museum in the country. Our colleague Sujata has more.
Dr. Bhavadaji Lad Museum, one of the oldest museums that the city possesses, is now finally going to be opened for people very soon, whereas it has already been inaugurated by the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. Here, this particular museum is located in Baikala East, inside the zoo that has been a heritage for the city of Mumbai. After a hard work of more than 18 months, the renovation work has been completed by the BMC as well as several other agencies that it associated with for this work to be done at a faster pace and with better quality and materials. At present, I am here standing within the hall of this museum that you see. It is one of the historic museum because if we look at the intricate details that have been worked upon by the authorities, we can clearly see that this entire designing that you see, it is called stencing, which is usually done for intricate monuments, and also because this museum is called the oldest, the statue here of David Sassoon has been placed up, and the year mentioned is 1864 is when this museum started, almost more than 100 years ago. And also this is one of the landmark monuments that we often see Mumbaikars visit. However, it was renovated just 15 years ago. However, because of the changing climatic conditions that Mumbai sees, it had to be renovated again, and again we see that this is finally going to be open very soon. Now, its collection, if we talk about it, includes the rare 19th and 20th century artifacts, clay sculptures, traditional crafts, textiles and historic maps. Now, this particular in the possession that you see, it is the bronze idol. Now, bronze is usually an alloy of copper, tin and zinc, and here these images that have been displayed here are of Shiva, Parvati and Krishna in a Tribhangi mudra as mentioned. And also to see that people are, as soon as people come in this museum, they get to know what old Mumbai was about, and which eventually gets them a sense of connection with it. And henceforth here, to connect with people, there are these informations that have been mentioned. Also an online mode of explaining people what exactly can we see and look about and explore in this museum has been mentioned. And if we look about not only its other vividly depicted items, but the renovation has introduced modern exhibition halls, restored architectural splendor and interactive digital displays, which also will enhance the visitors' experience as they come here. And more than just a repository of the past, the museum, it celebrates Mumbai's history and diversity while underscoring the commitment that the BMC has often given to its people.
That's all we have on this bulletin of Breakfast Show, but we'll be back with a lot more tomorrow, same time, Divya.
Same time, same place on NDTV 24/7, 8 a.m. We'll have a whole lot more for you. Thank you so much for your time. It's extremely cold in the northern part of the country and your help is needed. Well, 60,000 blankets are needed to help save lives as part of the Uday Foundation's blanket donation drive. You can drop off those blankets at the location on your screen. It's D233 Sarvode Enclave in the national capital in New Delhi. 110017 is the pin code. The numbers are flashing on your screen.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
प्राधिकरण ने यहाँ के लिए किया है और ये कार्यक्रम युद्ध स्तर पर आगे बढ़ रहा है और लोगों में उत्साह है। देश और दुनिया प्रयागराज कुंभ में आने के लिए उत्सुक है।
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform. Please mind the gap. BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
At least 6 people have died and dozens others have been injured at a stampede that took place at the Lord Venkateshwar Swami Temple at Tirumala Hills on Wednesday night at 8 p.m. The incident took place as hundreds of the devotees had jostled. They were jostling for tickets for offering their prayers on the festival that's going to be taking place on Friday. The Chief Minister will be visiting Tirupati today. Is the Prime Minister also expressing his condolences. The Prime Minister condoles the loss of lives at the Tirupati Stampede and has gone on to say he's pained by the tragedy that unfolded. Andhra Pradesh government is providing all kind of assistance, is what the Prime Minister has said. Chief Minister of Delhi, Atishri, has written to the Chief Election Commissioner for the second time in a matter of a week, raising serious concerns over the alleged large-scale voter deletions and additions in the New Delhi Assembly constituency, seeking an urgent meeting. And in just 4 days to go for the Mahakumbh, it's the Chief Minister of the state, Yogi Adityanath, who will be visiting Prayagraj to undertake the preparations that are underway in full swing. A mock drill will also be performed. And a ground report from Los Angeles. Fires that continue to rage, billions of dollars in damage. 5 people have lost their lives. 10,000 people have been evacuated. Fires that are raging at a time which is unknown to have such raging fires. Veteran journalist, poet and filmmaker Pratish Nandi has died in Mumbai on Wednesday at the age of 73.
Very big tragedy that's unfolded at Tirupati, where in fact late last night, actually late evening, is when a huge crowd that was waiting to get the Sarvadarshanam tickets for the Vaikuntha Dwara Sarvadarshanam on the 10th of January, they were caught in a stampede, and unfortunately 6 people have died and at least 40 people have been reported to be injured, and they have been admitted to the Ruia and Hospital. What we understand is that the queues had been lining up since early afternoon, and as the evening approached, the queues in fact grew that much more, and thousands of people were gathered. 94 counters had been opened for issuing of this Sarvadarshanam tokens, and it is at one of these counters at MGM school, which is very near to what is called the Vishnu Niwasam, a pilgrim lodge where in fact usually the Sarvadarshanam tokens are given. That is where the stampede in fact occurred. What the police have told us is that there was a woman who was feeling unwell and they wanted to remove that woman from inside, and that's when they opened the gates, and suddenly a surge of people very anxiously waiting for the tokens who rushed in, and that led to the stampede and the death that has followed. The Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam board member Mr. Bhanu Prakash Reddy has expressed a deep shock, and of course he has also apologized to all the pilgrims and devotees of Sri Venkateshwara Swami that something so unfortunate has happened. We are expecting that Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu will be coming to Tirupati later this afternoon, and he will also be announcing, we are told, about the probe that is being ordered and the compensation package for the families of the victims who have died and also those who are now hospitalized. Let's listen in to what the eyewitnesses there have said, and before that let's listen in to the Municipal Commissioner of Tirupati, Maurya, who in fact points out that among the 94 queues that were counters that had been opened, all was well, but it was in a couple of queues that the stampede-like situation started because of the anxiety of the pilgrims in order to get the tokens. Let's listen in to Maurya.
Every counter is peaceful except one MGM school where there was Padmavati Park, and there was stampede there because all of a sudden they've opened the park at 9 p.m. and all of them, because there were around 4,000 to 5,000 people inside, they have come at once. So due to which there was a stampede. Otherwise all counters were peaceful. They have left into the queue little early. So everything was peaceful except a few injuries and few deaths, whatever happened in Ruia and Swims. But it is really unfortunate that there were children, there were women, there were old people.
इंसिडेंट का कारण ओवर क्राउड, अनएक्सपेक्टेड क्राउड, ये अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट, 6 लोग मर गए। थोड़ा लोग तमिलनाडु है, आंध्रा भी है।
We are at the Ruia Hospital at Tirupati, where several injured are being treated, and the remains of those who lost their lives have been kept at the mortuary. And in fact, a short while ago, I spoke to a family who lost their mother actually. In fact, let's go and talk to them. They say this happened at a school where the counter was there to give tickets, and it's here the crowd turned uncontrollable and it led to a stampede. And this gentleman, Venkatesh from Visakhapatnam, has lost his wife. In fact, his son and the wife had come to collect the tokens. I'm so sorry about your loss. I'm so sorry. What exactly happened?
వాళ్ళు అసలు 12 గంటలకి అనౌన్స్మెంట్ చేయాలి, 12 గంటలు వదులుతానని మా ఆవిడని ముందు పెట్టాను. మేము కొద్దిగా వెనక్కుంటే వాళ్ళు మైకిలో చెప్తారు 12 గంటలకు వదులుతాం మీరు వెనక వెళ్ళిపోండి. ఈలోగా 8 గంటలకు వదిలేశారు. ఒకసారి పులవమని మా ఆవిడ ముందు కాదు పులవమని పడిపోయారు. మా ఆవిడ పడిపోయింది నాకు తెలియదు, కానీ ముందుకి మా ఆవిడ లైన్లో ఉందని చెప్పేసి మేము లైన్ కట్టుకున్నాం టికెట్ కోసం.
So we are joined now by Sam Daniel, my colleague who is in Tirupati tracking the developments. Sam, I believe you have the collector there with you. Please take us through what has happened and what really went wrong.
Uma, we are at the mortuary of the Ruia Hospital where the mortal remains of the 6 people who were killed in the stampede have been kept, and there's a pile of gloom here. And with me, Dr. Doctor, the collector, Dr. Venkatesh Barlu. Doctor, if you can give us 2 minutes time, what went wrong yesterday, Doctor?
as part of Vaikuntha Ekadashi from 10th, TTD and the district administration, they have planned for distribution of tickets to the pilgrims from 8th, that is yesterday. So people started queuing up since morning, 8th morning itself. So at around 7:45 p.m. in one of the counters, out of the 9 counters in one of the counters, we kept holding areas, and from the holding areas they'll go into the queues for the ticket counters. So there were around approximately 2,500 people in the news that gate will be open, and suddenly there was a gush of the people towards the gate. So and then the gate was opened at once. So then this unfortunate incident has happened, and then few people fell down, and then the next trampled over them. So
was there any trigger that led to this, or is it because?
From preliminary inquiry, what we could identify is in the holding area, one person was unwell. So we wanted to take the person out for treatment. Unwell due to another reasons. So that time the gate was slightly open and the person was let out, and again the gate was closed. So during this brief period, the people at the back thought that the gates are being opened for the tickets. So then there was a sudden surge towards the gate. So and then it was not able to, we could not hold the gate. So then the police opened the gate, and then this unfortunate thing happened.
What kind of security measures were in place in terms of police personnel? Some say there wasn't adequate number of police deployed.
There was adequate police all across the counters, right, in Tirumala and Tirupati. 9 counters are in Tirupati, 1 in Tirumala, and at this particular junction, it was purely unfortunate. Otherwise, there was sufficient force and sufficient arrangements, food, water, toilets, everything was taken care of. But this was really unfortunate.
And in terms of ambulance, first aid measures, was there a delay?
The ambulance was there. Every location we have positioned an ambulance, it was there. But it has taken us 15 minutes to pull all the stuck crowd out. By the time they have come out, they were unconscious. So CPR was performed, but unfortunately they have passed away. Total 5 people have passed away from that particular one location. Honorable CM has also spoken to all the authorities yesterday and inquired about the situation, and then Honorable CM is also arriving now to visit the patients and the location to analyze and to give further directions.
Last question, Doctor. Condition of those injured now?
Yes, around 35 people got injured. All of them are stable with mild fractures. Now there are only 12 people admitted. Rest all got discharged because they were fine. They are now in swims, Tirupati. All of them are safe. They'll be discharged in a couple of days.
And any change in this ticket system itself?
In fact, all the TTD could give more than 1.2 lakh tickets by night 12:31 1 a.m. itself. So the ticket, in fact, it got closed. This one incident is just unfortunate because of the lack of communication at the gate.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for your time. That was Dr. Venkateshwaralu, the collector of Tirupati, talking to us, giving key points on what went wrong, also taking questions on the police deployment and the ambulance, what led to the delay. Umar.
Thanks, Sam. The collector there specifying that adequate deployment of people was there, but because the gate was opened for a very brief while in order to bring out a woman who was feeling unwell and she was inside the gate was opened, and people behind seemed to think that the gate had been opened for issuance of the tokens, and that's why there was a surge in the crowd and leading to the very unfortunate incident of the stampede. The collector also saying that out of the 35 people who were injured and initially received treatment, many of them have been discharged, and about 13 of them are still there with certain fracture injuries because of the stampede situation that ensued at the MGM school in Tirupati. We are also joined by Jyotsna Tirunagari, the spokesperson for the Telugu Desam. Jyotsna ji, in this entire incident, everyone knows that during Vaikuntha Dwara Sarvadarshanam, there is a huge anxiety among the people to be able to make it on that very auspicious day. I do know that the TTD had tried to distribute the numbers over 10 days and try to stagger the crowd so that this kind of a situation doesn't arise, and yet it did, because what do the preliminary report suggests? That there were not police deployed in adequate numbers.
Actually, first thing is, it's very disturbing and shocking and painful, because we are all of us are in shock. Initially, we have to come out of it, because we have lost our family members. All of them are our family members. They are devotees of Lord Sri Venkateshwara, have been there to have a glimpse of God on that auspicious day. There are a couple of things that in the preliminary report submitted to the government. One is, there is I don't know, but it's a very preliminary report, but there is some questions being raised on one of the official, his tackling of the situation. See, it's a very unfortunate situation, and it's an accident that has happened. They tried to move a woman who was sick from a particular point, and they wanted to move her out, but there should have been some communication. Very rightly quoted by Collector Ji, there should have been some communication saying that repeatedly it would have been announced that the gates are not open now. It's just that we are moving out a person who is sick. They should have said that. And there is a question being raised on DSP, Mr. I think his name is Ramana Kumar, if I'm not wrong. DSP Ramana Kumar being a little bit, not so serious about the entire thing that has transpired there. And one more thing was, there is also a question being raised that ambulances were there, but the drivers who were supposed to be there were not there on time. So it took some time for the injured to be taken to the hospital. That could have been resulted in that could also have been resulted in some of the casualties, is what the preliminary report talks about. But here, Uma, I need to tell you certain things. Initially, for the past almost 2-3 days, constantly the TTD and the state government has been very meticulously planning the entire thing. Even the TTD chairperson has visited the queue points that were put up in Tirumala and Tirupati. He just inquired about the security measures that were being taken, the deployment of staff from the state government, and all these things were properly communicated, and we tried our maximum to have a proper situation there. But this particular incident, this particular place, that one place that has happened, I think there was some miscommunication and mishandling by one of the official, and yes, see, it's not a blame game, but it is an unfortunate situation, and the probe is on. See, it is not, state government is very serious on this. It's a very unfortunate situation, and the Honorable CM is going there, and he said, and the probe is already ordered. TTD is also taking care of the rest of the situation, and all the facts would be out once the preliminary report is also out.
So very unfortunate situation indeed, that there was possibly mismanagement on the ground, but eyewitnesses and also people who had lined up for the queue did tell NDTV that because of the kind of social media advertisements which suggested that for the first 3 days, 10, 11 and 12, there would be about 1,20,000 tokens that would be issued, and obviously even though there was darshan that was allowed for 10 days, people were very anxious that they should have that darshan on the 10th of January, that is the Vaikuntha Ekadasi day. That is some kind of a marketing that perhaps backfired in a sense, because that brought in so many more people to that place, and obviously it now seems very obvious that the number of security people who would have been deployed there is much more minimal. Earlier, my colleague Sam Daniel spoke to a family that had lost a woman, Malika, and they mentioned that the police was unable to move her even after she fell in the stampede, and her bone was possibly broken and she was immobile, but there was no one forthcoming to actually come forward to shift her to an ambulance, and that an ambulance also, like you mentioned, was not actually available because the drivers had gone missing.
Uma, here, before we talk about the casualties, I would like to mention here that it was not the social media campaign. Yes, TTD was very clear. TTD was regularly giving instructions, regularly giving information that we have it for 10 days. And we have there are no other sevas on those 10 days except Vaikuntha Dwara Darshanas. It was very clear from TTD, and it was time and again told by TTD that this thing is extended over 10 days and all the people can have Aram se Darshana, because there is no other sevas that are allowed. No other Arjita sevas, no other sevas are allowed, and no other special Darshana tickets are allowed on these days. So that's one thing. And the second thing is, yes, probably honestly, when it comes to situations like that, there is a huge amount of anxiety in the pilgrims, because those 3 days and those 2 days are considered very auspicious, and they would want to have a glimpse of Lord Sri Balaji on that particular day. But here in this particular incident, at that particular place, there was something that has transpired, a miscommunication between the officials and the deployed staff there. Because as I said, probably, see, this I'm talking as a normal civilian, Uma, it's very painful to see the loss of lives there. It could have been my mother, or it could have been my sister, it could have been my brother, whoever it is. The point is, they could have repeatedly been mentioned. This is not, the gates are not being opened now. The gates will only be opened after a particular point of time. If you remember, one of the a pilgrim who lost his wife in the same thing, he was telling that they were repeatedly announcing, but when they opened the gate for a small stint of time to evacuate that particular ill person from that particular place, there could have been more staff deployed there. The DSP could have handled it more efficiently. And there is also one more point, that the DSP did not respond properly, and the SP had to come with his staff to take the situation under control. See, these are all the preliminary reports that are coming in. So we would definitely wait for the final report to come in, Uma. But again, we from the government and we from the TTD, on behalf of...
Point taken, Josna Garu, on perhaps certain little bit of a mismanagement that happened on the ground, not making the announcements about token not going to be issued now, but gate only being opened for bringing out an unwell woman from inside the premises. That could have been certainly done, but I must point out that your opposition spokespersons are making a reference to the Godavari Pushkar as well, and saying at that time also a stampede had ensued and 29 people had lost their lives. And now once again a very unfortunate tragedy at Tirupati, something that's unprecedented. We have had a stampede incident in Hyderabad where once again questions were raised about accountability. You have as of now indicated that there is some kind of a failure on the ground, but yes, there should be some accountability fixed, isn't it, about managing or planning for a big happening like this, where we do know that thousands and over many days it runs into lakhs of people who do come in there, and therefore accountability needs to be fixed.
Absolutely, Uma. That's the reason there is a probe that's been ordered, and nobody, if there is a situation that arises that this particular team or this particular person is responsible and there is a small amount of laxity also on his part, definitely there would be action that will be taken, and accountability is important. Yes, as I said, from the government, we said sorry because this should not have been happened. And politicizing the event is not something that I would be interested in right now, Uma, because I am more worried about the loss of lives there. I'm more worried about the people who have been treated there. But yes, as you rightly quoted, accountability should be there, and we will have a thorough inquiry into it. That's the reason the Honorable Chief Minister is also on the ground today. Even yesterday night itself, 4 of the ministers, when their Home Minister was there, Revenue Minister rushed there, and also the Endowments Minister rushed there. And, everybody is going there, because the point is we need to first figure out where things went wrong, and to ensure that the remaining days go peacefully and nothing of that sort is again repeated, and such kind of incidents should not be repeated time and again. And one more thing, Uma, we have to check that, as I quoted to you earlier, meticulous planning was done on part of TTD and the government officials there. But when it comes to implementation, that's where I am worried on, because planning was done properly, queue lines were set up properly, staff were deployed properly. So where things have gone wrong is something.
Okay. Thank you, Jyotsna ji, for Okay, thank you, Jyotsna ji. Certainly, accountability needs to be fixed, and where the lapse happened, where the negligence happened, perhaps the probe will show up. And of course, your political opponents are demanding political accountability as well about the planning and administration that went into the ticket distribution, the token distribution that unfortunately resulted in this tragedy. Focus right now, of course, on the victims and the treatment that they would get, the support that those families get. Thank you so much, Jyotsna ji, for joining us. Back to you in the studio.
Switching tracks to breaking news coming in at the moment. Let's just get you news coming in from the national capital as the national capital gears up for the elections. Now, it is the Congress versus the Aam Aadmi Party fight that's going to be taking a legal turn. The Congress has decided to sue Delhi's Chief Minister Atishi and Aam Aadmi Party's Sanjay Singh in a defamation case against the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Now, this is, do remember, senior Congress leader Sandeep Dixit, who had said that he would file that defamation case against both of them over allegations of taking money from the BJP. He did say this at a press conference, and that, he also went on to say that he will then, out of the money that he receives in this defamation case, he will spend 5 crore rupees to cleaning up the Yamuna, and the remaining as far as the pollution menace of the national capital is concerned. To get more on this, we have my colleague Ishika joining us. Ishika, it is Sandeep Dixit now deciding to go ahead and sue Atishi and Sanjay Singh in that defamation case.
Well, yes, certainly, Divya. Now the Delhi dangle has taken a legal turn. In fact, now the Congress leader and also the Congress candidate from the New Delhi constituency, Sandeep Dixit, has said that he will be filing a defamation case against two AAP leaders, that is one, Atishi and Sanjay Singh. Remember that in a press conference, Sandeep Dixit says that they had alleged that Sandeep Dixit was receiving money from the BJP, and that is why, he was helping the BJP to defeat the Aam Aadmi Party. So, on that remark, he's going to file a defamation case against him. In a press conference earlier, he has said that he would be seeking 10 crore rupees, in the damages, out of which, he will be using the money for cleaning the Yamuna and addressing the pollution issues in Delhi. So certainly, the Delhi dangle continues to get more intense. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Ishika. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Of course, Sandeep Dixit there saying that he is suing Sanjay Singh and Atishi over allegations of taking money from the BJP. And this after that press conference that he held. He has gone on to say that he will spend 5 crore rupees from that money that he will get in the defamation case in cleaning up the Yamuna, the remaining half to be to clean the polluted air in the national capital. He pledges to use the damages sought through his legal action for environmental initiatives. That is what the son of late Sheila Dixit had to say. With that, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025. is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP through
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage.
महाकुंभ के ध्यान में रखते हुए आने वाले श्रद्धालुओं को महाकुंभ में संगम का सानिध्य प्राप्त हो। इसके अलावा पहली बार प्रयागराज आने वाले श्रद्धालु जनों को कॉरिडोर के माध्यम से भी प्रयागराज की झांकी देखने को मिलेगी।
A dive into faith and a chalice of development at the Mahakumbh. Here, every dip symbolizes immense faith, and along with it, one can witness an extraordinary confluence of development. Even before the holy bathing ritual of Mahakumbh commenced, Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited Prayagraj, bringing a series of significant development initiatives. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has inaugurated 167 development projects in Prayagraj. These projects amount to 5,500 crore rupees. They include 5 major corridors: Akshay Vat Corridor, Hanuman Mandir Corridor, Saraswati Koop Corridor, Bharadwaj Ashram Corridor, and Sringaverapur Dham Corridor. These 5 corridors are not only linking India's ancient traditions with the present, but also strengthening the economy.
हनुमान कॉरिडोर और अक्षय वट कॉरिडोर का निर्माण हो रहा है। मैंने सरस्वती कूप रीडेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट की भी जानकारी ली। आज यहाँ हजारों करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट का लोकार्पण हुआ है। मैं इसके लिए आप सबको बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, महाकुंभ हजारों वर्ष पहले से चली आ रही हमारे देश की सांस्कृतिक आध्यात्मिक यात्रा का पुण्य और जीवंत प्रतीक है। एक ऐसा आयोजन जहां हर बार धर्म, ज्ञान, भक्ति और कला का दिव्य समागम होता है।
The preparation story for the Grand Mahakumbh Fair might sound like a fairy tale, where everything appears perfect. But behind this lies the concerted efforts of the Central and Uttar Pradesh governments. Railways were modernized. Roads were widened or newly constructed.
देश और दुनिया प्रयागराज कुंभ में आने के लिए उत्सुक है। उत्तर प्रदेश और देश के इस सबसे बड़े आध्यात्मिक और धार्मिक समागम को अपनी आंखों से देखना चाहता है। 144 वर्ष के बाद महाकुंभ का यह मुहूर्त आ रहा है और इस महा समागम का साक्षी देश और दुनिया बनना चाहता है। इसके लिए हर प्रकार की व्यवस्थाएं डबल इंजन की सरकार ने, केंद्र और राज्य सरकार ने मिलकर के, यहां पे प्रशासन और पुलिस ने मिलकर के, मेला प्राधिकरण के साथ मिलकर के इन सभी कार्यक्रमों को युद्ध स्तर पर आगे बढ़ाने की तैयारी की जा रही है।
Under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership, 9 railway stations in and around Prayagraj were upgraded and modernized at a cost of over 1,600 crore rupees.
प्रयागराज क्षेत्र में अगर देखा जाए तो 9 प्रमुख स्टेशन हैं जहां से हमें ये पूरा क्राउड का मैनेजमेंट करना है। इसमें डायरेक्शन वाइज अगर देखें तो हमारे जो है स्टेशन फिक्स हैं कि हम कहां से किस डायरेक्शन के लिए मेनली ट्रेन चलाएंगे। तो इसमें जो पूर्वोत्तर रेलवे के हैं वो रामबाग और झूसी स्टेशन है जहां से हम लोग बनारस, गोरखपुर, मऊ इस डायरेक्शन की ट्रेन चलाते हैं। इसी तरह जो हमारे नॉर्दर्न रेलवे के स्टेशन है प्रयागराज संगम, फाफा, मऊ, यहाँ से हम लोग मुख्य रूप से अयोध्या, जौनपुर, लखनऊ इन डायरेक्शन के लिए ट्रेन चलाएंगे।
Simultaneously, the widening, strengthening and beautification of roads across Prayagraj, including the Sangam area, were completed at a cost of over 1,300 crore rupees. Additionally, 10 road over bridges, ROBs, were constructed in Prayagraj at a cost of approximately 1,170 crores.
लगभग सभी विभागों ने, करीब 14 डिपार्टमेंट्स यहाँ काम कर रहे थे, सभी ने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्ट्रेंथनिंग के लिए जो काम किया वो है इरिगेशन में एक मेजर काम हुआ। इरिगेशन ने 7 घाट बनाए हैं जो 3 परमानेंट घाट्स हैं। ये 3 जो गंगा जी पे हैं और 4 यमुना जी पे हैं। इसके अलावा 2 गंगा जी के अलॉन्ग पे 2 एक रिवर फ्रंट टाइप रोड्स बनाई हैं जो हमारे क्राउड मैनेजमेंट के लिए काफ़ी अच्छी होंगी, जिससे कि हम भीड़ को आसानी से सिटी को बाईपास करते हैं, उनको मेला क्षेत्र में ला सकते हैं और मेला क्षेत्र से ही बाहर उनको सकुशल स्नान करा के वापस कर सकते हैं।
All these projects were inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the esteemed presence of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. These development initiatives are the foundation for rapid growth in the region. The history of the Kumbh and Mahakumbh Mela is quite ancient, but its impact on revenue generation has also been significant. During the British rule, the revenue generated from the Kumbh Mela exceeded the expenses incurred, even though no facilities were provided for pilgrims by the administration. However, times have changed drastically. Today, the entire Kumbh Mela area has transformed into a hub of spiritual tourism along with the traditional holy dip. It now creates employment opportunities, boosts local businesses, and serves as a platform to promote regional handicrafts.
मेले में जो है बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि मेला प्रयागराज में हमारे जो लगा हुआ है बहुत ही सुंदर बना हुआ है। यहाँ जितने भी बाहरी जो घूमने आएंगे उनको इलाहाबाद की सुंदरता आपकी बार तो देखने ही लायक है। जो हमारे मुख्यमंत्री योगी जी हैं वो बहुत ही सुंदर प्रयागराज को सजाया हुआ है और देखने योग्य है। यहाँ पे अलग अलग जगह से जो है दुकानदार भी आ रहे हैं, कमाई भी मतलब प्रयागराज की मतलब जो बढ़ेगी व्यवसाय भी बढ़ रहा है, कमाई भी बढ़ रही, व्यवसाय भी यहाँ पर है।
जितना भीड़ होगा उतना ही ज़्यादा दुकानदारी होगा। भीड़ जो बम्पर स्टैंड आ रहा है, बहुत भीड़ चल रहा है, मेला बड़ा है तो भीड़ तो होना ही है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Vocal for Local initiative is being furthered by Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Hence, during the Mahakumbh, there is a strong emphasis on one district, one product. Products like Varanasi's Zari saris, Lucknow's chicken curry, Muradabad's brassware, Gorakhpur's terracotta, and Banda's Shazar stone items can become cherished souvenirs for pilgrims.
सर, आमदनी बढ़ेगी लोगों की यहाँ पे, क्योंकि यहाँ पे करीबन 40 करोड़ आदमी का आने का अनुमान है। तो उसे सब लोग जो छोटे बड़े व्यापारी हैं या स्टॉल लगाने वाले हैं उन सबको लाभ होगा, कारोबार बढ़ेगा। मेरा क्या जो सारे जो यहाँ पे पब्लिक काम करने वाली है सबको फ़ायदा मिलेगा। बाहर से आदमी आएंगे, होटल वालों के होटल भरेंगे, ठीक है सर, रेस्टोरेंट वाले रेस्टोरेंट अच्छा खाना बनाएंगे, तो उससे तो बढ़ेगा आमदनी प्रयागराज की। आज मैं 100 लोगों को खाना खिला रहा हूँ, जब मेरा महाकुंभ में आदमी आएंगे तो 1000 आदमी खाना खाएंगे, तो मेरा फाइनेंशियली जो स्टेटस है वो बढ़ेगा।
Welcoming over 400 million pilgrims, the Kumbh Mela is proving to be a tonic for strengthening the local economy. Mahakumbh brings jobs along with holy dips. In 2022, the Uttar Pradesh government introduced a new tourism policy aiming to create employment for 1 million people. The arrangements made in the Kumbh Mela area align with this goal, further boosting job opportunities, promoting local businesses, reinforcing vocal for local. Declaring the Kumbh Mela area a no plastic zone has significantly boosted traditional industries. It has provided employment to those producing eco-friendly items like earthen pots, leaf plates and bowls, which are now in high demand for food services and other uses.
हर बार जिस प्रकार माघ मेला लगता है, इस बार महाकुंभ है। उम्मीद हम लोग लगा के रखे हैं कि जैसे कि हम लोग डेली 100-150 कस्टमर आते हैं, इस बार महाकुंभ के कारण हमें ऐसा लगता है कि डेली 2-4-5 हज़ार कस्टमर कम से कम आने चाहिए। काफ़ी उम्मीद लगा के बैठे हैं हम लोग, बहुत कुछ आमदनी का बढ़ना चाहिए।
अब इस बार कुंभ में हम लोगों को लगता है पिछले मतलब कई कुंभों को देखते हुए 1500 रुपये जहाँ कमाते थे यहाँ मतलब 10-5 हज़ार रुपये कमाया जाएगा।
Mahakumbh becomes a symbol of growth under Yogi's leadership. Under the leadership of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, the Kumbh Mela area reflects small yet impactful development efforts contributing to Uttar Pradesh's larger growth story. Paying guest accommodations for over 2,000 visitors have been arranged, ensuring high-quality lodging. The sanctity of the Sangam, Prayagraj's heritage and its ancient traditions have created a high demand for tourist guides, further boosting employment. Boating activities at the Sangam are another significant employment avenue, with over 2,000 boatmen trained at the Kanshiram Tourism Management Institute.
जो मेला प्रशासन मेला प्राधिकरण द्वारा रेट लिस्ट जारी की गई है, उस रेट के हिसाब से ही आप लोग रेट श्रद्धालुओं से लेंगे। किसी भी प्रकार की अभद्र भाषा का प्रयोग किसी भी श्रद्धालु, किसी भी दर्शनार्थी से नहीं किया जाएगा। अगर किसी भी, ये कदापि क्षमा नहीं है इस चीज का। जिसका लाइसेंस नहीं बना है वो तुरंत अपना लाइसेंस बनवा ले।
हमारी तो अब लोग ज़्यादा आ रहे हैं, हमारी रेट भी बढ़ गई है। यहाँ 60 था, अब 90 रुपये सवारी हो गया है। कुंभ मेला तो बहुत बढ़िया हो रहा है भैया, कोई दिक्कत भी नहीं। हम पगले आराम से स्नान कर भी जा सकते हैं। पूरे संदर्भ अब की तो सुने में आ रहे 20 करोड़ आदमी स्नान करने के लिए आ रहे हैं।
Additionally, the need for drivers to facilitate city tours has opened up opportunities for service providers within the Mela area. This Mahakumbh is not just a spiritual gathering, but a remarkable concept for the world. This year, it is expected to attract pilgrims and tourists from 75 countries. Over 500 international tour operators have contacted the UP Tourism Department. Around 300,000 to 400,000 tourists are expected from Europe alone. Pilgrims and tourists from the US, UK and France will also attend. Even Muslim-majority countries like the UAE and Bahrain are sending visitors. The ISKCON temple in Prayagraj has received numerous booking requests for its luxury accommodations. In 2019, 25 lakh international tourists visited the Kumbh Mela, which saw a total of 240 million visitors. This year's international tourist influx hints at a significant economic boost, with foreign currencies like euros and dollars contributing to the economy alongside spiritual benefits.
तो इसमें देश दुनिया में प्रयागराज के नाम अव्वल नंबर पे आएगा, सबसे ऊपर जाएगा, क्योंकि इस बार महाकुंभ है और व्यवस्था देखी जाए पूरी चौकस व्यवस्था है। हर तरफ से एक नंबर व्यवस्था चल रही है, किसी प्रकार की कोई दिक्कत ना आ रही।
इतना बड़ा कुंभ की तैयारी है, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे तैयारी चल रही है। हर जगह साधु संत महात्माएं दिख रहे हैं।
फ्लाईओवर ब्रिज बनवा दिए हैं और सब कुछ जैसे बन गया है, बड़े बड़े चौराहे हो गए हैं, जिससे हम प्रयागराज वासियों को जाम की दिक्कत नहीं लगती और ना ही कोई समस्या हो पाती है।
The Kumbh Mela is a symbol of the nectar dropped by the gods on earth, but it also showers wealth to strengthen the economy when governance is efficient. In 2013, Mahakumbh generated 12,000 crore rupees in revenue. In 2019, Kumbh, under Yogi's administration, earned 1.2 lakh crore rupees in revenue. Over 600,000 jobs were created in 2019. It is reported that 3,000 crore rupees is expected to be spent solely on branding and marketing by various companies during this Mahakumbh. This indicates a massive boost not only in tourism and employment, but also in strengthening local businesses and cultural heritage.
पूरा हिंदुस्तान का जो भगवाधारी है वो सब प्रयागराज पहुंचा हुआ है, और जब हम प्रयागराज के बाजार में जाते हैं पूरा भगवाकरण दिखाई देता है। ऐसा लगता है कि पूरा भगवा भी पूरे प्रयागराज में ही है, और होगा भी, क्योंकि आने वाला जो महाकुंभ हमारा है 2025 जनवरी में बहुत दिव्य, भव्य, स्वच्छ एवं डिजिटल कुंभ होगा। और हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का प्रयास है हमारा कुंभ ऐसा हो, ना भूतो ना भविष्यति, न कभी ऐसा हुआ था ना आगे ऐसा होगा। और मैं समझता हूँ जितने भी हमारे सनातनी हैं सब प्रयागराज में आए और दिव्य और भव्य कुंभ के भागीदार बने और पुण्य प्राप्त करें।
The Kumbh Mela area is also fostering employment for rural women, creating avenues for self-reliance with honesty, integrity and faith.
भीड़ भाड़ रहेगा तो आमदनी ज़्यादा होगा, 1000, 2000, 10,000, 5,000 मिलेगा। जिन हिसाब से भीड़ बढ़ेगी वो हिसाब से व्यवसाय का थोड़ा बहुत उम्मीद लगाएं हम लोग कि हम लोग भी कमाएंगे।
Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's meticulous preparations for the Mahakumbh are beginning to bear fruit, evident in its grandeur and developmental impact.
मुझे विश्वास है कि इस महाकुंभ से निकली आध्यात्मिक और सामूहिक शक्ति हमारे इस संकल्प को और मजबूत बनाएगी। महाकुंभ स्नान ऐतिहासिक हो, अविस्मरणीय हो, मां गंगा, मां यमुना और मां सरस्वती की त्रिवेणी से मानवता का कल्याण हो, हम सबकी यही कामना है। कुंभ कैसे होना चाहिए? कुंभ भव्य भी हो, दिव्य भी हो, स्वच्छ भी हो, सुरक्षित भी हो, सुव्यवस्थित भी हो। इस बार का कुंभ भव्य भी, दिव्य भी और डिजिटल कुंभ के रूप में कैसे होना है, यह अभी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा से प्रयागराज शहर, आसपास के जनपदों और दुनिया के सबसे बड़े अस्थायी शहर के रूप में प्रयागराज कुंभ की शुभारंभ कर रहे हैं।
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown?
Welcome back. Now let's get you a look of Mumbai's oldest museum that's reopened after a 4-year closure. It had gone through extensive renovation that costed 3 crore rupees. It's the Chief Minister of the state who says that this is not just the oldest museum in Maharashtra, but the 3rd oldest in the country. Listen in.
Dr. Bhaudaji Lad Museum, one of the oldest museums that the city possesses, is now finally going to be opened for people very soon, whereas it has already been inaugurated by the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. Here, this particular museum is located in Baikala East, inside the zoo that has been a heritage for the city of Mumbai. After a hard work of more than 18 months, the renovation work has been completed by the BMC as well as several other agencies that it associated with for this work to be done at a faster pace and with better quality and materials. At present, I am here standing within the hall of this museum that you see. It is one of the historic museum because if we look at the intricate details that have been worked upon by the authorities, we can clearly see that this entire designing that you see, it is called stencing, which is usually done for intricate monuments, and also because this museum is called the oldest, the statue here of David Sassoon has been placed up, and the year mentioned is 1864 is when this museum started, almost more than 100 years ago. And also this is one of the landmark monuments that we often see Mumbaikars visit. However, it was renovated just 15 years ago. However, because of the changing climatic conditions that Mumbai sees, it had to be renovated again. And again, we see that this is finally going to be open very soon. Now, its collection, if we talk about it, includes the rare 19th and 20th century artifacts, clay sculptures, traditional crafts, textiles, and historic maps. Now, this particular in the possession that you see, it is the bronze idol. Now, bronze is usually an alloy of copper, tin, and zinc. And here, these images that have been displayed here are of Shiva, Parvati, and Krishna in a Tribhangi mudra as mentioned. And also to see that people are, as soon as people come in this museum, they get to know what old Mumbai was about, and which eventually gets them a sense of connection with it. And henceforth here, to connect with people, there are these informations that have been mentioned. Also an online mode of explaining people what exactly can we see and look about and explore in this museum has been mentioned. And if we look about not only its other vividly depicted items, but the renovation has introduced modern exhibition halls, restored architectural splendor, and interactive digital displays, which also will enhance the visitors' experience as they come here. And more than just a repository of the past, the museum, it celebrates Mumbai's history and diversity while underscoring the commitment that the BMC has often given to its people.
Right, let's just get you the very latest in regard to the rupee that's weakening against the dollar. It has weakened even further, and to get to know more on this, we have my colleague Sakshi joining us. Sakshi, what is the reason behind the fact that the rupee is weakening further and further against the US dollar?
That's right, a whole host of factors there, but the Indian rupee weakening to a record low, the rupee weakening to an all-time low of 85 rupees 93 paise to the dollar. So the rupee essentially near the 86 to the dollar mark. Now, why is this happening? Like you mentioned, well, the dollar index surging consistently, FII is continuing to sell consistently. These really are the two predominant reasons as far as analysts are concerned, and they believe these really are the two key reasons why we are witnessing this weakness in the Indian currency. Having said that, we also have to wait and watch and see the spotlight really on how volatile equity markets are weighing on the currency market at large. And remember, oil prices and the fluctuation there also continues to impact the currency.
Right, almost 86 rupees to a dollar. That is how much you'll have to spend to exchange rupees into a US dollar. Well, thank you so much, Sakshi, for getting us all those details. Now, as part of the Uday Foundation's blanket donation drive, we need 60,000 blankets in order to save lives from the harsh winter that's prevailing in the northern part of the country. Blankets can be dropped off at this location on your screen. It's in Sarvode Enclave in the national capital. The pin code is 110017. The address is D233 Sarvode Enclave.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you over the next 1 hour. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking currently. 6 people have lost their lives in the stampede that occurred in Tirupati. 12 people are hospitalized, some critically injured. Survivors tell NDTV that thousands had rushed to the counter. A top official speaks to NDTV regarding what led to this tragic stampede. The Tirupati collector says the sudden surge at one counter seems to be the reason. The collector adds that a lack of communication at one gate also made the situation worse. The Telangana High Court has allowed a lawyer to accompany BRS working president K.T. Rama Rao to the Anti-Corruption Bureau office for questioning in connection with the probe into the Formula E race case. Congress leader Sandeep Dixit initiates legal action accusing the Delhi Chief Minister Atashi and Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh of defamation. The rupee weakens to a record low. The rupee weakens to an all-time low of 85.93. Multiple fires burning in Los Angeles County have prompted evacuation orders and warnings and destroyed more than 1,000 structures and spread to over 25,000 acres. 5 people are dead. NDTV brings you the latest from Ground Zero. Well, our big focus, 6 people have unfortunately lost their lives and 40 are injured in a stampede in Tirupati as hundreds of devotees rushed to get their tickets as soon as a counter opened for Vaikuntha Dwara Sarvadarshanam at the Lord Venkateshwara Swami Temple on Tirumala Hills. The situation was peaceful at every other counter except one at MGM school. This is what the Tirupati Municipal Commissioner has informed us, adding that around 4,000 to 5,000 people rushed at one time to get their tickets, leading to the stampede. Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has said that he has directed higher officials to reach Tirupati and take required relief measures and to also provide better medical treatment. In fact, he said he is also talking to the district collector, the TDD officials, to take stock of the situation, while the Prime Minister has said that his thoughts were with those who had lost their near and dear ones. In fact, I must also inform you that Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi has called the stampede deeply saddening, urging Congress workers to provide all possible assistance. My colleague Sam Daniel has been tracking all the finer details for us. He has been reporting live from Ground Zero. In fact, he spoke to officials as well as eyewitnesses, and here's what they informed my colleague.
Heartrending stories of loss of lives and injuries from Tirupati, where at least 6 people died after a stampede at a counter where they were waiting to collect tokens for the darshan as part of the Vaikuntha Ekadasi from tomorrow. Authorities say the crowds were uncontrollable. At least 90 counters were put in place to distribute these tokens, but trouble was at one particular counter where a woman suffered some health issue and she just sat down. Suddenly everybody stood, and that had led to a stampede. And with me, Chinnamma, who has lost her sister-in-law Mallika from Salem district. In fact, the family had come to collect the tokens and would be able to do the darshan. ரொம்ப சாரிம்மா, மன்னிக்கணும் உங்களுடைய இழப்புக்கு. என்ன நடந்துச்சு நேற்று நைட்? What happened last night?
அதாங்க போட்டு டோக்கன் வாங்க போய் இடிச்சு தள்ளி கீழே விழுந்து தான் போட்டு மிதிச்சுட்டு போயிட்டாங்க.
எப்படி அந்த ஸ்டாம்பீட் நடந்துச்சு? அந்த நெரிசல்
நெருக்கி இடிச்சு தள்ளி விட்டாங்க.
முதல்ல எல்லாம் என்ன பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தாங்க? அப்போ
உட்காந்துக்கிட்டு இருந்து எல்லாம் எந்திரிச்சு போனாங்க. இடிச்சு தள்ளி மல்லிகையில கீழே சிக்கிக்கிச்சு போட்டு மிதிச்சுட்டு போயிட்டாங்க. அவ்வளோதான்.
Okay, she says initially all were seated, including Mallika, and then people were getting up and going. When the stampede happened, Mallika suffered injuries, and just people walked over her. That's what she says. அந்த சமயத்தில் அந்த கூட்டத்தை கட்டுப்படுத்துறதுக்கு whether enough number of police, போதுமான அளவு போலீஸ் இருந்தாங்களா?
போலீஸ் இருந்தாங்க, ஒரு பக்கமாக நின்றுக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. எதுவுமே பண்ணலை, சொல்லலை, விளக்கலை, மிரட்டலை. போலீஸுங்க எல்லாம் நின்றுக்கிட்டு தான் இருந்தாங்க.
She says they were police, but they didn't know anything. They were just standing like spectators. என்ன இதில் தப்பு நடந்திருக்கு? இந்த விபத்து நடக்கிறதுக்கு காரணம் என்ன? What went wrong?
தெரியலம்மா, அதே தான் சொன்ன பாரு, மேய்ச்சிக்கிட்டு போனாங்க, இடிச்சு தள்ளி அதே தான்.
எவ்வளோ கும்பல் இருந்திருப்பாங்க?
கூட்டம்லாம் நிறையா இருந்துச்சு.
எவ்வளோ பேர்
இருக்கும்? அது எவ்வளோன்னு சொல்ல தெரியல, நிறையா இருந்தாங்க.
And was there a delay in terms of ambulance? Ambulance கிடைச்சிச்சா? என்ன நடந்துச்சு உங்களை மல்லிகா கூட்டு போகிறதுக்கு? மல்லிகாவை கூட்டு போகிறதுக்கு
மல்லிகை வீட்டுக்கார கேட்டுக்காங்க.
இல்லை, ஆம்புலன்ஸ் கிடைச்சா? எப்படி கூட்டு போனாங்க?
ஆம்புலன்ஸ் அப்புறம் வந்துச்சு. அது அவருனா பதில் சொல்ல, அப்படி எனக்கு தெரியல. வருத்தி இருங்க அவங்க. அவங்க வருத்தம். நானே எனக்கு முடியல, உடம்புக்கே நல்லா நேர்த்தியிலிருந்து.
நீங்கள் எல்லாருமே குடும்பமாக எத்தனை பேர் வந்தீங்க பார்க்குறதுக்கு?
அவங்களாம் அது குடும்பம். நாங்கள் 3 வீட்டார் தான், இந்த 4 பேர் தான் வந்தோம் குடும்பமே. மீதியெல்லாம் வேறேங்க.
ரொம்ப சாரிம்மா, மறந்துக்கணும். We are at the Ruia Hospital at Tirupati, where several injured are being treated, and the remains of those who lost their lives have been kept at the mortuary. And in fact, a short while ago, I spoke to a family who lost their mother actually. In fact, let's go and talk to them. They say this happened at a school where the counter was there to give tickets, and it's here the crowd turned uncontrollable and it led to a stampede. And this gentleman, Venkatesh from Visakhapatnam, has lost his wife. In fact, his son and the wife had come to collect the tokens. I'm so sorry about your loss. I'm so sorry. What exactly happened?
వాళ్ళు అసలు 12 గంటలకి అనౌన్స్మెంట్ చేయాలి, 12 గంటలు వదులుతానని మా ఆవిడని ముందు పెట్టాను. మేము కొద్దిగా అనుకున్నాం, వెనక్కుంటే వాళ్ళు మైకిలో చెప్తారు 12 గంటలకు వదులుతాం మీరు వెనక వెళ్ళిపోండి. ఈలోగా 8 గంటలకు వదిలేశారు. ఒకసారి పులవమని మా ఆవిడ ముందు కాదు పులవమని పడిపోయారు. మా ఆవిడ పడిపోయింది నాకు తెలియదు, కానీ ముందుకి మా ఆవిడ లైన్లో ఉందని చెప్పేసి మేము లైన్ కట్టుకున్నాం దగ్గర కోసం.
What went wrong yesterday, doctor?
As part of Vaikuntha Ekadashi from 10th, TTD and the district administration, they have planned for distribution of tickets to the pilgrims from 8th, that is yesterday. So people started queuing up since morning, 8th morning itself. So at around 7:45 p.m. in one of the counters, out of the 9 counters in one of the counters, we kept holding areas, and from the holding areas they'll go into the queues for the ticket counters. Suddenly there was a gush of the people towards the gate. So and then the gate was opened at once. So then this unfortunate incident has happened, and then few people have fell down, and then the next trampled over them. So
was there any trigger that led to this, or is it because
from preliminary inquiry what we could identify is in the holding area one person was unwell. So we wanted to take the person out for treatment, unwell due to another reasons. So that time the gate was slightly open and the person was let out, and again the gate was closed. So during this brief period the people at the back thought that the gates are being opened for the tickets. So then there was a sudden surge towards the gate. So and then it was not able to, we could not hold the gate. So then the police opened the gate, and then this unfortunate thing happened.
What kind of security measures were in place in terms of police personnel? Some say there wasn't adequate number of police deployed.
There was adequate police all across the counters, right, in Tirumala and Tirupati. 9 counters are in Tirupati, 1 in Tirumala, and at this particular juncture it was purely unfortunate. Otherwise there was sufficient force and sufficient arrangements, food, water, toilets, everything was taken care of, but this was really unfortunate.
Well, let's turn our attention to the other big story we're tracking. The Telangana High Court has allowed a lawyer to accompany BRS working President K.T. Rama Rao to the Anti-Corruption Bureau office for questioning. This is in connection with the probe into the Formula E-race case, as we have been covering on NDTV. The High Court, however, has made it very clear that the advocate could only watch the proceedings as they were directed to sit in the library room opposite the examination chamber. But the High Court has asked KTR to appear before the investigating officer at 10:30 a.m. today. For further details, let's go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's been tracking the finer details. Uma, what details can you disclose to our viewers as we speak?
Just a few minutes ago, in fact, Mr. K.T. Rama Rao came out of his Nandinagar residence and addressed the media, and he in fact spoke in Telugu and said what he has in fact tweeted out on social media as well, saying that he has worked tirelessly to bring a prestigious event to India to enhance the brand image of Hyderabad and Telangana globally, and that the agenda was to make Hyderabad a pivotal hub for sustainable mobility as the world transitions towards it, and Formula E race was a part of it, and his audacious intent was to in fact make Telangana Mobility Valley clusters and the epicenter of innovation research and manufacturing of electric vehicles, creating employment and revenue. And we had started well in bringing marquee investments of over 12,000 crores. So he calls the establishment a small minds who are driven by petty politics may never understand this, but I'm confident that the people of Telangana who are observing this will understand the truth and the vision. So he's in a sense making his justification before the people of Telangana before he presents himself before the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Remember, this is the first time that he is appearing before the investigating agency. The court yesterday on his petition asking for the presence of his legal team along with him when he was being questioned gave him partial kind of a relief in the sense that they allowed one lawyer to accompany, and therefore J. Ramchandra Rao, who was additional Advocate General when the BRS government was in Telangana, he's the one who's going to be accompanying K.T. Rama Rao, and he will be seated in a library which will oversee the room which has a glass door or a window through which he will be able to monitor what's happening inside with Mr. K.T. Ramarao and the investigators. The plea for allowing for a CCTV footage recording audio or video of the investigation has not been allowed by the court. They said that they do not see a reason for it, and the court has also told K.T. Ramarao that if he has any reason for complaint after today, when he will be questioned by the investigators, he could come back to court and the court would reconsider his decision. Just to point out the reference to YSRCP MP Avinash Reddy, who was questioned by investigators in the case of the murder of former MP Vivekanand Reddy. In that case, an audio-video recording had been allowed in that case because of the specific nature of the circumstances in that case itself, we are told. But here, Mr. K.T. Ramarao will be appearing before the Anti-Corruption Bureau in a short while from now. What I can also tell you is that a Special Chief Secretary who was in the Municipal Administration and Urban Development Department when K.T. Ramarao was the Municipal Administration Minister, he appeared before the ACB yesterday, and he has said that it was on the orders of Mr. KTR that almost 5 crore rupees that's being spoken about was transferred, rather 49 crore rupees was transferred in two tranches, one of them of course through the Indian Overseas Bank in Himayatnagar, and that the policy decision in that sense was taken by K.T. Ramarao in order to try and save the Formula E race from abandoning Hyderabad, and so that this in fact becomes the kind of a mobility hub, EV hub that K.T. Ramarao also has been speaking about. So he does say that the amount was transferred and he had signed on the documents, the agreement as well, in the presence of the then minister, Mr. K.T. Ramarao. Now, of course, it's a political battle with KTR also telling his party men yesterday, after Mr. Harish Rao actually had made a very passionate plea during the release of the BRS diary for the year. At that time, he had said that just like KTR stands with every party leader and cadre for when they are in trouble, he had even stood with the handcuffed farmers who were arrested by the government and handcuffed and taken even to hospital in handcuffs. He had said that everyone should stand in the same way with KTR because he's also like a party functionary, and KTR had subsequently said, no, this is a case that I will fight. I have a strong legal footing and we have a strong legal team as well, and people should, the leaders and cadre should instead focus on exposing what he kept emphasized as the unkept promises of the Congress government on loan waiver or on farmer assistance, what is called Raitu Bharosa, and on promises to tenant farmers. He sought to, in fact, downplay this as a danger for himself or for the party, and said that he is confident of being able to fight this out legally and therefore need not worry, is the word from Mr. KTR. But of course, apprehension in the BRS circles that he could possibly even be taken into custody or arrested, because the stay on his arrest was vacated by the High Court on the day that they had also quashed or rather dismissed his quash plea, asking for the FIR against him to be withdrawn.
As always, Uma, thank you so much for joining us with all the details. In other news, senior Congress leader Sandeep Dixit has said that he would file a defamation case against Aam Aadmi Party leaders Atishi and Sanjay Singh over allegations of taking money from the BJP. Mr. Dixit said, and I quote, that Atishi said, "We are taking money from the BJP." After this press conference, will file a criminal and civil defamation case against her and Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha member Sanjay Singh. Mr. Dixit added that he will ask for 10 crore rupees, and out of that money, he will donate 5 crore rupees to the Yamuna cleaning purpose and the remaining half to clean the polluted air in Delhi. But Mr. Dixit, who is the son of late Delhi Chief Minister Sheila Dixit, has pledged to use these damages sought through his legal action for environmental initiatives in the capital. My colleague Ishika has been tracking the finer details for us. She joins us live at the moment. Ishika, it seems it's like the Congress versus the Aam Aadmi Party. Now it's taken a legal turn, this fight?
Well, yes, certainly, as you rightly mentioned, this Delhi dangle has now taken a legal turn. Today, in fact, Sandeep Dixit, the senior Congress leader, has decided to file the defamation case against two senior Aam Aadmi Party leaders, which in fact includes Chief Minister Atishi and, the Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh. Now, this comes after, both of these leaders, both of these AAP leaders had held, a press conference where they had alleged that Sandeep Dixit had went to the Lieutenant Governor to file a complaint against them on behest of the BJP. They had also alleged that he was in fact taking money from the BJP. So after that, Sandeep Dixit had announced that he will be filing a defamation case. So we are expecting around 11 he will be doing so. Now he's also the candidate from the Congress party from the New Delhi constituency, from where Arvind Kejriwal is going to contest. So how much of this is going to impact that as well? It remains to be seen. Over to you.
Shikha, thanks so much for joining us with those brief details. With that, let's turn our attention now to Assam, where it's day 4 of the massive search and rescue operations in the flooded coal mine in Dima Hasao district. One body of a miner was recovered from the shaft of the mine yesterday, as we covered, but several miners are feared to be trapped as we speak, and the government has identified 9 of them. My colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary has been tracking all the details for us. Listen into his report.
Today is the 4th day of the massive search and rescue operation that had continued since Monday, when a group of miners got trapped inside a rat hole coal mine in Assam's Dima Hasao district. The area is very remote, almost close to the borders with Meghalaya, in Umrangsu, which is in Dima Hasao district, and already one dead body has been recovered yesterday by Army Special Forces divers along with NDRF. The Navy, with its equipments like the ROV and other highly specialized equipment for this kind of operations, is operating there along with Army and NDRF. Massive mobilization has taken place. Government has accounted for 9 people, while there might be more trapped inside this coal mine, this rat hole coal mine, which the Assam government had claimed that it might be an illegal mine. The prima facie evidence shows this, and therefore one person has been arrested for running this illegal coal mine, while the opposition has targeted the government in terms of how this illegal coal mine could have operated. But for the government says right that at this moment the focus remains in terms of the relief, the rescue and the search operations. In fact, yesterday, since the mine is filled with water and about 100 feet, for the last 3 days, dewatering operations did take place with pumps from ONGC being brought in. But the water level in the mine is still very high, and therefore it is becoming challenging for the divers and for the rescuers to look for survivors or bodies. In fact, the shaft of the mine, which is at a depth of 310 feet, has been searched, and there has not been anything found there. Now one has to find the rat holes which run parallelly. These are small tunnels where people only crawl, and these tunnels can run up to 500 feet parallelly. So therefore these have to be checked, but the water is inside is very acidic and it's murky, so it's become very difficult. Therefore the focus now is to dewater the mines, and therefore one of the most advanced and most powerful dewatering pumps would be airlifted from Nagpur by Indian Air Force and brought to the location to speed up this operation, which is taking place at a massive, gigantic operation where all the 3 services are involved along with NDRF and the state forces.
Well, switching tracks, the Indian rupee weakened to a record low of 85.93 to a dollar. The rupee has opened weaker against the dollar at 85.89. The currency opened 4 paise weaker to open at an all-time low, according to Bloomberg. It had closed at 85.86 rupees on Wednesday, and the local currency had hit a record low of 85.846 against the dollar after opening at 85.82 on Wednesday. The currency had strengthened by 4 paise when it opened on Tuesday, before closing weaker as well. As always, news and updates continue in a moment right after this very short break. Do stay tuned.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual.
Welcome back. Let's get you a quick, crucial update from the United States, where multiple wildfires are consuming acre after acre and building after building in the Los Angeles area. This has displaced tens of thousands of people and ravaged entire neighborhoods. As strong winds and a dwindling water supply have made firefighters struggle in their effort to stop the destruction. More than 1,000 structures have burned, making it the most destructive in Los Angeles' history. My colleague Vishnu Niwasam is on ground zero. Listen in to his report.
The situation in Los Angeles continues to be fairly grim, with fires being reported constantly. Firefighters have been fighting for more than 24 hours to contain what are essentially 4 to 5 major fires. Behind me you can see the Pacific Palisades fire. There are approximately 7,000 structures over here, of which 1,000 have been completely destroyed. The sense, if you look at all of these fires put together, is that this could end up being the most costly natural disaster potentially in America's history. Firefighters are working constantly. A lot of areas in the greater Los Angeles region do not have electricity at this stage. There have been evacuations which have been ordered for upwards of 60,000 people, most of whom would have already left their homes. 5 people have lost their lives. An emergency has been declared. Firefighters continue to work, including reserves, people who've had experience in firefighting in the past. They've been called in as well. It remains a fairly tense situation. The President, Joe Biden, continues to monitor the situation very, very closely. The biggest concern now, winds and the wind speed. If there are winds, then these fires cannot be contained. The Palisades fire alone has consumed more than 15,000 acres. The goal now is to ensure that it doesn't spread to other areas. Already there is a sense that it has started spreading. For example, Hollywood residents have been told to evacuate. There are fires also in the Malibu region. The situation remains very, very volatile as Los Angeles faces another unpredictable night. In Los Angeles, Vishnu Niwasam for NDTV.
Well, with that, let's turn our attention now to the 18th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas, which is taking place in Bhubaneswar. It kick-started with around 6,000 non-resident Indians. This included business leaders, philosophers, economists from 75 countries. They have gathered to celebrate and strengthen their relationship with the global Indian community. In fact, Anju Virmani, who has been an advisor, an entrepreneur and consultant in the information technology industry for more than 30 years in Canada and the United States, spoke to Gauri Dwivedi on India-Canada ties and the Indian origin political Anita Anand's chances of becoming the next Canadian Prime Minister. Here's what she told my colleague.
We have with us Ms. Anju Virmani, Corporate Director and someone who's had a very illustrious career in Canada. Ms. Virmani, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
It is a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
As someone who's been so successful in Canada, how do you see the diaspora journey and the connect between the very vibrant Canadian-Indian diaspora and India here?
That's an amazing connection. You know, just because you leave India doesn't mean we lose our connections. We have our families, we have our culture. You know, I left India 50 years ago and I keep coming back. So, and this time as a special invitee. So it's the connections are amazing and they're from the soul, so you don't really lose them. And it's an opportunity for us to connect, collaborate, and learn from each other, and contribute to each other's prosperity.
As someone who's very closely involved in the Canadian society as well, I have to ask you this, how things have been shaping up the last couple of months in Canada as well, the political landscape and so on and so forth. How do you see that? Someone who's pretty much sailing in two boats, someone who's Indian, but also, of course, Canadian.
Yeah, so I'm not a politician and I don't know all the facts. I just hear what the media reports. It makes me very sad. That's all I can say. It makes me really sad to see that the people-to-people connection is getting lost. The politics, the diplomacy will take care of itself. You know, it's a matter of time. People will figure out, negotiate, whatever they need to do. But from a people-to-people basis, I know of people who want to go to weddings in Canada. From here, they don't get visas. People from India, from Canada, who want to come back to visit their families, who are, you know, some are not in good health and they're not able to get visas. So that's the disappointing part.
Meanwhile, we also spoke with Lee Song-ho, the ambassador of Republic of Korea to India. The envoy shed light on the South Korea-India relationship and also addressed the political uncertainties in Seoul. Listen in.
We have with us Mr. Lee, who is the ambassador of the Republic of South Korea, speaking to NDTV. So thank you so much for taking out the time. Pleasure. My first question to you is that what brings you here? What are your aspirations and goals and objectives in terms of the South Korea-India partnership?
Thank you for having me. Obviously, I'm here to learn India in overall. I've been here in India for only 2 months, so it's in my learning process, learning period, and I thought it would be nice to come down here to learn the state of Odisha, the India in overall. Was organized by the Indian government. Why not? That's first reason. And obviously, Korea is one of the few manufacturing powerhouse in the world. We can help India achieve the vision of Make in India. And so I would like to see myself the investment opportunity in the state of Odisha. Many Korean companies are looking into many states of India, and obviously Odisha is one of those candidates.
Any specific areas where you are searching for those opportunities? You mentioned manufacturing. It could be IT, technology, semiconductors. Anything specific that you are looking at?
Actually, every sector is of my concern, my area of interest. In the state of Odisha, years ago, one of the Korean steel companies were very much interested in having investment in the state of Odisha. I do believe they are still very much interested in continuing to look into the possibility here. And obviously there are other companies who are already very successful in India. They would like to expand their investment opportunity in other areas of India.
Let's get you the latest as far as the top story we're tracking on NDTV is concerned. 6 people have tragically died and 40 were injured in a stampede in Tirupati as hundreds of devotees rushed to get their tickets as soon as the counters opened for the Vaikuntha Dwara Sarvadarshanam at Lord Venkateshwara Swami Temple on Tirumala Hills. The situation was peaceful at every other counter except one at the MGM school. This is what the Tirupati Municipal Commissioner has said on record, adding that around 4,000 to about 5,000 people rushed at one time to get their tickets, leading to the stampede. As far as the reaction from the Chief Minister is concerned, Chandrababu Naidu has said that he has directed higher officials to reach Tirupati and take required relief measures and to provide better medical treatment. He said that he is also talking to the district and TTD officials to take stock of the situation. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has said his thoughts were with those who lost their near and dear ones, and Rahul Gandhi has called the stampede deeply saddening, urging Congress workers to provide all possible assistance. My colleague Sam Daniel has been out and about tracking all the details on ground zero for us. He spoke to officials along with eyewitnesses. Here's what they informed my colleague.
Heartrending stories of loss of lives and injuries from Tirupati, where at least 6 people died after a stampede at a counter where they were waiting to collect tokens for the darshan as part of the Vaikuntha Ekadasi from tomorrow. Authorities say the crowds were uncontrollable. At least 90 counters were put in place to distribute these tokens, but trouble was at one particular counter where a woman suffered some health issue and she just sat down. Suddenly everybody stood and that had led to a stampede. And with me, Chinnamma, who has lost her sister-in-law Mallika from Salem district. In fact, the family had come to collect the tokens and would be able to do the darshan. Romba sorry ma, manikunu ungaloda ilapukku. Enna nadanichu netha night? What happened last night?
adanga போட்டு டோக்கன் வாங்க போய் இடிச்சு தள்ளி கீழ விழுந்து தான் போட்டு மெதிச்சிட்டு போயிட்டாங்க.
எப்படி அந்த ஸ்டாம்பீட் நடந்துச்சு அந்த நெரிசல்?
நெருக்கி இடிச்சு தள்ளி விட்டாங்க.
முதல்ல எல்லாம் என்ன பண்ணிருந்தாங்க அப்போ?
உட்கார்ந்துக்கிட்டு இருந்து எல்லாம் எந்திரிச்சு போனாங்க. இடிச்சு தள்ளி மல்லிகைல கீழ சிக்கிக்கிச்சு போட்டு மெதிச்சிட்டு போயிட்டாங்க. அவ்வளவுதான்.
Okay, she says initially all were seated, including Mallika, and then people were getting up and going. When the stampede happened, Mallika suffered injuries. and just people walked over her. That's what she says. அந்த சமயத்தில் அந்த கூட்டத்தை கட்டுப்படுத்துறதுக்கு whether enough number of police, போதுமான அளவு போலீஸ் இருந்தாங்களா?
போலீஸ் இருந்தாங்க, ஒரு பக்கமாக நின்றுக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்க, எதுவுமே பண்ணலை, சொல்லலை, விளக்கலை, மிரட்டலை, போலீஸுங்க எல்லாம் நின்றுக்கிட்டு தான் இருந்தாங்க.
She says they were police but they didn't do anything. They were just standing like spectators. என்ன இதில் தப்பு நடந்திருக்கு? இந்த விபத்து நடக்கிறதுக்கு காரணம் என்ன? What went wrong?
தெரியலம்மா, அதே தான் சொன்ன பாரு, மேய்ச்சிக்கிட்டு போனாங்க, இடிச்சு தள்ளி, அதே தான்.
எவ்வளோ கும்பல் இருந்திருப்பாங்க?
கூட்டம்லாம் நிறையா இருந்துச்சு.
எவ்வளோ பேர்
இருக்கும்? அது எவ்வளோன்னு சொல்ல தெரியல, நிறையா இருந்தாங்க.
And was there a delay in terms of ambulance? Ambulance கிடைச்சிச்சா? என்ன நடந்துச்சு உங்களை மல்லிகா கூட்டு போகிறதுக்கு? மல்லிகாவை கூட்டு போகிறதுக்கு
மல்லிகை வீட்டுக்கார கேட்டுக்காங்க.
இல்லை, ஆம்புலன்ஸ் கிடைச்சா? எப்படி கூட்டு போகிறோம்?
ஆம்புலன்ஸ் அப்புறம் வந்துச்சு, அது அவருனா பதில் சொல்ல, அப்படி எனக்கு தெரியல. வருத்தி இருங்க அவங்க. அவங்க வருத்தம். நானே எனக்கு முடியல, உடம்புக்கே நல்லா நேர்த்தியிலிருந்து.
நீங்கள் எல்லாருமே குடும்பமாக எத்தனை பேர் வந்தீங்க பார்க்குறதுக்கு?
அவங்களாம் அது குடும்பம். நாங்கள் 3 வீட்டார் தான், இந்த 4 பேர் தான் வந்தோம் குடும்பமே, மீதியெல்லாம் வேறேங்க.
ரொம்ப சாரிம்மா, மறந்துக்கணும். We are at the Ruia Hospital at Tirupati, where several injured are being treated and the remains of those who lost their lives have been kept at the mortuary. And in fact, a short while ago, I spoke to a family who lost their mother actually. In fact, let's go and talk to them. They say this happened at a school where the counter was there to give tickets, and it's here the crowd turned uncontrollable and it led to a stampede. And this gentleman, Venkatesh from Visakhapatnam, has lost his wife. In fact, his son and the wife had come to collect the tokens. I'm so sorry about your loss. I'm so sorry. What exactly happened?
వాళ్ళు అసలు 12 గంటలకి అనౌన్స్మెంట్ చేయాలి, 12 గంటలు వదులుతానని మా ఆవిడని ముందు పెట్టాను. మేము కొద్దిగా వెనక్కున్నాం. వెనక్కుంటే వాళ్ళు మైకిలో చెప్తారు 12 గంటలకు వదులుతాం మీరు వెనక వెళ్ళిపోండి. ఈలోగా 8 గంటలకు వదిలేశారు. ఒకసారి పులవమని మా ఆవిడ ముందు కాదు పులవమని పడిపోయారు. మా ఆవిడ పడిపోయింది నాకు తెలియదు, కానీ ముందుకి మా ఆవిడ లైన్లో ఉందని చెప్పేసి మేము లైన్ కట్టుకున్నాం టికెట్ కోసం.
What went wrong yesterday, doctor?
As part of Vaikuntha Ekadashi from 10th, TTD and the district administration, they have planned for distribution of tickets to the pilgrims from 8th, that is yesterday. So people started queuing up since morning, 8th morning itself. So at around 7:45 p.m. in one of the counters, out of the 9 counters, in one of the counters, we kept holding areas, and from the holding areas they'll go into the queues for the ticket counters. Suddenly there was a gush of the people towards the gate. So and then the gate was opened at once. So then this unfortunate incident has happened, and then few people fell down, and then the next trampled over them. So
was there any trigger that led to this, or is it because?
From preliminary inquiry, what we could identify is in the holding area one person was unwell. So we wanted to take the person out for treatment. Unwell due to another reasons. So that time the gate was slightly open and the person was let out, and again the gate was closed. So during this brief period, the people at the back thought that the gates are being opened for the tickets. So then there was a sudden surge towards the gate. So and then it was not able to, we could not hold the gate. So then the police opened the gate, and then this unfortunate thing happened.
What kind of security measures were in place in terms of police personnel? Some say there wasn't adequate number of police deployed.
There was adequate police all across the counters, right, in Tirumala and Tirupati. 9 counters are in Tirupati, 1 in Tirumala, and at this particular junction, it was purely unfortunate. Otherwise, there was sufficient force and sufficient arrangements, food, water, toilets, everything was taken care of. But this was really unfortunate.
With that, let's turn our attention to what's happening in Telangana at the moment. The High Court had allowed a lawyer to accompany BRS Working President K.T. Rama Rao to the Anti-Corruption Bureau office for questioning in connection with the probe into the Formula E race case. The High Court, however, has made it clear that the advocate could only watch the proceedings as they were directed to sit opposite the examination chamber. But I can inform you at the moment that K.T. Rama Rao has appeared before the Anti-Corruption Bureau for questioning in the Formula E race case. The High Court had asked K.T. Rama Rao to appear before the investigating officer today, and his counsel informed the court that former Additional Advocate General J. Ramachandra Rao would be present in the library room during the questioning. KTR has now arrived at the Anti-Corruption Bureau office for further questioning in the Formula E case that seems to be haunting the BRS. I must also inform you that no CCTV recording is allowed of this questioning process. Uma Sudhir has actually been tracking all the finer details for us. She joins us over the phone line at the moment. Uma, we can see visuals of K.T. Rama Rao now appearing before reaching the Anti-Corruption Bureau office. He's expected to appear shortly. Right, we seem to be connecting with Uma Sudhir for the latest details as far as K.T. Rama Rao's questioning with the Anti-Corruption Bureau is concerned. But I can inform you that K.T. Rama Rao has arrived at the Anti-Corruption Bureau premises. The Telangana High Court had allowed a lawyer to accompany the BRS Working President to the ACB for questioning in connection with the probe into the Formula E race case. But the High Court, however, has made it very clear that the advocate could only watch the proceedings as they were directed to sit in the library room opposite the examination chamber. The High Court, in fact, has asked K.T. Rama Rao to appear before the investigating officer, and his counsel informed the court that former Additional Advocate General J. Ramachandra Rao would be present in the library room during the questioning. But it's evident the Formula E case is now haunting the BRS. You must also note that no CCTV recording is allowed of this questioning process. With that, let's turn our attention now to the 18th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. The Prime Minister is inaugurating this. Let's just listen in.
S. Jaishankar ji, Jewel Orao ji, धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, शोभा करांदला जी, कीर्तिवर्धन सिंह जी, पवित्रा मार्गेरिटा जी, ओडिशा सरकार में उप मुख्यमंत्री अजय जी, कीर्तिवर्धन सिंह जी, पवित्रा मार्गेरिटा जी, ओडिशा सरकार में उप मुख्यमंत्री कनकवर्धन सिंहदेव जी, प्रवती परिदा जी, अन्य मंत्रीगण, सांसद और विधायकगण, दुनिया भर से यहां पधारे मां भारती के सभी बेटे बेटी, देवी और सज्जनों, भगवान जगन्नाथ और भगवान लिंगराज की इस पावन धरती पर मैं पूरे विश्व से आए अपने भारतवंशी परिवार का स्वागत करता हूं। अभी प्रारंभ में जो स्वागत गान हुआ, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये स्वागत गान भविष्य में भी दुनिया में जहां जहां भारतीय समुदाय के कार्यक्रम होंगे उसमें जरूर उसको बार बार बजाया जाएगा। बहुत बहुत बधाई रिकी। आपकी टीम ने बहुत ही सुंदर तरीके से एक प्रवासी भारतीय की भावना को अभिव्यक्त किया है। बधाई हो आपको। Friends, we just heard from the chief guest of this Pravasi Bharati Divas the video message of the President of Trinidad and Tobago, Her Excellency Christine Carla Kanglu, left an impact on all of us. She too was speaking about India's progress. I thank her for the warm and affectionate words. Friends, this is a time for vibrant festivals and gatherings in India. In just a few days, the Mahakumbh will start in Prayagraj. The festival of Makar Sankranti, Lohri, Pongal, and Magh Bihu are also coming up. There is a joyful atmosphere everywhere. Further, it was on this day in 1915 that Mahatma Gandhi ji came back to India after a long stay abroad. Your presence in India at such a wonderful time is aiding to the festive spirit. This edition of Pravasi Bharatiya Divas is special for an additional reason. We have gathered here just a few days after the birth centenary of Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. His vision was instrumental to this program. It has become an institution to strengthen the bond between India and its diaspora. Together, we celebrate India, Indianness, our culture, our progress, and connect to our roots. साथियों, आज आप जिस ओडिशा की महान धरती पर जुटे हैं, वो भी भारत की समृद्ध विरासत का प्रतिबिंब है। ओडिशा में कदम कदम पर हमारे हेरिटेज के दर्शन होते हैं। उदयगिरी, खंडगिरी की हिस्टोरिकल केव्स हो, कोणार्क का सूर्य मंदिर हो, तम्रलिप्ति, मणिकपटना और पलूर के प्राचीन पोर्ट्स हो, ये देखकर हर कोई गौरव से भर उठता है। सैकड़ों वर्ष पहले भी ओडिशा से हमारे व्यापारी कारोबारी लंबा समुद्री सफर करके बाली, सुमात्रा, जावा जैसे स्थानों तक जाते थे। उसी स्मृति में आज भी ओडिशा में बाली यात्रा का आयोजन होता है। यहीं ओडिशा में धौली नाम का वो स्थान है जो शांति का बड़ा प्रतीक है। दुनिया में जब तलवार के जोर पर साम्राज्य बढ़ाने का दौर था, तब हमारे सम्राट अशोक ने यहां शांति का रास्ता चुना था। हमारी इस विरासत का ये वही बल है जिसकी प्रेरणा से आज भारत दुनिया को कह पाता है कि भविष्य युद्ध में नहीं है, बुद्ध में है। इसलिए ओडिशा की इस धरती पर आपका स्वागत करना मेरे लिए बहुत विशेष हो जाता है। साथियों, मैंने हमेशा भारतीय डायस्पोरा को भारत का राष्ट्रदूत माना है। मुझे बहुत खुशी होती है जब पूरी दुनिया में आप सभी साथियों से मिलता हूं, आपसे ये बातचीत करता हूं। जो प्यार मुझे मिलता है वो मैं भूल नहीं सकता। आपका वो स्नेह, वो आशीर्वाद हमेशा मेरे साथ रहता है। साथियों, आज मैं आप सभी का व्यक्तिगत तौर पर आपका आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं। आपको थैंक यू भी बोलना चाहता हूं। थैंक यू इसलिए क्योंकि आपकी वजह से मुझे दुनिया में गर्व से सिर ऊंचा रखने का मौका मिलता है। बीते 10 वर्षों में मेरी दुनिया के अनेक लीडर से मुलाकात हुई है। दुनिया का हर लीडर अपने देश के भारतीय डायस्पोरा की, आप सभी की बहुत प्रशंसा करता है। इसका एक बड़ा रीजन वो सोशल वैल्यूज है जो आप सभी वहां की सोसाइटी में ऐड करते हैं। हम सिर्फ मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी ही नहीं है, बल्कि डेमोक्रेसी हमारी लाइफ का हिस्सा है, हमारी जीवन पद्धति है। हमें डायवर्सिटी सिखानी नहीं पड़ती, हमारा जीवन ही डायवर्सिटी से चलता है। इसलिए भारतीय जहां भी जाते हैं वहां की सोसाइटी के साथ जुड़ जाते हैं। हम जहां जाते हैं वहां के रूल्स, वहां के ट्रेडिशंस की रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं। हम पूरी ईमानदारी से उस देश की, उस सोसाइटी की सेवा करते हैं। वहां की ग्रोथ और प्रॉस्पेरिटी में कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं। और इन सब के साथ ही हमारे दिल में भारत भी धड़कता रहता है। हम भारत की हर खुशी के साथ खुश होते हैं, भारत की हर उपलब्धि के साथ उत्सव मनाते हैं। साथियों, 21st सेंचुरी का भारत आज जिस स्पीड से आगे बढ़ रहा है, जिस स्केल पर आज भारत में डेवलपमेंट के काम हो रहे हैं वो अभूतपूर्व है। सिर्फ 10 साल में भारत ने अपने यहां 25 करोड़ लोगों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाला है।
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
Good morning, you're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, who will be visiting Tirupati today in order to meet with the families of the victims who died in the Stampede. 6 people have died and many others have been taken to the hospital. We'll get you first the headlines. In the stampede that took place at Tirupati, 6 people have died, 12 others are in the hospital. The survivors have spoken to NDTV, saying that thousands were at that one particular counter. And it is the collector who said that it took about 15 minutes to evacuate the devotees. And the problem was that one gate was opened. This is at the token counter because of a woman who was feeling unwell. So Tirupati's official there speaking on what really led to the chaos. There was a sudden surge at that one counter and there was lack of communication at that particular counter where tokens were being distributed for the darshans that were going to take place on Friday at the festival in Tirupati.
And the Telangana High Court has allowed a lawyer to accompany BRS working president KTR to the ACB. He has reached the ACB for questioning. His lawyer will not be allowed inside to take part in the questioning, but he can watch the questioning in the probe in the Formula E race case. Congress leader Sandeep Dixit initiates legal action accusing Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh of defamation. And the rupee weakens even further. It is the lowest it's ever been, weakening to an all-time low of 85.93 to a dollar. And just 4 days to go as far as the Mahakumbh that's going to start on the 13th of January. It's the Chief Minister who's going to be taking stock of the situation in Prayagraj or preparedness and the measures that have been put into place. A mock drill will also be conducted. Multiple fires burning in Los Angeles has prompted evacuation orders and warnings that's destroyed more than 1,000 structures. 5 people have lost their lives, and NDTV reports from Ground Zero. My colleague Vishnu has all the details. Very tragic news coming in of 6 people who died in the stampede that took place yesterday at 8 o'clock in Tirupati. 40 others have been injured as hundreds of devotees rushed to get their tickets as soon as the counters that opened at the Lord Venkateshwar Swami Temple on Tirumala Hills. The situation was peaceful at every other counter except for this one particular counter at the MGM school, and Tirupati Municipal Commissioner added that there were about 4,000 to 5,000 people that rushed at that particular time to get their tickets, leading to the chaos that resulted in a stampede. The Chief Minister will be visiting the area. In fact, he is also going to be meeting with the families of the 6 people who lost their lives in that stampede. He's directed higher officials to reach Tirupati and take required relief measures and to provide better medical treatment. He said that he's going to be talking to the districts and the TTT officials as well in order to take stock of the situation. The Prime Minister has also, condoled the loss of life, says that he's very pained with what really unfolded at Tirupati. His thoughts are with those who lost their near and dear ones. Is Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, who has also urged Congress workers to provide all possible assistance. He is deeply saddened by the tragedy. And my colleague Sam Daniel spoke with officials, eyewitnesses, and also with the survivors of that tragedy. Let's listen in.
What went wrong yesterday, Doctor?
As part of Vaikuntha Ekadashi from 10th, TTD and the district administration, they have planned for distribution of tickets to the pilgrims from 8th, that is yesterday. So people started queuing up since morning, 8th morning itself. So at around 7:45 p.m. in one of the counters, out of the 9 counters in one of the counters, we kept holding areas, and from the holding areas they'll go into the queues for the ticket counters. Suddenly there was a gush of the people towards the gate. So and then the gate was opened at once. So then this unfortunate incident has happened, and then few people have fell down, and then the next trampled over them. So
was there any trigger that led to this, or is it because...
From preliminary inquiry, what we could identify is in the holding area, one person was unwell. So we wanted to take the person out for treatment. Unwell due to another reasons. So that time the gate was slightly open and the person was let out, and again the gate was closed. So during this brief period, the people at the back thought that the gates are being opened for the tickets. So then there was a sudden surge towards the gate. So and then it was not able to, we could not hold the gate. So then the police opened the gate, and then this unfortunate thing happened.
What kind of security measures were in place in terms of police personnel? Some say there wasn't adequate number of police deployed.
There was adequate police all across the counters, right, in Tirumala and Tirupati. 9 counters are in Tirupati, 1 in Tirumala. And at this particular junction, it was purely unfortunate. Otherwise, there was sufficient force and sufficient arrangements, food, water, toilets, everything was taken care of. But this was really unfortunate.
And this is, of course, what the collector had to say in regard to what really happened at the time of the chaos.
Sir, thank you for speaking to NDTV. Sir, there has been a mishap that has happened yesterday at the Tirupati temple where at least 6 people died. What's your comment and what's the assessment that you are picking up from the ground?
Aishwarya, it is very sad to witness Stampede. This has never happened in the history of Tirupati earlier. Vaikuntha Dwara comes every year and it was peaceful till now. It is very unfortunate that the devotees lost their lives in the process of getting darshan tickets during Vaikuntha Ekadashi and auspicious day. We want to keep politics aside and blame game aside. We are with the families who lost their lives and we demand for better medical treatment for the injured devotees. Having said that, we could see the poor management and failure of TTD vigilance and state government intelligence authorities in forcing the situation where we made a big announcement that free darshan tickets would be provided like that. Devotees from all over the country, including senior citizens, women and kids to Tirupati, were waiting for the tickets at Vishnu Niwasam, Vaikuntha and other places where the counters were allotted. There were no minimum arrangement made with the government. This is a peak winter and devotees suffered a lot in the roads. We strongly condemn the way authorities treated the devotees. Aishwarya.
Sir, has the initial information also suggested that there was some law and order situation, or what led to this stampede?
There is a poor crowd management, Aishwarya.
Okay.
There is lapse in coordination.
How many police force, or as you said that there has been a security lapse that had been reported. Normally, how many people gather over there? Yesterday, how many were the numbers of the devotees that come to the Tirupati temple and that led to this stampede, sir?
Normally, these Vaikuntha Ekadashi times, almost 1.5 lakh people will come from all over the country.
Okay.
So almost only VIP and all 6,000 to 7,000 tickets, even break and VIP protocol and all. The rest of the tickets all normal tickets, free darshan tickets.
Will the YSRCP? Yes, as an MP of Tirupati, will you demand a fair probe of investigation, and what sort of assistance are you giving to the people who have been injured?
Definitely, we are demanding stringent actions on the unbiased inquiry on this issue.
Okay. And what sort of assistance?
Also, we demand 1 crore compensation for diseased people.
Okay.
And 50 lakhs compensation for injured people.
We are at the Ruia Hospital at Tirupati, where several injured are being treated and the remains of those who lost their lives have been kept at the mortuary. And in fact, a short while ago, I spoke to a family who lost their mother actually. In fact, let's go and talk to them. They say this happened at a school where the counter was there to give tickets, and it's here the crowd turned uncontrollable and it led to a stampede. And this gentleman, Venkatesh from Visakhapatnam, has lost his wife. In fact, his son and the wife had come to collect the tokens. I'm so sorry about your loss. I'm so sorry. What exactly happened?
వాళ్ళు అసలు 12 గంటలకి అనౌన్స్మెంట్ చేయాలి, 12 గంటలు వదులుతానని మా ఆవిడని ముందు పెట్టాను. మేము కొద్దిగా వెనక్కుంటే వాళ్ళు మైకిలో చెప్తారు 12 గంటలకు వదులుతాం మీరు వెనక వెళ్ళిపోండి. ఈలోగా 8 గంటలకు వదిలేశారు. ఒకసారి పులవమని మా ఆవిడ ముందు కాదు పులవమని పడిపోయారు. మా ఆవిడ పడిపోయింది నాకు తెలియదు, కానీ ముందుకి మా ఆవిడ లైన్లో ఉందని చెప్పేసి మేము లైన్ కట్టుకున్నాం టికెట్ కోసం.
And we have my colleague Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, the survivors saying that the police management was very poor. The collector saying it took about 15 minutes to get the people out of there. There were 90 counters that had opened, but it was a lack of communication, they're saying, at this particular counter that led to such a huge tragedy.
Divya, at this particular counter at Bairagi Petada, at least 2,500 people were gathered. And the local people, particularly family members of those who lost their dear ones, they say the crowd was uncontrollable and the police presence was not in good number. Some say the police were not actually actively involved in regulating the crowd, at least at this particular counter. And totally 5 people at one school have been killed. And another lady in a different counter, in her case, authorities saying she had a health issue, she could not stand, she was seated, and then there was a commotion in which there was a stampede-like situation, and she ultimately lost her life. So totally 6 people. And with regard to the ambulance, the family members say the ambulance came late. At least one family I spoke to, they say they had taken an auto rickshaw first, and then after reaching another hospital, they were recommended to go to a bone specialist hospital, for which they got an ambulance. And otherwise, they had to wait for 20 minutes. And the collector says that's largely because of the crowded situation in that locality. The authorities say they had deployed ambulance at all these points, but still the crowd was uncontrollable. It took a lot of time for the ambulance to reach the location and take the affected people to hospital. So several questions are being asked in terms of crowd management, in terms of police planning and presence, in terms of arrangements, in terms of first aid, ambulance vehicles and other such things. Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has directed authorities to find out what went wrong, to have lessons learnt, and authorities say this will not continue tonight because the tokens in that sense have been already distributed to more than 1 lakh people. So that challenge is done, but certainly for this kind of needs in the future, authorities will have to think twice in terms of ensuring a situation, a system that will be safe for devotees who come from all across the country. And this could actually lead to a panic situation when they get to hear from others or rumors that they may run out of tokens and not everyone standing there could get.
Right, Sam, a very tragic incident that unfolded at that particular counter. There were 90 counters in all, but this one particular counter where they're saying there was lack of communication. They'd opened the gate because a woman was unwell. In fact, 6 people have died, and it is the Chief Minister who will be visiting the families of the ones who have lost their loved ones in this particular tragedy that unfolded at Tirupati. Moving on now to BRS Working President KTR, who has reached for questioning at the ACB, the Anti-Corruption Bureau, in connection with the Formula E car race case. He's listed as accused number 1 as per Telangana High Court's direction. He is accompanied by his lawyer. However, the court has specified that the lawyer can wait in the library room at the ACB and will not be permitted to enter the inquiry area. Do remember that the Telangana High Court on Tuesday dismissed a petition by KTR seeking to quash that FIR filed against him by the ACB in connection with the case, and the court also revoked the prior order that prevented his arrest. My colleague Uma joining us. Uma, last time KTR's legal team wasn't allowed, which is why he left. Now they've allowed his lawyer, but he can't really be part of the questioning.
So, as instructed by the court, Mr. K.T. Ramarao has gone to the ACB office accompanied by his lawyer, Mr. J. Ramchandra Rao, and he will be seated in the library from where he will be able to see Mr. KTR as well as the interrogation going on inside the room. What the court has said is that the lawyer cannot be present in the same room as Mr. KTR, so he will not be able to hear what is happening nor be able to intervene or advise Mr. KTR on what is happening, but he will be able to see what is happening. So, in fact, the court had raised this doubt. The judge had asked whether the petitioner in this case was fearing use of any kind of a third-degree methods by the police. So the court has, in a sense, given partial relief to Mr. K.T. Rama Rao and said that if he has any more grouse or any kind of dissatisfaction with the manner in which the interrogation is conducted, then he can come back to the court as well, and the court will try to address his concerns. Three things here. Just before going to the ACB office, Mr. KTR, in fact, once again spoke to the media, and he said that it is in the larger interest of Telangana, and in order to make Telangana into that hub for sustainable mobility, that's the reason why he had, in fact, intervened and took that decision to go ahead with the Formula E race season 10 after one of the partners had pulled out, and it is with the interest of brand equity of Hyderabad and the development of the state that he had done that. And he also, in the same kind of a social media post also that he did on the same issue, he also said that certain small-minded individuals who are only looking to settle political scores may not understand what he is saying. So in a sense, K.T. Rama Rao saying that what he has done is justified, and putting that out in the public domain like he has done multiple times in the past. So making a point of doing that even before he goes into the ACB office for the first time, facing the investigators after the FIR was booked against him on the 19th of December. I must point out that A2 in the case, Special Chief Secretary Mr. Arvind Kumar, who was in the MAUD department at the time when Mr. KTR was the Municipal Administration Minister, he also appeared before the ACB yesterday from 10 a.m. to about 4 p.m. and he had, we are told the investigators that it was in the orders of Mr. KTR that those decisions were taken and the money was transferred. The FIR, of course, mentions about 55 crore rupees that they say was unauthorized transfer without getting the sanctions from the cabinet or from the finance department or getting any kind of a legal opinion. And the FIR also says there is a criminal breach of trust, unauthorized transfer, and some kind of a misappropriation that it is suggesting may have happened, and which is, of course, part of the investigation. Now, KTR's own lawyers, and he has also told NDTV that there was no misappropriation. The money that is said to have been transferred from the HMDA has been received by the FEO as well, and therefore he claims that there is no misappropriation, and he says matters of procedure perhaps, if there is any at all violation, would have been looked after by the bureaucratic leadership and not really by the political leadership. Back to you.
Right, thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details. All eyes on that questioning that's taking place at the ACB officials there, questioning KTR, and of course his legal team that wasn't allowed last time, but his lawyer is part of this. However, he can't be part of the questioning, and no CCTV recording is being allowed. In the journalist assault case, the Supreme Court is hearing the plea by veteran actor Mohan Babu. This is for his anticipatory bail, and the Supreme Court has come out and said that no coercive action will be taken till the next hearing. Do remember, it is Mohan Babu who has now come out and said in court that it was a spur-of-the-moment action that was taken. He is also ready to apologize. A public apology is what he is offering. The veteran Telugu film actor was booked on charges of attempt to murder after he allegedly attacked that TV news journalist just outside his farmhouse in Hyderabad. We have Nupur joining us. Nupur, this was an incident that took place on the 9th of December. The journalist apparently had suffered a fracture on his cheekbone. Allegedly, he was hit in the face after his mic was grabbed by the veteran actor.
Yes, today, in fact, the Supreme Court has said that even if, first of all, Mohan Babu told the Supreme Court that everything happened in spur of a moment, and all the journalists came uninvited. There were around 30 to 40 people who barged into his house on invitation of his estranged son. And he pleaded in the court that he was a 76-year-old man and he would not never make such an attempt of murder. And he said everything happened in spur of a moment, and he's willing to pay any compensation the court directs for. And in fact, he has said that he's even ready to make a public apology. He's saying previously, actually, in Telangana High Court had denied anticipatory bail to him. And it was alleged that he went into the hospital to threaten the journalist. He today clarified in court that he did not went to threaten him. He went to express his sorrow, and he's actually ready to apologize. He's willing to apologize publicly also in anything that the Supreme Court directs. The Supreme Court also asked the TV journalist lawyer his take on the issue, and it has granted 3 weeks for the same. The Supreme Court has said that meanwhile no coercive action should be taken. The Supreme Court also said that just because someone barged into Mohan Babu's house, it does not mean that it gives him a right to disfigure someone's face. The journalist right now is said to be undergoing, is still hospitalized, and it is said that his lawyer told the Supreme Court that he is receiving food from food pipe right now. So it's a very serious condition.
Of course, that is what the journalist lawyer is saying on his behalf, that he's been receiving food from a pipe. It's affected his career altogether, and which is why, action needs to be taken. However, they've given time for about 3 weeks' time for the journalist who got injured to respond to this.
Yes. The court has said that if the journalist is ready to accept the compensation and is ready to settle the dispute with an apology from Mohan Babu, they will think about the anticipatory bail and interim bail. Till then, the Supreme Court has said that till 3 weeks there should be no coercive action against Mohan Babu.
Right, so Mohan Babu has about 3 weeks' time, and that is when the injured journalist has to respond to Mohan Babu's anticipatory bail plea. The journalist's lawyer, like we mentioned, is saying that his career has been impacted. However, it is Mohan Babu who's saying that he's ready to apologize publicly and pay as much compensation that the court orders. He says everything that happened was just in the spur of the moment. He'd come outside his farmhouse and he was, asking the media people to leave, and that is when this action took place. And visuals on your screen of what really happened in the month of December. There you can see Mohan Babu there attacking the media journalists who were right outside his house. He grabbed their microphones, and it is the journalist who got injured so badly on his face that he is now being given food through a food pipe. His career has been impacted, is what his lawyer had to say in court. Now, what really has taken place in the court during that bail plea hearing of the veteran actor? The Supreme Court is saying that no coercive action will be taking place till the next hearing, and they've given out a time frame. The time frame is about 3 weeks before the injured journalist can respond. Switching tracks now to the Congress versus the Aam Aadmi Party in the run-up to the election. Now, senior Congress leader Sandeep Dixit, the son of the former Chief Minister of Delhi, Sheila Dixit, is filing a defamation case against the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. This includes the Chief Minister of Delhi, Aatishi, and also Sanjay Singh, for the allegations made by the two in regard to money that was taken from the BJP. We have my colleague Ishika joining us. Ishika, it is a defamation case, and he is seeking 10 crore rupees, saying that 5 out of those 10 crores, if he wins the case, will go to the cleaning up of the Yamuna and 5 to cleaning up the air of the national capital.
Well, that's right. As you rightly mentioned, now we are saying that the Delhi dangle has taken the legal turn. Today, in fact, the Congress leader, Sandeep Dixit, has come here at the Valmiki temple. And in fact, here he has signed the files for the criminal, defamation case against two Aam Aadmi Party leaders. That is, in fact, Aatishi and Chief Minister Aatishi and Sanjay Singh, the Aam Aadmi Party MP. Now, remember, in fact, what Sandeep Dixit says is that, they had in the press conference alleged that he had taken money from the BJP to help them defeat the Aam Aadmi Party. And at that time in the press conference, Sandeep Dixit had said that Aatishi and Sanjay Singh should provide the evidence for these charges that they have leveled against him. And if that does not happen, then he's going to file the criminal defamation case, and that is what he has come here to do here. He has, in fact, come here at this temple to sign these files, and then after this, his lawyers will be taking this, filing this in the court. He is seeking 10 crore rupees in this defamation case, and in fact, he continues to say that 5 crore rupees, if they win, then 5 crores will go for Yamuna cleaning, and 5 crore for addressing the pollution issues here that in Delhi. Now remember that Sandeep Dikshit is also in fact the candidate from the Congress party from the New Delhi constituency seat, and he is against Arvind Kejriwal. So certainly this seat is a very high profile seat, and this how much of this is going to impact, that certainly remains to be seen. Sir, आज आप यहाँ पर आए हैं फाइल करने. You're filing this defamation case against which two AAP leaders?
Atishi ji and Mr. Sanjay Singh. Primarily Atishi ji, because she was on stage and she very categorically made a statement that I have received crores of rupees in cash from BJP. First of all, receiving money in cash is a criminal offence. It comes under money laundering. The ED should be in fact informed. It is a corruption act, because if I'm taking this kind of money without having any reciprocative economic activity, it is very clearly a corrupt payment. Thirdly, I should also be a criminal under the Representation of People Act. In fact, I should be debarred even from voting. If they have evidence, they should have gone to all these authorities. Very clearly, they have no evidence. This is only a step to malign me, and because it is something that is maligning my character very, very seriously, I'm taking them to court, and for both a criminal case against them and a civil case against them.
So sir, today you've signed the files here?
Yes, I came to Bhagwan Valmiki's Mandir. He is the person who wrote the Ramayana. The Ramayana is supposed to be an epic which signifies a victory of truth over false and over evil, good over evil. And in many senses, it signifies the spirit of my criminal complaint. So I signed the criminal complaint here. Then I'll go and take blessings in the Lakshmi Narayan Mandir and sign the civil complaint there.
So my last question to you is that we are seeing the statements from the Aam Aadmi Party continuously, yesterday from Arvind Kejriwal also, where they continue to allege that Congress has become BJP's B team in this Delhi election. How do you see it?
Well, I think he's scared. He's really scared this time. He knows what's happening. He knows that almost all his voter who had gone from Congress to them is now doubting and in fact not very happy with the fact that they had voted him to power. He, I think, sees, I can almost see an oblivion in front of him. So his only last option is to create this kind of a charade. Every person, at least outside Delhi, knows that whenever Aam Aadmi Party comes to fight an election, it is purely and purely for the purpose of defeating the Congress. Because I've asked lots of people, give me one evidence where Congress has fought an election and it has helped the BJP. And give me one example where Aam Aadmi Party has fought the election and it has helped to defeat the BJP. In both cases, the answer will be no. And if that is the case, on ground, Aam Aadmi Party has always fought an election that has helped the BJP.
So this was in fact Sandeep Dikshit ji with us, who here was saying, after signing this defamation cases against Atashi and Sanjay Singh, saying that these are very serious allegations, and if you're putting this against me, then why not bring evidence on the table? Now, apart from that, he's also saying that, if you check the track record, the Congress has never helped the BJP in the election, but cannot say the same for the Aam Aadmi Party. So certainly, in this Delhi dangle, now the Congress versus the Aam Aadmi Party, the war of words between them only continues to escalate. And after this legal term, certainly remains to be seen how it is going to impact the already intensified battle between the parties. Over to you.
Right, thank you so much, Ashika, for joining us with those details. And Sandeep Dikshit there speaking to NDTV, saying that he had asked for evidence when he had made that press conference 7 to 8 days ago, saying that there is no evidence, which is why he's gone ahead to file that defamation case against Atishi as well as Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, the BJP chief, JP Nadu, will take stock of poll preparations of the party's Delhi unit and will be holding meetings with the State Election Committee and other election panels. It is JP Nadu who will be holding that very crucial meeting that's coming up just ahead of the elections in the national capital. This meeting will take place at the BJP office at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Discussions will be around the manifesto of the party as far as the elections are concerned, and also to finalize the rest of the candidates that this is, of course. Let's just listen to what Manoj Tiwari had to say. He spoke with my colleague, Aishwarya.
बीजेपी एमपी मनोज तिवारी इस में मनोज जी एक बात बताइए, जब संसद का सत्र चल रहा था उस दौरान भी हमने कई मुद्दों पर इंडिया ब्लॉक को अलग थलग देखा था. कई पार्टीज अपना स्टैंड लेती थी, कांग्रेस अलग पड़ जाती थी. कल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने बोला कि तृणमूल कांग्रेस और समाजवादी पार्टी हमें समर्थन कर रही है. कांग्रेस फिर से अलग पड़ चुकी है दिल्ली के चुनावों में. आपको लगता है कि पूरी तरीके से टूट चुके हैं?
तो मेरा मानना है ये लोग कभी भी एक दिल से एक नहीं थे. ये सभी लोग सिर्फ अपने अपने भ्रष्टाचार को छुपाने के लिए, बचाने के लिए ही एक दिखते रहे हैं, वरना किस राज्य में कौन किसके साथ है? क्या पश्चिम बंगाल में टीएमसी कांग्रेस के साथ थी? नहीं थी। क्या साउथ में समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ डीएमके थी? नहीं थी। ये सब, हमारा देश बहुत बड़ा है और उसका ये सब फ़ायदा लेते हैं। ये दिल्ली में खाली हाथ में हाथ पकड़ के खड़े हो जाते हैं। इसलिए आपको बताऊं कि ये भ्रष्टाचारियों का एक जमावड़ा है, जिसका नाम इन्होंने इंडी ब्लॉक रखा, क्योंकि आजकल इंडिया का मान बहुत ज़्यादा है। पूरी दुनिया इंडिया के नाम से कहती है, इंडिया बहुत आगे बढ़ रहा है। तो उस नाम को लेकर के अपनी यूपीए के दाग को धोने की कोशिश की। आप पूरा देख लीजिए, यही अरविंद केजरीवाल इस कांग्रेस को मतलब भ्रष्टाचारियों की सरदार बताती थी।
सर, आप इसको किस तरीके से एनालाइज करेंगे? भविष्य क्या होने वाला है इंडिया ब्लॉक का? क्योंकि कांग्रेस को खुद ही नकार दिया है बाकी की पार्टीज ने, वो आम आदमी पार्टी को सपोर्ट कर रही है, कहते हैं कि हम एक
तो इनको इंडिया ब्लॉक न कहा जाए, ये इंडी कहो। ये इंडी ब्लॉक हैं और ये जो है इसका दूसरा अर्थ भ्रष्टाचारियों का।
By the Bharatiya Janata Party regarding the Delhi elections, and now all have arrived and shortly the meeting will begin over here. As you can see in the visuals, it is Bharatiya Janata Party President JP Nadu who has arrived at the Delhi BJP office, and now they are entering the main committee room as far as the meeting is concerned. Very important meeting as far as the BJP Delhi elections are concerned, and they would be now holding its meeting as far as the manifesto of the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, and also the selection of the candidates for remaining 41 seats in the national capital. This is a very crucial meeting as far as the election management committee is concerned. The Bharatiya Janata Party had clearly stated that winnability is the major criteria. BJP President JP Nadu has just arrived along with BJP Delhi Unit President Virendra Sachdeva, and this meeting will finalize the remaining number of candidates as far as the BJP is concerned. All the committees which were formed as far as the 40 committees for the Delhi elections, the members of those committees have also been called in for this meeting to assess the ground situation as to how the things should pan out, how the manifesto should look like of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and from here on it would be the finalization of names. Tomorrow is an important day where Bharatiya Janata Party President JP Nadu will sit along with the top leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also be present at the CEC tomorrow, and after that we can see the final list. Remember, Bharatiya Janata Party had already announced 29 members, the candidates for the upcoming elections. 41 had been remaining, and therefore the reason perhaps today a day-long meeting will happen at the Bharatiya Janata Party Delhi state headquarters. All the top leaders of the Delhi BJP had already come in. There you can see in the visuals, it is also Virendra Sachdeva, the Delhi BJP President, Mr. Manjinder Singh Sirsa. All the MPs of Delhi had also arrived over here, and they will be sitting together to discuss about how the future strategy would be and how there would be campaigning strategies that would be formed by the Bharatiya Janata Party, which will include the top leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the chief ministers of different states as well of the BJP, who will come in and campaign for the BJP. So the day-long meeting will just start from now. BJP President JP Nadu arriving at the Delhi BJP headquarters.
Right, thank you so much, Aishwarya. Of course, the BJP that has so far announced the candidates for 29 of the 70 constituencies. The ticket for the remaining 41 seats are expected to be announced over the weekend after this very crucial meeting that's coming up. And of course, you mentioned Manjinder Singh Sirsa, who spoke with NDTV earlier this morning, saying that the Delhiites are, looking for a change, and that is what the BJP will provide. Saying that there'll be more roads, there'll be cleaner drinking water, and of course, that major issue when it comes to the pollution problem in Delhi, that will also be sorted. With that, we're slipping in a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
6 people have died, 12 others have been taken to a hospital in a stampede that took place at 8 o'clock in the evening in Tirupati. The survivors of that tragedy have said that there were thousands at one counter. There were 90 that had opened to distribute the token, but this one particular counter had a lack of miscommunication which led to the chaos. And top Tirupati official has spoken on what really led to the stampede. They say that there was a sudden surge at this particular counter is what Tirupati's collector is saying. There was a lack of communication and there were many people who rushed to this counter when a woman who was unwell was being taken out, which is why the gates had been opened. KTR is being questioned by the ACB in connection with the probe into the Formula E race case. His lawyer has been allowed, however, he can't be part of the questioning. And Sandeep Dixit initiating that legal action. He has sued Aatishi and the Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh of a defamation case after no evidence was being able, they didn't come up with the evidence that was being asked by Sandeep Dixit in that defamation attack on him.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India. bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back. Let's get to the latest as far as the rupee is concerned. That's weakened even further. We're talking about the weakest ever against the dollar at 85.89. The currency weakened by 9 paise to a record low of 85.94 against the US dollar after opening. We have my colleague Sakshi joining us to get us more on this. Sakshi, what's really leading to this constant depreciation when it comes to the dollar, which is now of the rupee against the dollar, which is the lowest now, an all-time low?
Well, that's right. A whole host of factors, really. But first, for our viewers to understand, yes, the Indian rupee has weakened to an all-time low. The rupee hit 85 rupees 93 paise to the dollar in early trade today. We have seen sustained FI selling and the dollar index consistently surging. So analysts believe this really is the key reason for the rupee weakening further. Remember, it isn't really far from the 86 rupee mark now. Also, remember, volatile equity markets as well as oil prices fluctuating have been adding pressure to the rupee. And now what does this do? When a currency is weakening, it does add inflation pressure. It does add to the household budget pressure. So really a wait and watch mode as far as analysts are concerned. But the rupee at an all-time low today.
Sakshi, thank you for explaining to us what's really causing the currency to depreciate. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Switching tracks now to multiple wildfires that are consuming acres and acres. This is just, building after building as far as the Los Angeles area is concerned, displacing tens of thousands of people, ravaging entire neighborhoods as strong winds and dwindling water supply is adding to the fury. Firefighters are finding it very difficult to stop the destruction. This is at a time when fires are not reported in the Los Angeles area. What's really leading to this ravaging fire? My colleague Vishnu Niwasam gets us a ground report.
The situation in Los Angeles continues to be fairly grim, with fires being reported constantly. Firefighters have been fighting for more than 24 hours to contain what are essentially 4 to 5 major fires. Behind me you can see the Pacific Palisades fire. There are approximately 7,000 structures over here, of which 1,000 have been completely destroyed. The sense, if you look at all of these fires put together, is that this could end up being the most costly natural disaster potentially in America's history. Firefighters are working constantly. A lot of areas in the greater Los Angeles region do not have electricity at this stage. There have been evacuations which have been ordered for upwards of 60,000 people, most of whom would have already left their homes. 5 people have lost their lives. An emergency has been declared. Firefighters continue to work including reserves, people who've had experience in firefighting in the past. They've been called in as well. It remains a fairly tense situation. The President, Joe Biden, continues to monitor the situation very, very closely. The biggest concern now, winds and the wind speed. If there are winds, then these fires cannot be contained. The Palisades fire alone has consumed more than 15,000 acres. The goal now is to ensure that it doesn't spread to other areas. Already there is a sense that it has started spreading. For example, Hollywood residents have been told to evacuate. There are fires also in the Malibu region. The situation remains very, very volatile as Los Angeles faces another unpredictable night. In Los Angeles, Vishnu Niwasam for NDTV.
Thank you so much, Vishnu, for explaining it to us as to what is really going on the ground. And we also have Vishesh Chachra, who's a resident of Beverly Hills. Evacuation orders are in place for his area as well. But he's willing to do this short interview before he evacuates. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Vishesh. Take us through what is really the situation around you. Are there fires close to your house?
Hi, namaste. Thank you for having me. Are the fires close to us? Well, I guess that is a relative question. Right now, the primary fire of concern is called the Sunset Fire, which is in the Hollywood Hills, about 4 miles south of my house where I am right now. And earlier today and last night, the primary large fires were anywhere from 7 to 14 miles away. And at that time, that seemed pretty close. And so this one seems even closer, and hopefully not any closer than that. But as you can see, we have put a lot of this stuff from outside, furniture inside because of the precautions for the wind, and have taken a lot of precautions like that. We're pitching in any way that we can to help our neighbors, but we have not yet been asked to evacuate. And we're hopeful that the worst is over and we won't have to evacuate.
Okay, so Vishesh, that's good to know that the situation is not really as bad as we're seeing, in other areas. How bad is the situation on the ground? How would you describe it?
How bad has it been? Well, again, I think that's a relative question. We certainly have friends in the neighborhood who have evacuated when the fires are 10, 15 miles away. And then we have other friends throughout the city whose homes have burned to the ground. And so it's been devastating to some degree for everybody in the city. I will tell you that going to try to pitch in and help out throughout the city today, the entire city, the sky was orange and red, and you could see the first responders, firefighters, helicopters and planes coming in, and it looked like the apocalypse that you see in the movies. I'm sure in Bollywood they're making zombie movies, and that's what it looked like this morning. The thing that I noticed is that the firefighters are working incredibly hard to try to keep us safe as best they can, and they really need help. So I encourage anybody watching, if you can, to get on Support LAFD. That is the Los Angeles Fire Department, supportlafd.org, and donate to support the local fire department. They really need all the help and resources that they can get, and everybody's trying to pitch in right now.
Right. Also, evacuation orders are in place for 10,000 people. 5 people have already lost their lives. How have the, last few hours really been in terms of how stressful and how tense is the situation when it comes to the area in Los Angeles?
Yeah, absolutely. There have been a lot of tense moments over the last 24 hours. Parts of the city have been completely devastated, burned to the ground, and they will never be the same. And I've got a family, I've got a young daughter, so deciding what's best for our family and all of our families has been quite tense. But what I've been really proud to see is neighbors coming together, supporting each other, and really seeing the strength of the city. I mean, this came at an unusual time, right after the holiday. I mean, we haven't even taken our Christmas tree down yet. And so it's wonderful to see people supporting each other. And as we say here in Hollywood, the show must go on, and it will go on after a period of rebuilding and healing. And we would love to see you all come visit after all of this is done. Ao, ghum jao, we would love to have you. Thank you for letting me say a few words. Shukriya, namaste.
Right, Shukriya Vishesh for speaking with us here at NDTV. More than 1,100 homes, businesses and other buildings have burned down and at least 5 people have lost their lives to the wildfires. Luckily, Vishesh is in an area where evacuation orders are not in place at the moment, but the situation is getting out of hand acre by acre and building by building. These wildfires are taking over and, my colleague Vishnu Niwasam is there in Los Angeles. We will keep coming back to Vishnu. We will keep getting more on the situation on the ground. And there's just 4 days to go before the Mahakumbh that opens its doors in Uttar Pradesh. It's the Chief Minister of the state taking stock of the situation in Prayagraj. And of course, this is in full swing as far as the preparations are concerned. The city gearing up to welcome over 40 crore devotees from around the world. Mock drills being conducted in Prayagraj today. It is the Yogi Adityanath government that's made extensive arrangements in order to accommodate that massive influx of pilgrims in order to ensure their safety and security. A 7-layer security scheme is being implemented in order to avoid any sort of untoward incident in the mass religious gathering. AI-enabled cameras, about 2,700 of those are also in place. This is the Mahakumbh that's starting on the 13th of January.
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की जो विजन है सुरक्षित कुंभ के संबंध में उसी के तहत आज एक रिहर्सल एक ड्रिल यहाँ पर प्लान की गई थी, जिसमें कि हमारी एनएसजी की टीम ने, एटीएस की टीम ने, हमारे बॉम्ब डिस्पोजल स्क्वाड की टीम ने, लोकल पुलिस के द्वारा, सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स के द्वारा यहाँ पर शामिल रहकर के इस ड्रिल को कराया गया, रिहर्स कराया गया। इसमें एक जो आकस्मिक सिचुएशन जो है उसको यहाँ पे रिहर्स किया गया है और पूरी तरह से सुनिश्चित किया जा रहा है कि जो कुंभ मेला आयोजित हो रहा है उसको पूर्ण सुरक्षित एटमॉस्फेयर में किया जाए।
दुनिया के सबसे बड़े आध्यात्मिक आयोजनों में से एक महाकुंभ की शुरुआत प्रयागराज में संगम की रेती पर शुरू होने जा रहा है। 13 जनवरी को आधिकारिक रूप से इस महाकुंभ की शुरुआत होगी। इस महाकुंभ में बड़ी संख्या में श्रद्धालु और साधु संत पहुंचेंगे, जो पूरे 45 दिन तक इस महाकुंभ में रहेंगे और तमाम जो है धर्म संसद के अलावा तमाम जो धार्मिक आयोजन है, पूजा पाठ के कार्यक्रम इस महाकुंभ के दौरान देखने को मिलेंगे। ऐसे में महाकुंभ की तैयारियों को लेकर आज खुद सूबे के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ प्रयागराज पहुंचेंगे और तमाम तैयारियों का जायजा लेंगे। मुख्यमंत्री मीडिया सेंटर से लेकर आध्यात्मिक केंद्र, स्टेट पवेलियन जैसे तमाम बड़े चीज़ों का उद्घाटन करेंगे और मुख्यमंत्री रात में प्रयागराज में निवास करेंगे। यहाँ साधु संतों के साथ वो बैठक करेंगे और उनकी समस्याओं के बारे में भी सुनेंगे क्योंकि बड़ी संख्या में साधु संत जो है देश के अलग अलग कोने से यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं। ऐसे में जो है साधु संतों की क्या मांग है, क्या समस्या है, उसको लेकर मुख्यमंत्री उनसे अवगत होंगे। ऐसे में जो तैयारियां हैं वो बड़े स्तर पर कर ली गई हैं। खासकर जो शाही स्नान है उसको लेकर जो है पूरे ट्रैफिक का जो डाइवर्जन है वो प्रशासन के द्वारा बताया गया है और ये कहा गया है कि जो 6 बड़े स्नान है उसमें मौनी अमावस्या को छोड़कर जो 29 जनवरी को होगा उसके पहले जो 5 स्नान है उसमें नो ट्रैफिक जोन रहेंगे, यानी स्नान के एक दिन पहले से एक दिन बाद तक किसी भी गाड़ियों की एंट्री नहीं होगी और तमाम जो बॉर्डर एरिया से चेकिंग पॉइंट उनको गाड़ी वहीं रोक दिया जाएगा। जबकि जो मौनी अमावस्या जिसे सबसे बड़ा स्नान बताया जाता है उस दिन जो है 2 दिन पहले और 2 दिन बाद ही जो है गाड़ियों को जो है रोक दिया जाएगा, यानी 5 दिन तक जो है पूरी पाबंदी रहेगी।
Right, let's just also switch tracks now to Mumbai. Following that annual tradition, a large number of migratory birds have started following and flocking to the creek in Navi Mumbai. In this video, thousands of flamingos and seagulls were captured in this area. As far as the Arabian Sea is concerned, every year in winter, migratory birds add a pink hue to the shores of Navi Mumbai. Starting from November, the scenes remain the same till spring-summer. And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates will continue on the other side. Thank you so much for watching.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take a look at the top headlines that we are tracking at this hour. As Delhi polls continue to draw closer, rift in India bloc widens. RJD, SP, TMC back Aam Aadmi Party over Congress. AAP's Saurabh Bhardwaj says that they will definitely win Delhi polls. And in the Tirupati Stampede, at least 6 people have died while 12 remain in hospital. As per the Tirupati collector, sudden surge at one counter led to the stampede, and lack of communication at one gate were the more lapses that were discovered. In the journalist assault case, actor Mohan Babu gets relief from the Supreme Court. Supreme Court gives the protection from arrest. Mohan Babu apologizes, offers compensation to the victim. It is the day 4 of the rescue operations in the Assam coal mine mishap. Advanced dewatering pumps have been brought in to remove the water from inside the mine. Several miners remain trapped. Multiple fires burning in Los Angeles County on Wednesday prompted evacuation orders and warnings and destroyed more than 1,000 structures. 5 people are dead. NDTV reports from Ground Zero. Just 4 days to go for the Mahakumbh festival in Prayagraj. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will review preparations in Prayagraj today. In Delhi, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is addressing right now just ahead of the elections. Listen in.
जाट समाज को रिजर्वेशन मिलता है दिल्ली के कॉलेज में, दिल्ली के जाट समाज को दिल्ली के कॉलेज में रिजर्वेशन नहीं मिलता। ये तो हमारे पूरे दिल्ली के जाट समाज के भाइयों के साथ, बहनों के साथ बहुत बड़ा अन्याय है। और ये अन्याय ये जले पे नमक छिड़कने जैसा है कि 4 बार पिछले 10 साल में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपने घर बुला के और अमित शाह जी ने जाट समाज के नेताओं को आश्वासन दिया, भरोसा दिया, वचन दिया, गारंटी दी कि दिल्ली के जाट समाज को केंद्र की ओबीसी लिस्ट के अंदर डाला जाएगा। 26 मार्च 2015 को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने दिल्ली जाट समाज के प्रतिनिधियों को अपने घर बुलाकर ये वादा किया कि उन्हें केंद्र की ओबीसी लिस्ट में दिल्ली के जाट समाज को शामिल किया जाएगा। 26 मार्च 2015 को नहीं किया। उसके बावजूद 8 फरवरी 2017 को अमित शाह जी ने यूपी चुनाव से पहले चौधरी वीरेंद्र सिंह के घर फिर से दिल्ली और देश के जाट नेताओं को यह वादा किया कि जो स्टेट लिस्ट में ओबीसी जाती हैं उनको केंद्र की लिस्ट में जोड़ा जाएगा। फिर भी नहीं किया। 2019 के लोकसभा चुनाव से पहले दिल्ली में प्रवेश वर्मा के आवास पर अमित शाह ने जाट नेताओं से मिले, फिर वादा किया कि दिल्ली के जाट समाज को केंद्र की ओबीसी लिस्ट में शामिल किया जाएगा। फिर धोखा दिया, फिर नहीं किया। 2022 में दिल्ली में फिर सैकड़ों जाट नेताओं को बुलाकर अमित शाह जी मिले और वादा किया और फिर से धोखा दे दिया। तो पिछले 10 साल में 4 बार, 3 बार दिल्ली के देश के गृह मंत्री ने और 1 बार देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने पूरे जाट समाज को बुला के बोला, अगर प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री झूठ बोलेंगे, अगर प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री अपने वादे को पूरा नहीं करेंगे, अगर प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री को जाटों की याद केवल चुनाव के पहले आती है, आप देख रहे हो हर चुनाव के पहले जाट समाज को बुलाते हैं, कहते हैं वोट दे दो, इस बार वोट दे दो, अगली बार कर देंगे, इस बार वोट दे, और कभी नहीं करते, कभी नहीं करते। अगर प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री इस तरह से झूठ बोलेंगे तो फिर तो देश में कुछ बचेगा ही नहीं। फिर क्या बचेगा उसके बाद? किसके पास जाएं इसके बाद? अब ये बड़े मजे की बात है, जैसे मैंने बताया कि दिल्ली पुलिस में राजस्थान के जाट समाज को रिजर्वेशन मिलता है, दिल्ली के जाट समाज को नहीं मिलता। एनडीएमसी में, डीडीए में, सफदरजंग अस्पताल में, ऑल इंडिया मेडिकल में राजस्थान के जाट समाज को रिजर्वेशन मिलता है, दिल्ली के जाट समाज को नहीं मिलता। दिल्ली के अंदर दिल्ली वालों को रिजर्वेशन नहीं मिलता, बाहर वालों को मिलता। भाई ऐसा क्यों? तो मैंने कल प्रधानमंत्री जी को चिट्ठी लिखी है, उस चिट्ठी की कॉपी अभी आप सब लोगों को बांट दी जाएगी। मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जी को उनके वादे, उनके और अमित शाह जी के वादे याद दिलाए हैं कि आप ये वादा पूरा कीजिए और जाट समाज के साथ धोखा किया गया है। जाट समाज के साथ साथ 5 और जातियां हैं जो दिल्ली की स्टेट लिस्ट में हैं और केंद्र की स्टेट लिस्ट में नहीं है। ये है रावत, रौनियार, रायतंवर, चारण और ओड, इनको भी दिल्ली की केंद्र सरकार के जितने संस्थान हैं वहां पे रिजर्वेशन नहीं मिलता। ये भी दिल्ली की ओबीसी लिस्ट में है, केंद्र की ओबीसी लिस्ट में नहीं है। तो जाट समाज के साथ साथ इन अन्य 5 जातियों को भी इसमें शामिल किया जाए ताकि इन जातियों के युवाओं को भी शिक्षा में और रोजगार में उचित अवसर केंद्र सरकार के संस्थानों में भी मिलने लगे। दिल्ली में केंद्र सरकार की 7 यूनिवर्सिटी हैं, दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के कई कॉलेज हैं, दिल्ली पुलिस, एनडीएमसी, डीडीए, एम्स, सफदरजंग, राममलोर, रोहिया जैसे कई केंद्र सरकार के संस्थान हैं जहां पे रिजर्वेशन इन लोगों को मिल सकता है, जिसमें शिक्षा और रोजगार में इन लोगों को रिजर्वेशन मिल सकता है। तो हमारा निवेदन है कि जो धोखा 10 साल से भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली के जाट समाज को देती आ रही है, वो धोखा देना बंद करें, अपने पुराने वादे पूरे करें। और अगर पूरे नहीं करेंगे तो आज केजरीवाल दिल्ली के पूरे जाट समाज को ये वादा कर रहा है कि मैं आपके लिए संघर्ष करूंगा और मैं केंद्र सरकार से करवा के लेके आऊंगा, चाहे मुझे इसके लिए जो मर्जी करना पड़े। अगर कोई प्रश्न है तो आप बताइए। दिल्ली का चुनाव आम आदमी पार्टी और बीजेपी के बीच में है, ये इंडिया गठबंधन का चुनाव नहीं है। जो भी हमें समर्थन मिल रहा है, मैं उन सभी पार्टियों का दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं। वो हमें समर्थन दे रहे हैं। ममता दीदी ने समर्थन दिया और अखिलेश जी ने समर्थन दिया। मैंने इसमें मीडिया में ही देखा है कि शायद ठाकरे जी की भी पार्टी शायद समर्थन दे रही है। मैं सब लोगों का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं जो जो हमें आशीर्वाद दे रहे हैं, जो जो हमें समर्थन दे रहे हैं। कर लें, वो बस केस ही करने के लिए। वो बीजेपी उनको कहती है, वो तो बीजेपी का मोहरा है। बीजेपी कहती है चेस के अंदर 1 कदम चल तो वो 1 कदम चलता है, वो कहते हैं 2 कदम चल तो वो 2 कदम चलता है, वो कहते हैं राइट मुड़ जाओ तो वो राइट मुड़ जाता है, वो कहते हैं लेफ्ट मुड़ जाता है, वो कहते हैं केस करके आता वो केस करता है, वो कहते हैं इन आदमियों को खरीद ले तो वो आदमी तो वो तो।
And that was former Delhi Chief Minister and AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal detailing in a mega attack on the opposition as well as the BJP and Congress, saying that first of all, the Jat community factor that plays an important role in Delhi elections, the Prime Minister and the BJP have forgotten about them. There is no reservation for them in any government job for them. The second attack that the Aam Aadmi Party chief has stated is that Sandeep Dikshit's defamation case against Atishi and Sanjay Singh is nothing but a BJP's B team attacking Aam Aadmi Party, saying that it is the Congress party in Delhi acts as if it is working on the behest of the Bharatiya Janata Party and taking actions and planning the next moves only when the instructions from the Bharatiya Janata Party come. He also thanked the India Alliance and the parties that have gathered behind Arvind Kejriwal in these elections in the national capital for their support, be it the TMC, the Samajwadi Party. The UBT is also inclined towards the Aam Aadmi Party in the Delhi elections. So there you have 3 big factors that Arvind Kejriwal played out in this press briefing. First, why is Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP forgetting about the Jat community? Second, Sandeep Dikshit's defamation case is nothing but BJP's attack as Congress in Delhi is acting as BJP's B team. And third, India bloc support is valuable to the Aam Aadmi Party and the chief thanked them. My colleague Ishika is also joining me for more on this. Ishika, as you have been tracking all the latest details to this elections, and now the countdown has finally begun. We have seen major political churns. Now Arvind Kejriwal is playing out the caste politics. In this fresh briefing that he has done, he says that the BJP doesn't care about the Jat vote factors. Tell us about how significant the Jat vote base is in the national capital.
Well, Aditi, in fact, you need to understand that this is such a tough battle now, with all the three parties here in this Delhi polls, that every party is trying to woe every section of the voters. They do not want to leave behind any kind of dynamics in this election. And that is why, this press conference of Arvind Kejriwal becomes important, because now he has come out, in fact, to woo the Jat voters also in Delhi. In fact, he has attacked the BJP, whom he calls, Aam Aadmi Party's only competitor in this election. And in fact, he has gone on to say that there were various promises that was made by the BJP to include the Delhi's Jat voters into the OBC list, but none of that was fulfilled. Now, what we also need to know here is that Parvesh Verma, who's fighting against Arvind Kejriwal from, in fact, the New Delhi constituency, he, in fact, has a stronghold when it comes to the Jat voters. So Arvind Kejriwal today, in fact, has taken his name as well and attacked him, saying that even Parvesh Verma Parvesh Sahib Singh had met, these Jat voters and had made the same promise, but nothing was fulfilled. Again, trying to woo the Jat voters, telling them that Kejriwal is their only hope. Now, apart from that, what is also important here is that today we are seeing that how the Congress's candidate from the New Delhi, Sandeep Dixit, has also now filed a defamation case. But Arvind Kejriwal has gone on to say that they do not take Congress as their competitor in this election. Rather, Congress is performing more like a B team for the BJP. Now, while we were having a conversation with Sandeep Dixit just a while back, he said that this shows that Arvind Kejriwal is just scared. He knows that he might be losing this time, the election from the New Delhi constituency, and that is why he's making that remark. You can see the track record of, in fact, all the election. Congress never has been, one that has helped the BJP to win election, but cannot say the same about the Aam Aadmi Party. So their Congress also, in fact, in full charge mode against the Aam Aadmi Party. So here, certainly, this battle of the Delhi polls only getting more intense now. Over to you.
Absolutely, Ishika. And, the Congress party has come out and said that they are sure that they will find some ground and clinch the throne from the Delhi's Aam Aadmi Party. Take us through the political, advantages that the Aam Aadmi Party has, the Congress has, and the BJP has.
Well, in fact, this is such an intense battle that even little developments are, in fact, getting, the political parties' attention to such an extent that they are, in fact, specifying it, whether it is a pro for them or whether it is a con for them. Now, in fact, we have seen how yesterday, in a major development, how the TMC and the Samajwadi Party extended their support. There are other India Alliance members also who are extending their support to the Aam Aadmi Party in this Delhi election. The same Delhi election where it, the rift between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress is very out in the open. So certainly the India Alliance members choosing the Aam Aadmi Party over Congress is certainly something that, is more of a setback for the Congress party. But the Congress party yet again says that this alliance, rather new alliance, will have no impact on the Delhi election. And, how is it going to impact the national politics? Certainly that is something that the Congress, high command is looking into. But apart from that, how is it going to be beneficial from the Aam Aadmi Party? That remains to be seen, because if we talk about the TMC or in fact the other India Alliance members, to what an extent it will turn into voters coming to AAP, that remains to be seen. But Samajwadi Party, it is said that they can be beneficial when it comes to the Purvanchali voters. Now, apart from that, what is also a major development that happened today is that it has also taken a legal turn. We are seeing how, Congress's big leader in Delhi, Sandeep Dixit, has now filed a defamation case against the Chief Minister Atashi and in fact Sanjay Singh. He said that very serious charges have been levelled by the Aam Aadmi parties, these two leaders.
Stay with me. We
against
are
him,
also
that
being
he was,
joined
in
by
fact, taking
BJP
money from the
spokesperson
Aam Aadmi
Praveen
party.
Shankar Kapoor, who is joining us right now. Praveen Shankar Kapoor, the BJP spokesperson, is right with us. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Mr. Shankar, how do you respond to Arvind Kejriwal's fresh attack on the BJP, saying that the BJP, the Prime Minister, Home Minister and the BJP candidate Parvesh Verma has completely forgotten about the Jats?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि परवेज वर्मा का तो नाम सुनते ही अरविंद केजरीवाल बौखला जाते हैं. He gets desperate. Moment he hears the name of Parvez Verma. Parvez Verma is now the biggest weakness of Arvind Kejriwal because he knows that he is losing his election to Arvind Kejriwal.
The promises that the BJP made to the Jats, as the Aam Aadmi party is now outrightly questioning the promises that were not fulfilled to, to the voters who were stay in Mangolpuri, Nangloi Jat. These are the major constituencies where, Jat voter base is there in Delhi. Mr. Kapoor, if you're still with me, I'm asking, what will happen to the voters of, Nangloi Jat, Mangolpuri, where the Jat voters especially, are there in the large numbers? How will BJP woo them, as the Aam Aadmi party says that BJP is not doing anything for the Jats? Right, we'll try and reconnect with Mr. Kapoor, and with that, the showdown ahead of the Feb 5 elections is escalating day by day. We are seeing how now the Congress has filed a defamation case against CM Atishi and Sanjay Singh, while Aam Aadmi party continues to question BJP over the Jat votes and other political developments like the rift in India alliance over backing Aam Aadmi party instead of Congress. These are the all issues that the NDTV is tracking, and will get you all the latest updates. Shifting our focus now to the BJP's key meet in the national capital today. Well, the Bharatiya Janata Party is also leaving no stone unturned in clinching the throne from the Aam Aadmi party. BJP chief JP Nadda took stock of poll preparations of the party's Delhi unit and held meetings with the State Election Committee and other election panels. BJP President JP Nadda held meetings with Election Management Committee at the Delhi BJP office. The discussions were usual around the BJP manifesto for Delhi elections and finalizing the rest of the candidates. Remember, not all on the 70 seats that the BJP has announced its candidates. There are still several left. Several of the names have to come out, and hence the BJP is holding these key meetings in the run-up to the elections. In fact, my colleague Aishwarya Jain spoke to Manoj Tiwari. Take a look.
बीजेपी एमपी मनोज तिवारी इज विद मी. मनोज जी, एक बात बताइए, जब संसद का सत्र चल रहा था उस दौरान भी हमने कई मुद्दों पर इंडिया ब्लॉक को अलग थलग देखा था. कई पार्टीज अपना स्टैंड लेती थी, कांग्रेस अलग पड़ जाती थी. कल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने बोला कि तृणमूल कांग्रेस और समाजवादी पार्टी हमें समर्थन कर रही है. कांग्रेस फिर से अलग पड़ चुकी है दिल्ली के चुनावों में. आपको लगता है कि पूरी तरीके से टूट चुके हैं?
तो मेरा मानना है, ये लोग कभी भी एक दिल से एक नहीं थे. ये सभी लोग सिर्फ अपने अपने भ्रष्टाचार को छुपाने के लिए, बचाने के लिए ही एक दिखते रहे हैं. वरना किस राज्य में कौन किसके साथ है? क्या पश्चिम बंगाल में टीएमसी कांग्रेस के साथ थी? नहीं थी. क्या साउथ में समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ डीएमके थी? नहीं थी.
And my colleague Aishwarya Jain is joining me live. Aishwarya, take us through what was discussed inside this key meeting that was chaired by JP Nadda.
Well, the meeting is still underway. There are 42 committees that were constituted by the Bharatiya Janata Party for Delhi elections, and the members of these committees are meeting the BJP President JP Nadda along with all the MPs who are also present. There are different members who have been also called in to finalize the further strategy as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party in the upcoming Delhi elections are concerned. Tomorrow remaining a very important day as far as the CEC is concerned, where all the top leadership will be participating in finalizing the remaining number of candidates for the Bharatiya Janata Party as far as 41 candidates are concerned. Joining with me is Pradeep Bhandari, BJP national spokesperson. Sir, there has been war of words which are also going on between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. The bigger question that now today is arriving as far as the candidates are concerned. The Aam Aadmi Party has also put up the posters in the entire national capital saying that BJP has no face and the Aam Aadmi Party has Arvind Kejriwal as its face. How do you respond?
Well, the Aam Aadmi Party is extremely desperate, and if you see the reality that there are two narratives which are going on the ground in Delhi. A, the people of Delhi are asking Mr. Arvind Kejriwal a very simple question. Whether it is the OBC, whether it is Jats, whether it is Dalits, all the Samaj in Delhi are asking one simple question. You came in Indian politics promising that you will live in a 2 BHK apartment. During the time of COVID, you looted 50 crore of public money and made your personal sheesh mahal. Is this the politics that the Aam Aadmi Party promised? Point number two, the Aam Aadmi Party, whether it is in Punjab or Delhi, said that it will deposit 1,000 rupees in the account of women. Not a single woman, whether it is in Punjab where the Aam Aadmi Party is governing or it is in Delhi, has got 100 rupee in her account. The people of Delhi have made up their mind that they want to remove the Aam Aadmi Party and get the Bharatiya Janata Party. The Aam Aadmi Party is extremely desperate and underconfident. In fact, a lot of people on the ground are also suggesting that Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, realizing that he can lose from New Delhi and is losing New Delhi, might fight from two constituencies.
Bhandari, Arvind Kejriwal also conducted a press conference just few moments back, and he stated that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had not fulfilled the promises made to the Jat community. He said that there is no quota that was given by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the Jat community has completely been betrayed. How do you respond?
Well, the Aam Aadmi Party forayed into Haryana and it lost deposits in 90% of the constituencies. In Arvind Kejriwal's home village of Loharu, where Jats also come, he could not even get 1,200 votes. It makes it very clear that whether it is the Jats or the other OBCs, all of them want Vikas ki Rajniti, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister coming from the OBC community, has got the support of the Jats and the other OBCs. Arvind Kejriwal yet again has proved that on Monday he will raise an issue, Tuesday he will raise some other issue, Wednesday he will raise another issue. He has no consistency on it. A party which is losing an election will never have a consistency in issue. The BJP is raising a simple question. Why did Arvind Kejriwal made a 50 crore sheesh mahal looting the public money? That could have gone for the welfare of the OBCs, Jats and Dalits in Delhi.
Well, so that was Mr. Bhandari speaking to NDTV, clearly stating that be it the Jats, be it the OBCs, be it the other communities, all are supporting the Bharatiya Janata Party this time because they are going with the Vikas, clearly answering on the attack that was leveled by Arvind Kejriwal, that how in Haryana the Jats had clearly betrayed the Aam Aadmi Party and 90% of their candidates had failed to even secure their deposits.
Right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya Jain, for joining us with that update. And now keeping our focus back to Tirupati Stampede. Well, 6 people have died and 40 were injured in a stampede in Tirupati as hundreds of devotees rushed to get their tickets as soon as the counters opened for Vaikuntha Dwara Sarvadarshanam at Lord Venkateswamy Temple on Tirumala Hills. The situation was peaceful at every other counter except one at MGM School, said Tirupati Municipal Commissioner Maurya, adding that around 4,000 to 5,000 people rushed at one time to get their tickets leading to the stampede. Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu will be visiting and meeting the victims of this stampede. He has said and directed higher officials to reach Tirupati and take required relief measures and to provide better medical treatment. He said he is also taking and talking to the district and TDD officials to take stock of the situation. While Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said that his thoughts are with those who lost their loved ones. My colleague Sam Daniel, who has been covering this story since 6 a.m. to this morning that we were live with it for the first time. Sam, take us through how this tragedy unfolded. What are the corrective measures that authorities are taking, and when are we expecting Chandrababu Naidu to arrive?
Well, we come to you from the Naidu school at Baigari Pettada in Tirupati, the ground zero for the Stampede where 5 people lost their lives. In fact, this school was used as a holding point where more than 2,000 devotees waiting to collect their tokens for the upcoming darshan as part of the Vaikuntha Dwara Sarvadarshanam were waiting. In batches, authorities were letting them to go outside so that the gates would be open at that point in time and they can go and join the long queue outside this campus. The stampede happened exactly here when one of the devotees actually fell ill. She had a health issue. She sat down here and police had to open the gates to help her get out for medical help. At that time, hundreds of people who were gathered here, whether knowingly, deliberately, or thinking it's a good opportunity to get out to join the queue there, they all rushed in one go through the little space after this gate was open. And that led to a stampede and 5 people died here. And this is where the other barricaded area is, where the people who are let out in batches would join the queue in this barricaded area so that they can go to the next point to be able to collect the tokens for the darshan. And here is where another lot of people were waiting to stand in a long queue so that they can go to the other side of the counter to collect their tokens. The temple authorities, Tirumala, Tirupati, Devastham authorities say 90 such locations were put up so that more than 1 lakh people could wait overnight or through the day and collect their tokens. And this raises several questions because family members of those who were killed, totally 6 people, 5 here, another lady in another location, they say that number one, there was not adequate deployment of police personnel. There was no effective crowd control in terms of regulating the crowd. Thirdly, after the stampede, it took a long time for them to get the ambulance to rush the injured people to the hospital. In this case, it took 20 minutes. The district collector said enough number of police personnel were deployed. There was adequate regulation. At every counter, the district administration says ambulances were deployed. But because of the heavy crowd, it took 20 minutes for the ambulance to reach the spot to be able to take the injured people to the hospital. Ultimately, 6 people have lost their lives. Several tough questions are being raised in terms of crowd control, in terms of police deployment, in terms of adequate measures put in place to ensure quick access for ambulances. Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has ordered an investigation to find out what lessons ought to be learnt. As we speak, he is expected to visit the hospital around 15 kilometers from here and then to visit the place where the tragedy took place. Both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi have expressed their condolences, have wished those injured a speedy recovery. The big question, of course, is would anyone be held accountable for the loss of 6 lives, and would any lessons be learned, at least for the next time when this kind of a need arises for devotees to be issued tokens for darshan at this world-famous temple.
Sam, tell us how, the aftermath of that situation, how are the arrangements now for the devotees? We are seeing that long queues are again at the token counters. While these tokens are available online, what are the officials doing about the offline token counter situation now?
Well, as far as the upcoming darshan is concerned, as part of the Vaikuntha Ekadasi darshan, they had more than 1 lakh tokens to be distributed, and authorities say everything has been given away already. So for this season of this particular darshan, which starts tomorrow, there is no need for any more distribution. So there is no change in strategy or implementation of a new system for this season, at least now. But this has to be had in mind for the next season or for any other celebration or congregation of such large number of devotees for other festivals or occasions, so that the lessons learnt in this can be implemented. One option many suggest is an online system. But the flip side of that is many say those who are not tech savvy, those who don't have a smartphone or a computer or access to internet, or those who are from rural areas who are not yet tech savvy, they would be denied this opportunity for a darshan at this temple. So in a sense, to democratize that kind of an opportunity, to make it also possible for people who make it a point to come in person and collect it, they've done this kind of an arrangement at 90 different locations. But this has happened at one particular point in this school alone. That's the big question. Certainly, many lessons ought to be learned. A thorough inquiry would reveal whether there was any negligence. Did authorities take enough safety measures, and did they really think in terms of all possibilities, surging crowd and things going out of control? Those are lessons to be learned, and they have to make sure these can be put in practice, at least for the next time.
Right, Sam, and while you're at the location, you know, take us around exactly how many people could have gathered there, and if not letting that, you know, as per the official reports that the woman was let out and then the stampede happened. If that case could have been avoided, how well the crowd could have been managed at this place? Show us around how many people were there, and also how well this situation could have been handled by the officials.
Tanima, we are on this school campus, the Naidu school, and this stretch you see here and the open area on both sides, this was used as what the police calls as holding area, because they did not want the entire crowd to go and stand in the barricaded queue, because that could lead to more congestion and chaos. So they, in a regulated fashion, first made people to wait in this holding area in batches. As tokens were distributed, they let them in batches outside the campus, so then they can join the main queue between the barricaded area and then go to the next point to collect the tokens. Here at that point, the collector says there were around 2,500 people, and exactly here, one of the women devotees waiting, she fell sick, she had a health issue, she sat here, and it was at this point the authorities decided to open the gate so that she can be taken out, she alone can be taken out for medical help. But at that time, whether unruly mob or a mistaken notion that the gate was open for others, the crowd, authorities say, surged through this gate, the gate which was open just to let the lady out. And it's here that at that point, that surge of people at that moment led to the stampede, killing 5 people here. But this is the other arrangement authorities had made, the barricaded long queue, where in batches, as the tickets were issued, as the line clears, the next batch would be let through the gate here so that they could join the line here in an orderly way. So the arrangements-wise, in terms of arrangements, it's good. But in this case, authorities pointed only because out of turn, they had to open the gate to let the lady out, whether it was an unruly mob or is it they thought it's a genuine opportunity, a turn for them to get outside. They all rushed out, and that had led to a stampede.
Right. And, you know, take us through the further details of the order, that inquiry that has been ordered in this case by Chandrababu Naidu. What probe will, how the probe will take place, and so far, what decision has been made by the security officials and the administration there?
Well, while it's clear an investigation has been ordered, at the moment I'm not ready with information in terms of the terms of reference or in terms of the composition of the investigation team. But the sum of the order is that lessons ought to be learned, and lapses, if any, in that ought to be identified and action taken. This is largely maintained or handled by the TTD, the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam Board, and police are summoned or requested for help. But after the inquiry, the facts with respect to the kind of crowd that had gathered here, the situation in which the gate was open that had led to a stampede, the police deployment, the kind of regulation they were into, whether there was any kind of negligence or complacency by the police, because the family members who lost their lives, who we spoke to, they say there was no active control of the crowd. Police were standing as spectators, but they did not really actively regulate the crowd. In terms of the ambulance, they say it took 20 minutes. So these are tough questions and ought to be probed in a very scientific and factual manner, so that action can be taken, accountability can be fixed, and more importantly, this can be used to avert a repeat of this kind of a crisis in the future.
Absolutely, that is the major focus, that accountability should be fixed and certain events should not take place in future. Thank you so much, Sam Daniel, for joining us with that detailed ground report and from the spot where exactly Stampede happened. These are the visuals, viewers, what happened, and my colleague Sam Daniel was just at the location where now the ground has been emptied. There is no more queuing outside that. But my colleague Sam Daniel also spoke to the officials there, listening to what Tirupati District Collector had to say about the tragedy that unfolded.
What went wrong yesterday, Doctor?
As part of Vaikuntha Ekadashi from 10th, TTD and the district administration, they have planned for distribution of tickets to the pilgrims from 8th, that is yesterday. So people started queuing up since morning, 8th morning itself. So at around 7:45 p.m. in one of the counters, out of the 9 counters, in one of the counters, we kept holding areas, and from the holding areas they'll go into the queues for the ticket counters. Suddenly there was a gush of the people towards the gate. So and then the gate was opened at once. So then this unfortunate incident has happened, and then few people fell down, and then the next trampled over them. So
was there any trigger that led to this, or is it because?
From preliminary inquiry, what we could identify is in the holding area, one person was unwell. So we wanted to take the person out for treatment. Unwell due to another reasons. So that time the gate was slightly open and the person was let out. And again the gate was closed. So during this brief period, the people at the back thought that the gates are being opened for the tickets. So then there was a sudden surge towards the gate. So and then it was not able to, we could not hold the gate. So then the police opened the gate, and then this unfortunate thing happened.
What kind of security measures were in place in terms of police personnel? Some say there wasn't adequate number of police deployed.
There was adequate police all across the counters, right, in Tirumala and Tirupati. 9 counters are in Tirupati, 1 in Tirumala. And at this particular juncture, it was purely unfortunate. Otherwise, there was sufficient force and sufficient arrangements, food, water, toilets, everything was taken care of. But this was really unfortunate.
And in the journalist assault case, Supreme Court heard the plea by veteran actor Mohan Babu's anticipatory bail plea. In the case, the Supreme Court said that no coercive action will be taken till next hearing. In fact, Mohan Babu came out and apologized to the journalist and said that he is ready to offer any compensation that is required. My colleague Nupur Dogra is joining me for more on this. Nupur, take us through what happened exactly inside the courtroom in this plea.
So today Mohan Babu's lawyer appeared before the Supreme Court, and he said that Mohan Babu is ready to apologize to the journalist who is currently hospitalized, and he's also ready to compensate any amount the court orders towards the journalist. Mohan Babu basically today told the court that he's a 76-year-old film actor, and he had no intention of causing any harm to the journalist. But he has an estranged son who, along with 30 to 40 people, barged into the house, and the journalist was part of that group that entered the house at that time. And he said that they are alleging that he threw the mic at the journalist, and a tussle broke out, and he said that it was all in a spur of a moment, and he's even ready to apologize and pay any compensation the court orders. However, the journalist's lawyer who was appearing for the journalist told the court today that the journalist is severely injured, and he's injured to that extent that he's receiving food from food pipes, and he will have to, he also said that his career is also likely to be compromised on account of these injuries that he has faced. So the Supreme Court today granted him some time. The journalist lawyer granted him 3 weeks to respond to Mohan Babu's proposal that he can compensate for his losses. And the Supreme Court said if he's ready to accept the compensation, then Supreme Court can hear the case further. And meanwhile, the Supreme Court has, in a relief to Mohan Babu, has said that no coercive action should be taken in these 3 weeks till the journalist gives his response to the Supreme Court.
Right. Thank you so much, Nupur, for joining us with that update. Next hearing will be crucial to see whether the journalist will actually accept the apology and the compensation that is being offered by Mohan Babu. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. More news lined up on the other side.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The Who's Next Influencer Awards 2024 presented by Who's That 360 and our proud media partner NDTV.
The rescue operations continue at the coal mine in Assam, where at least 8 miners remain trapped following a tragic disaster. It is day 4. Specialized Indian Navy divers are spearheading the efforts, working tirelessly to locate and rescue the remaining laborers. Water pumps have been airlifted to reduce water levels inside the mine. While one body has been recovered, rescue operations enter day 4. My colleague Ratnadeep is reporting live from outside that mishap. Take a look.
It's the day 4 of the massive search and rescue operation, which continues here at the Kalamati coal mine of where the incident had taken place on Monday. The Indian Navy divers are inside. There are challenges. The challenges are in the form of the water level not decreasing even despite dewatering, and therefore one of the most advanced submersible pumps that can pump in highest capacity of water, about 500 gallons of water in a minute. That's what the capacity is. Those pumps are being airlifted to this location by the Coal India Limited to help dewater this coal mine, because until and unless this dewatering take place, the divers of Navy, the Army Special Forces and NDRF are not being able to get into the rat holes. The shaft has been checked. There is nobody else in the shaft. One body was recovered from the shaft. So one has to move into the rat holes where people crawl and go and get the coal from the rat holes. And there are 4 rat holes, and there are numerous branches, sub branches, which has branched out. So therefore, now the focus remains on the rat holes, but the water is acidic, murky, huge levels of water is there, and therefore the focus now is to dewater it. And therefore now once the pumps get installed, which are the most advanced pumps available in the country, there is some hope of water to be dewatered, and then the operation will be fast tracked. From the coal mines in Kalamati of Umrangso in Dima Hasao district, with camperson Sanjay Chakravarti, Ratnadeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
Now, my colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary also spoke to the Assam Mines Minister Kaushik Rai, who said that they are not losing hope. Take a look.
Today is the 4th day of the massive operation which is taking place here in Dima Hasao district in this flooded mine, which is the water is still inside, and that is becoming the biggest challenge. Despite dewatering, the water level is not coming down. Right at this moment, we are now joined by the Minister of Mines of Government of Assam, Mr. Kaushik Rai, who has been here since the first day of the incident, and he has been overseeing the operations. Mr. Rai, अगर बात करते हैं 4 दिन होने चले हैं ये ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, आज क्या स्ट्रैटेजी है, क्योंकि डी वाटरिंग हो रही है मगर पानी अभी भी भरा हुआ है, वो एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है आप लोगों के लिए।
कल भी डी वाटरिंग कल से हम लोगों ने शुरू किया था, परसों रात को थोड़ा हुआ था, कल दिन में काफ़ी समय ऑलमोस्ट 14 आवर्स डी वाटरिंग का काम चला है, लेकिन पानी का लेवल जितना कम होना चाहिए उतना नहीं हुआ। आज फिर हमारा कोल इंडिया से भी नागपुर से जो पंप्स आ रहे हैं, वो पंप से हमारा डी वाटरिंग का काम शुरू होगा। और मुझे लगता है कि पानी जब तक हम कम नहीं कर सकते या पानी को पूरा डी वाटरिंग नहीं कर सकते, तब तक ये बहुत बड़ा एक चैलेंज है। क्योंकि आपने देखा कि कल नेवी के जो टीम नीचे गए थे, वो उनके पास ROV भी था और जो रोबोटिक कैमरा जैसा था वो लेके वो लोग नीचे गए थे, लेकिन पानी का जो पानी भी गंदा है अंदर में। फिर आज उनका टीम फिर से नीचे गया है, तो मुझे लगता है कि आज हम लोग पानी दिन भर में पानी को एक लेवल जो है उस लेवल को हम लोग कम कर पाएंगे, और उसके बाद ही जो रिकवरी है रिकवरी का सक्सेसफुल होगा।
Shifting our focus to the rupee, opened weaker against the dollar at 85.89. The currency weakened by 9 paise to record a low of 85.94 against the US dollar after opening. Rupee had opened 4 paise weaker to open at an all-time low, according to Bloomberg. It had closed at rupees 85.86 on Wednesday. The local currency had hit a record low of 85.846 against the dollar after opening at 85.82. Take a look at more details that are being brought by my colleague Sakshi Bajaj.
Indian rupee has weakened to an all-time low. The rupee hit 85 rupees 93 paise to the dollar in early trade today. We have seen sustained FI selling and the dollar index consistently surging. So analysts believe this really is the key reason for the rupee weakening further. Remember, it isn't really far from the 86 rupee mark now. Also remember, volatile equity markets as well as oil prices fluctuating have been adding pressure to the rupee. And now what does this do? When a currency is weakening, it does add inflation pressure, it does add to the household budget pressure. So really a wait and watch mode as far as analysts are concerned, but the rupee at an all-time low today.
And now shifting our focus to Los Angeles, where wildfires are making it difficult for the residents. Several have been evacuated. Multiple wildfires are consuming acres after acres and building after building in the Los Angeles area, displacing tens of thousands of people and ravaging entire neighborhoods as strong winds and a dwindling water supply stymied firefighters' efforts to stop the destruction. My colleague Vishnu Niwasam is reporting live from there. Take a look at his report.
The situation in Los Angeles continues to be fairly grim, with fires being reported constantly. Firefighters have been fighting for more than 24 hours to contain what are essentially 4 to 5 major fires. Behind me you can see the Pacific Palisades fire. There are approximately 7,000 structures over here, of which 1,000 have been completely destroyed. The sense, if you look at all of these fires put together, is that this could end up being the most costly natural disaster potentially in America's history. Firefighters are working constantly. A lot of areas in the greater Los Angeles region do not have electricity at this stage. There have been evacuations which have been ordered for upwards of 60,000 people, most of whom would have already left their homes. 5 people have lost their lives. An emergency has been declared. Firefighters continue to work, including reserves, people who've had experience in firefighting in the past. They've been called in as well. It remains a fairly tense situation. The President, Joe Biden, continues to monitor the situation very, very closely. The biggest concern now, winds and the wind speed. If there are winds, then these fires cannot be contained. The Palisades fire alone has consumed more than 15,000 acres. The goal now is to ensure that it doesn't spread to other areas. Already there is a sense that it has started spreading. For example, Hollywood residents have been told to evacuate. There are fires also in the Malibu region. The situation remains very, very volatile as Los Angeles faces another unpredictable night. In Los Angeles, Vishnu Niwasam for NDTV.
And on that note, we are wrapping this bulletin, but more news and updates lined up on the other side, so don't go anywhere. Keep watching NDTV.
attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Indian Railways has achieved a historic milestone with the successful completion of a high-speed trial on the challenging 180-degree climb from Katra to Banihal under the Udhampur-Srinagar-Baramulla rail link project.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
Up in reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take a look at the top stories that we're tracking here at this hour. In the Tirupati Stampede, at least 6 people have been killed while 12 remain in hospital. As per officials, sudden surge at one counter led to the stampede. Collector said lack of communication at one gate led to this tragic incident. NDTV reports from Ground Zero where the stampede took place in Tirupati. Stampede at one token counter took place where my colleague Sam Daniel reports from. Lack of coordination at the token counter has been held as the prime reason behind the stampede. As Delhi polls draw closer, rift in India bloc widens. RJD, Samajwadi Party, TMC back Aam Aadmi Party over Congress. AAP in fact says they will definitely win Delhi polls over Congress and BJP. India Assam coal mine tragedy. It is the day 4 of rescue operations. Advanced dewatering pumps have been brought in to reduce water levels inside the mine. Multiple fires burning in Los Angeles County on Wednesday prompted evacuation orders and warnings and destroyed more than 1,000 structures. 5 people have been killed while 7 have been evacuated. NDTV reports from Ground Zero. And just 4 days to go for the Mahakumbh festival in Prayagraj. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will visit Prayagraj and review preparations ahead of the festival. Viewers, our top focus here at NDTV remains the Tirupati Stampede, where 6 people have died and 40 were injured in the Stampede in Tirupati as hundreds of devotees rushed to get their tickets as soon as the counters opened for the darshan. The situation was peaceful at every other counter except one, which was the school where the crowd, a strong crowd was kept of the devotees. As per officials, there were around 4,000 to 5,000 people. They rushed at one time to get their tickets leading to the stampede. Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu will be visiting and meeting the victims of the tragedy. He has directed higher officials to investigate the lapses that were found during the stampede, which led to the stampede. I beg your pardon. He said he's also talking to the officials and the district officials to take stock of the situation. While Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said that he is also praying for the speedy recovery of the injured, leader of opposition in Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi also called this stampede deeply saddening, while other opposition leaders have said that the situation needs to be reviewed and major focus should be to find and fix the accountability. My colleague Sam Daniel is with me, who has been reporting and tracking this story since day one. What happened exactly, how it unfolded, and also till when will the investigate conclude and take care. My colleague Sam Daniel is joining me from exactly the location where this stampede took place. Sam, thank you for joining us. Take us through the latest details. We are also hearing that Chandrababu Naidu will be visiting and meeting the victims. How soon is that expected?
Well, Aditi, Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu is expected to arrive in this town in another 10 to 15 minutes. He is expected to visit the hospital first, and then there is a possibility he might visit the Ground Zero where I am right now, where the stampede had taken place, killing 5 people here alone. We are on the Ground Zero at the Rama Naidu school counter location, and this is part of a park run by the Tirupati Tirumala Devasthanam. And this area was used by the authorities as a holding point where more than 2,500 people were gathered on this campus. And around 8 o'clock last night, one of the women devotees waiting here, she suffered a health issue and she required medical help. It was at that point she struggled and she sat down here, and to help her, police had opened this gate so that she can be taken outside for medical help. At that time, hundreds of people, either as a mob fury, making use of this opportunity in a bid to get out, they all rushed through the gate. And at that time, the stampede happened here. 5 people were killed here. The arrangements were in 2 parts. One, a bulk of the people were held here in this holding area, and they were let out in batches to join the long queue in this barricaded area to my left. So that as the line clears, the people gathered in the holding area would be let out in batches so that they can come here, stand in the queue and collect their tickets. And many tough questions are being raised because the family members of those who died, they say at that point in time, the police deployment was very less. The regulation was literally no. And the ambulance took 20 minutes for them to rush the injured people to hospitals. But the district administration denies these allegations. This is the area where the people gathered there would come and wait once they are let out. But when the gate was opened to let the affected women out, a major surge of rush had led to the stampede. But the collector says there was enough deployment of police personnel. There was ambulance stationed at every counter. In fact, 90 counters were opened to facilitate more than 1 lakh people to come in person and collect the tokens for the upcoming Vaikuntha darshan. And they deny there was any delay, but the police and authorities say it took 20 minutes for the ambulance to reach only because of the jostling large crowd here. Many tough questions, and the big question, of course, would any lessons be learned, and would there be anyone held